My name is Zhao Yan. In my last life, I was a mercenary, a man who'd crawled through hails of bullets to survive. But I never imagined that after one wild drinking binge, I'd open my eyes again and find myself in some godforsaken place called Desui. This dynasty didn't even exist in history. The emperor was a fool, corrupt officials ran the show, and war raged along the borders year after year. The rich were rolling in wealth, while the poor couldn't even scrape together a meal. Those who starved or froze to death were dumped in mass graves, their bodies piled up like little mountains. As for the original owner of this body I now inhabited, he'd been a lowlife everybody wanted to beat. A petty thief, a pervert who harassed women, notorious far and wide. For days ago, he'd gone to a neighboring village to hit on some guy's wife, and someone had clubbed him hard on the back of the head. By the time I woke up, this body had a new occupant me. Well, no point dwelling on it now. The most urgent thing was survival. First and foremost, figuring out where my next meal would come from. I sat at a rickety table made from an old millstone, gripping a freshly sharpened kindling knife in my hand. The rasping sound of the blade against the whetstone still rang in my ears. Just then, a gentle voice spoke up, "Food's ready." The one bringing over the bowl was a girl of 16 or 17, with a clean, pretty face. Her name was Zhao Xiaoya, the original owner's younger sister. For the past 4 days, while I lay in bed recovering, she alone had taken care of me. On the table sat 2 cracked, chipped bowls, one holding some blackish dried vegetables, the other a wild herb soup so thin you could see your own reflection in it. Honestly, after days of nothing but dry flatbread and watery soup at every meal, just the sight of it made me want to gag. The original owner had been hopelessly lazy, never lifting a finger to help around the house. It was all thanks to Xiaoya doing odd jobs for others that they got a little grain out of charity. That was the only thing keeping this household barely fed. Seeing that I wasn't picking up my chopsticks, she spoke. Third aunt found me another job in the city, working for a rich family. 1,000 copper coins a month. As she said it, she shot a glance at the gleaming, kindling knife on the edge of the table. Her expression turned cold instantly, her voice edged with disgust. "You sharpening that knife? You planning to go get revenge on those guys in the next village? If you actually kill someone, there's no money in this house to clean up your mess." I understood what she meant. The original owner always paid back grudges. After getting beaten a few days ago, sharpening that knife almost certainly meant he was out for payback. All I could do was explain, "I'm not going for revenge. I'm planning to go hunting in the mountains. It's autumn now, there's plenty of game up there. If I bag a few, the 2 of us won't have to worry all winter. And you won't have to go into the city to be worked like a mule." She froze for a second, then let out a cold laugh, her eyes full of scorn as she looked at me. She'd heard words like these from the original owner far too many times. Not once had they ever been true. A dog can't stop eating its own filth, as the saying goes. Some people just never change. I knew she didn't believe me, and I couldn't be bothered to say more. Doing is always more convincing than saying. After eating, Xiaoya washed the bowls and headed out the door, showing zero interest in my hunting plan. For all I knew, deep down she was hoping I'd die up in those mountains. Then she'd finally be free of me for good. I gave a bitter smile. I couldn't really blame her. For all these years, the original owner had brought her nothing but trouble and debt. I packed up some dry rations, a length of hemp rope, and the kindling knife, latched the bamboo gate behind me, and set off down the muddy road toward Great Dragon Mountain. I'd barely stepped out when I ran straight into Xiaoya coming the other way. As we passed each other, she suddenly stopped, lowered her head, and pulled 2 little yellow paper packets from her sleeve, shoving them into my hands. Her face was blank as she said, "There are lots of snakes and bugs in the mountains. I got the doctor to let me have 2 packets of medicine on credit, one for poison, one to stop bleeding." I took the medicine, stunned. Her voice was cold, and she didn't look up. "I just don't want you dying up there and me having to pay someone to haul your corpse back." With that, she quickly walked away. I clutched those 2 packets, and I couldn't quite put a name to what I was feeling. This trip into the mountains wasn't just about scraping together a meal. The bigger problem was that the deadline for the imperial grain tax was fast approaching. The laws of Desui were terrifyingly harsh. Every single person in the country had to hand over 300 pounds of grain each year. Not even the old or the young were exempt. But in my house, all that was left was half a handful of old, weevil-infested rice. Forget paying the tax. What we'd eat tomorrow was already a question mark. If I couldn't come up with 600 pounds within a month, I'd either be dragged off in chains to rot in prison or forced to flee into the mountains and become a bandit. A little over an hour later, I felt my way to a damp patch of ground, littered with fresh tracks. I crouched down and looked closely. Roe deer tracks, and more than one of them. I held my breath and followed the prints forward. Soon I spotted a small stream. Several roe deer stood at its edge, heads bowed, drinking. My heart leapt with joy. At the meat prices in Desway right now, selling just one of these deer would cover the imperial grain tax for both Xiaoya and me. But then came the problem. Damn, what a shame. I don't have a bow and arrows, I muttered under my breath. Right at that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly exploded inside my head. Host's wish detected. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the magic brush Maoyang system. My pupils shrank sharply. As a modern man who'd grown up soaking in web novels and TV dramas, I knew exactly what those words meant. A cheat power. The system's interface unfolded in my mind. Host Zhao Yin, current abilities, none. Tool, magic brush, level 0, capable of drawing basic objects, requires expenditure of spiritual energy. Current mental strength, 5 points, while an ordinary grown man has only 3. The moment the voice finished, a brush appeared in my hand out of thin air. My heart sank. Wasn't this just rubbing salt in the wound? In my past life, I'd been good at everything, except drawing, which was my one fatal weakness. But I couldn't afford to worry about that now. I crouched down and, working from memory, sketched a bow on the ground. The first try came out crooked and lumpy, like a dead snake. Wipe it out, start again. I drew it nearly 10 times before I finally managed a passable bow, then added a few arrows. I'd been about to give up, but then I remembered there was no way I could get close enough to a roe deer with just a kindling knife. So I gritted my teeth and stuck with it. The instant the bow and arrows were finished, they actually materialized right off the ground, solid and real. I snatched up the bow and arrows, crouched low, and slipped into the tall grass, eyes locked on that herd of deer. Before long, the deer had drunk their fill and were about to move on. I picked out the fattest one, held my breath, and drew the bow all the way back. Whoosh! The arrow struck it right in the head. Blood sprayed, and the deer dropped dead on the spot. The rest, startled, scattered in every direction. I rushed over, and the moment I reached my kill, that voice sounded in my head again. Host has successfully hunted using a bow and arrows. Per system rules, bows and arrows drawn by the host are classified as restricted items and will now be destroyed. The words had barely finished before the bow and arrows in my hand vanished into thin air. Only then did I remember. Desway had extremely strict weapons control. Anyone caught secretly possessing bows, arrows, knives, spears, or shields faced the death penalty. This cheat power sure knew the rules. I dressed the deer, hoisted it onto my shoulder, and headed home. The moment I stepped into the yard, I saw Xiaoya's thin little frame struggling to draw water from the well. I tossed the deer inside the house and ran over to help her pull the rope. She stared at me, mouth opening as if to say something. I cut her off. Go boil some hot water. I'll need it in a bit. Looking utterly shocked, she went into the house. Normally, I never touched a single chore around here, and today, for the first time ever, I was helping her draw water. She probably thought the sun had risen in the west. A moment later, her startled cry came from inside. A roe deer. She burst out, her voice trembling. You really caught something? Got lucky today, I said, playing it cool, though inwardly I felt a little smug. But her expression suddenly shifted from delight to tense fear. Zhao Yin, you didn't steal it, did you? I was just about to explain when a raspy voice suddenly called out from the gate. Zhao Yin home. A burly man with a stubbly beard, vicious eyes, and a face like a wild mountain monkey came swaggering in, cursing under his breath. The moment Xiaoya saw him, her face changed, and she quickly hid the bag of salt behind her back. I recognized him, one of the local thugs who used to run with the original owner. His name was Zhang Lauer. Well, Zhang Lauer, what brings you looking for me today? I said, stepping out to greet him, casually pulling the door shut behind me to hide the deer. He grinned wide. Brother Yin, I've got some good news for you. You want me to go gambling again? I've lost everything already, and I'm buried in debt. I waved him off impatiently. Get lost. Quit bothering me. He didn't get angry. Instead, he lowered his voice and leaned in, all mysterious. Yeah, this time I'm bringing you a real prize. I'll just come out and say it. Somebody's taken a liking to your sister and wants to buy her. He held up his fingers to show the number. This much, 10 taels of silver. The anger in me shot up in an instant. In Sway, girls who got sold always met horrific ends. At best, they'd become servants to be beaten and cursed at will. At worst, their masters would hand them over to entertain guests. And once they grew old and lost their looks, they'd be sold off to a brothel, squeezed for every last drop of value. I stared at Zhang Lauer and forced a single word out through my teeth. Leave. He panicked, grabbing my wrist. Brother Yin, think it through. 10 taels of silver. That's 10,000 copper coins. Enough to clear all your gambling debts and live it up for a good while. Besides, once you sell her off, you'll only have to pay the head tax for yourself. Way less hassle, right? I'm doing all this for your own good. Thud. I kicked him flat onto the ground with one blow. He looked down at the muddy footprint on his chest, stunned for a moment, then jumped up and roared. Zhao Yan, what the hell's gotten into you? These days a woman fetches 3 taels at most, and I'm offering 10, and you're still not satisfied? I'll count to 3. If you're not gone by then, don't blame me for forgetting we go way back, I said coldly. His face turned purple with rage, and he cocked his fist to strike. I whipped out the gleaming, freshly sharpened kindling knife. His arm froze in midair. Fine, you're tough. He sullenly pulled his hand back and left me with a threat. Next month is the imperial grain tax deadline, 300 pounds per person. When you can't pay and you're rotting in a cell, don't come crawling to me with that shameless face. Bite the hand that feeds you, will you? With that, he slunk away in defeat. I pushed the door open and saw Xiaoya still gripping a kitchen cleaver, her face white as paper. She'd heard every word of that exchange in the yard, especially the part about not satisfied even with 10 taels. I could tell her eyes were full of despair. What she feared was this. Was I going to protect her, or was I just haggling with the guy, trying to sell her off for an even higher price? I didn't bother explaining much. Explaining was useless. I hoisted the deer up, walked out into the yard, and started skinning and butchering it. The knife sliced cleanly, and I peeled off the whole deer hide in one piece, then picked out a few thick tendons and hung them under the eaves to dry. This deer weighed over 80 pounds, and after removing the bones there were still more than 60 pounds of meat. With grain prices skyrocketing, a pound of venison could sell for over 100 copper coins, the equivalent of 5 pounds of rice. Rough math said this one deer would fetch 5 or 6 taels of silver. Meanwhile, a human trafficker like Zhang Lauer only offered 3 taels for a young, untouched girl. She wasn't even worth half a deer. In times of peace, women were as precious as gold. In times of chaos, a woman was worth a handful of rice. Human life was cheaper than weeds. Quit spacing out. Go boil some water. I called toward the house without looking up. We're eating well tonight. Stewed meat. The moment the words stewed meat left my mouth, I saw Xiaoya standing in the doorway, visibly swallow. But after hesitating a long while, she actually refused. Let's just make rice porridge. The grain tax deadline is coming up. Better to trade all this meat for grain. Besides, the mountains are so dangerous. You can't count on getting this lucky every time. Her mouth was watering like crazy, but her mind went first to this household. This girl was more sensible than anyone. I lifted the kindling knife, hacked a thick, good slab of meat from the deer's back, and tossed it to her. Don't worry about the grain tax. Eat more. Put some meat on your bones. Look how skinny you are. A gust of wind could knock you over. She caught the meat, but her expression grew even more complicated. She held that slab and stayed silent for a long moment, then suddenly gritted her teeth and blurted at me. Zhao Yan, if you dare sell me, I swear I'll kill you. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Looking at the ferocious face she was forcing herself to make, I nodded seriously. I'm so scared. I really will kill you. I'm really so scared. I paused. So, can you go boil the water now? Dead silence. That bit of momentum she'd finally worked up collapsed in an instant. She stamped her foot and stormed off into the kitchen, fuming. That night, Every household in Ishan village shut their doors early. Times were hard now, and to save grain, plenty of people ate only one meal a day. As soon as it got dark, they'd lie down in bed and force themselves to sleep, because when you're asleep, you don't feel the hunger. But from the cracks in my door drifted a thick, rich aroma of meat, carried far on the night wind. Xiaoya and I each cradled a big bowl, hunched over and wolfing down our food by the faint light of the dying embers in the stove. After 3 days of tasteless wild herb soup and dry flatbread, that first taste of meat nearly brought me to tears. I gobbled mine down. A whole bowl of nicely marbled meat vanished in the blink of an eye, then ladled up a full bowl of broth and gulped it down, wiped my mouth, and let out a satisfied burp. Xiaoya ate far more delicately. She tore off tiny bites and chewed each one for ages, savoring it slowly, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster's. In the glow of the stove fire, I couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her cheek. Zip! She jerked away as if she'd been stuck with a needle, stammering out an excuse. I thought there was a mouse crawling on my face. There was still fear in her eyes. I sighed and pulled my hand back. It seemed the image of me as her cruel brother was rooted too deep in her heart. One meal of meat wasn't going to change it. This road was still a long one. Early the next morning, I rubbed my eyes and got up to find that Xiaoya had already warmed the meat broth and had even hauled back a big bundle of firewood from outside. This girl was truly hardworking. I bundled up the deer hide and the leftover meat, slung it over my shoulder, and tucked the kindling knife into the back of my belt. I'm heading into the city. I might not be back by noon, so don't wait for me. I was going to the county town to unload this haul. Came her voice from inside. After a moment, she softly added, Zhao Yan, you, be careful on the road. Just that one sentence, and my steps felt a whole lot lighter as I carried my load out the door. Ishan village fell under the jurisdiction of Maishan County. It was 7 or 8 miles of rough road to the county town, and on foot it took 2 or 3 hours. Once inside the town, I didn't head toward the official market stalls. Doing business in Desway came with a maddening number of rules. Opening a shop or setting up a stall meant heavy taxes, and hawking goods along the street meant paying management fees and cleaning fees. Earn 10 copper coins on an item, and after taxes you'd be lucky to keep 5. Common folk had to hand over half of what they earned to the government, and whether you got to keep the other half depended entirely on the mood of the officials. A commoner like me couldn't afford all those taxes, so I had to find another way. I turned into a side alley, positioned myself across from a restaurant, and waited patiently. This place was called the Plum Blossom Pavilion, one of the biggest and finest restaurants in Maishan County. My target was its second manager, Kong Qingzong. This man handled all the restaurant's purchasing and supply, which meant plenty of kickbacks lining his pockets. The original owner had seen him a few times at the gambling den, so I recognized his face. Before long, a man in a brocade robe came out, flanked by 2 attendants. Master Kong, I've finally caught you. I hurried over with a fawning smile. Long time no see. How have you been lately? He startled, staring at me for a few seconds before frowning. Do we know each other? Oh, you important men, always so forgetful. It's me, Zhao Yan. We played together at the Silver Hook gambling den. I lied without batting an eye. He looked me up and down, taking in my filthy clothes, then pulled out a handkerchief in disgust to cover his nose and stepped back. You've got the wrong person. I don't recall anyone like you. It doesn't matter whether you remember me. What matters is that I remember you. I hoisted the venison up in front of him. I caught a roe deer in the mountains yesterday and want to sell it for some grain. You were the first person I thought of when I came into town. If you don't want it, I'll take it to the next buyer. The moment he heard I was selling, his expression softened. He reached out and squeezed the meat, dabbed a bit of blood to his nose and sniffed, then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, fresh, firm meat. You've got some skill, kid. After decades in the purchasing trade, he could tell at a glance whether meat was fresh. How much? He asked lazily, wiping the blood off his handkerchief. Venison goes for 130 coins a pound on the market right now. This one's 65 pounds. I'll round it off for you. 8 taels total. He was decisive, too. He had someone weigh it, grabbed a pouch of silver from the counter, and tossed it to me. I caught the pouch, weighed it in my hand, then immediately, eagerly tore it open and started counting. Watching me count like that, a flicker of contempt crossed his eyes, as if this bit of loose silver was even worth counting so carefully. But the next second, I suddenly stood up, pulled 2 taels of silver from the pouch, and respectfully pressed it into his hand. Master Kong, I'll keep these 6 taels. These 2 are a token of my respect for you. He was taken aback. What's this about? Business is hard these days. You were willing to take my goods. That's a huge favor, I said earnestly. I'll surely be troubling you plenty in the future, so consider this a little something for your tea. The coldness on his face melted away in an instant, replaced by a satisfied smile. 2 taels of silver was nothing in his eyes, but his opinion of me had clearly changed. After all, whether you're a common peasant or imperial royalty, who doesn't enjoy being shown respect and flattered? You know how to handle yourself, kid. Not like those short-sighted country bumpkins, he said, tucking the silver into his belt. You might just make something of yourself someday. That was exactly what I'd been waiting to hear. Sure enough, as I turned to leave, he waved his folding fan and called me back. You said your name's Zhao Yan? From now on, whatever game you catch, bring it straight to the Plum Blossom Pavilion. If anyone asks, just say you're a relative of mine. As for the price, I'll definitely treat you right. With that, he turned and went back inside. The moment the word relative left his mouth, the weight on my heart finally lifted. I'd been willing to part with those 2 taels precisely for that promise. If I'd sold at an official market stall today, I'd have had to hand over at least half of those 8 taels in taxes. But the relative label was like clearing a legal, steady channel for me. From now on, whenever I caught game, I'd never have to go hunting around for buyers again. Those 2 taels were well spent. Leaving the Plum Blossom Pavilion, I headed to the shopping street. The original owner had been so lazy that the house had nothing but a single pot and 2 ratty quilts. I bought a few feet of cloth, planning to make Xiaoya a couple of new outfits. The one she wore now was too tattered to look at. But when I asked the price, even the cheapest cloth cost 100 coins a foot, highway robbery. Rice was even more outrageous. Old rice at 25 coins a pound, new rice at 30. Wincing at the cost, I forked over the money and also bought a wooden plane. After selling the meat for 6 taels and buying everything, I had 4 taels and 600 coins left. Before I knew it, I'd spent a couple of hours shopping. I hoisted up my bags and parcels and headed home. The road was quiet the whole way. But just as I entered Ishan village, before I'd even reached my house, I saw a crowd gathered at my gate, all shouting and clamoring, with screams mixed in. My heart lurched. I shoved my way through the crowd. An older woman grabbed hold of me. Zhao Yan, you're finally back? People from Upper Water Village came to collect a debt. They say you owe gambling money you haven't paid, and they want to take Xiaoya to settle it. Get in there, quick. My face darkened, and I charged into the yard. There were several burly men dragging Xiaoya toward the gate. She'd been bound up tight, trussed like a package, thrashing desperately and screaming her heart out. Expressionless, I planted myself in front of the group, my voice cold as ice. So, the moment I'm gone, you bully my sister? The men saw the knife tucked into the back of my belt and didn't dare make any sudden moves. Just then, a gaunt, gloomy figure slipped out from the back of the crowd. His right eye was normal, but his left was a milky, bluish-white, and a cold sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. His name was Pockmarked Wong, a notorious bully in these parts who ran an underground gambling den and specialized in loan sharking. Zhao Yan, you owe 4 taels in gambling debt, and you've dragged it out for over a month, he said, his voice sinister. By the rules, we've got no choice but to take your sister to settle the account. Turns out the original owner had borrowed from this loan shark hoping to win it all back, and then lost everything. What had started as a debt of 1 tael, 2 mace, had ballooned with compounding interest to 4 taels. Pockmarked Wong, let my sister go, I said, staring him down. If you hurt her, you and I aren't done. The villagers around us, far from helping, were just waiting to watch the show. Now this is entertainment. Pockmarked Wong plays dirty. That Zhao girl probably won't get away today. That scrawny girl's worth 4 taels? It's the pretty face. In Pockmarked Wong's hands, she's headed straight for a brothel. Those ugly words drilled into my ears one after another. Xiaoya's face was ghastly pale, her eyes bloodshot, her whole body trembling. A debt's a debt. Paying it back is only right, I said after a moment of silence. I pulled the pouch from my coat, picked out 3 silver ingots, and tossed them over. Count them. Pockmarked Wong caught the silver, his single good eye full of surprise. The onlookers let out a collective gasp, too. Nobody had expected someone like me to just casually produce this much money, with the pouch clearly still holding more. Zhao Yan, did you rob a bank or bust open a pawnshop? Where'd this money come from? Pockmarked Wong gripped the ingots, greed flashing in his eyes. Since when did you become a constable? Whether I stole it or robbed it is none of your damn business, I said coldly. Your debt's paid. Take the money and get lost. Pockmarked Wong scratched his bald head, then suddenly grinned. Zhao Yan, look at my terrible memory. I did the math wrong. You don't know 4 taels. It's 10. The moment he said it, the whole scene went silent. The burly men sneered and closed in around me. I narrowed my eyes, then suddenly shook my head and tossed the money pouch onto the ground. Fine, take it. One of the men, overjoyed, quickly bent down to grab it. The next second, I slammed my foot square into his face. Crack. The crisp snap of breaking bone rang out clear as day. The man let out a scream and went flying back 3 or 4 feet from my kick, blood arcing from his nose in 2 streaks midair, before crashing hard to the ground, out cold. I casually drew the gleaming, kindling knife from my belt and glanced at the man on the ground. I told you to take it, and you actually did? Pockmarked Wong was utterly blindsided. Zhao Yan, who normally didn't dare so much as fart in his presence, had actually raised his fist today and injured one of his men. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared. He won't pay his debt. Beat him. His whole operation ran on violent debt collection to keep everyone in line. If he let me get the upper hand today, he'd have no standing left anywhere in these parts. 4 or 5 thugs came charging in from every direction, howling and swinging their clubs. Just as a club came smashing down at my head, I flashed sideways, slipping through a gap, and drove my foot hard up between the man's legs. His face went white in an instant. He curled up like a shrimp, foam bubbling from his mouth as he collapsed to his knees. Another hadn't even reacted before I flung a handful of dirt into his eyes. As he screamed and clutched his face, I jabbed 2 fingers hard into his eyes, and blood streamed down his cheeks. In just a few moves, counting the one I'd knocked out earlier, 3 of the 6 men Pockmarked Wong had brought were already down. Dealing with thugs like these, I didn't bother with any rules. In my special forces training in my past life, I'd learned exactly how to strip an enemy of the ability to fight back in the shortest possible time. If I hadn't been worried that a death would bring the authorities down on me, those few moves just now would have been more than enough to send them all to their graves. You want to die? The remaining 3, though shaken, gritted their teeth and rushed me from 3 sides, clubs in hand. A club landed solidly on my shoulder. This body was in terrible shape, and the old me would never have taken a hit like that. But at the same time, I drove a fist into another man's lower back, sending him stumbling to the ground. I rolled along the ground, dodging the 5th club, then latched onto the man's calf like a monkey and gave it a savage twist. His ankle snapped clean, and he crashed down screaming. The last man froze with his club raised less than a foot above my head. 1 more inch down, and he could have crushed my skull. But there wasn't a trace of triumph on his face, only fear. Because my kindling knife was already pressed firmly against his throat. Go on, hit me. Come on, I said, half sprawled on the ground, my right hand holding the blade with its tip against his Adam's apple, sneering. Weren't you all so tough a minute ago? Let's find out. Is your club faster or my knife? His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed, and he shot a pleading look toward Pockmarked Wong. Sweat broke out on Pockmarked Wong's forehead too. He couldn't for the life of him figure it out. When had this kid trained up such vicious skills? Everyone present was dumbstruck. Right at that moment, a commotion suddenly broke out at the back of the crowd. Which bastard dares to come make trouble at Brother Yan's place? Get out of the way. Picking on my brother, are you? 3 or 4 thugs came shoving their way in, brandishing iron pitchforks and hoes, all bluster as they rushed to my side and put on a show of glaring at the men on the ground. Brother Yan, is it these mongrels who came to take her? Beat them to death. These guys were all part of the original owner's crew of no-good buddies. I saw right through them. They'd been hiding in the back watching the show this whole time, and only now that I had the upper hand did they scramble out to make a show of it. If I'd been losing, they wouldn't have dared make a peep. Hell, they might have even joined in stomping on me. Classic fence-sitters, always siding with whoever's winning. I couldn't be bothered to call them out. Expressionless, I looked at pockmarked Wong. A debt's a debt, paying it back is only right. But you took the money and then tried to squeeze out more? That's not exactly playing by the rules, is it? Pockmarked Wong looked at his men writhing all over the ground, despair in his eyes, and said through gritted teeth, "Fine, I lose. The debt's cleared, and don't worry about the medical costs for my injured men." With that, red in the face, he tried to slip away. I reached out, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and hoisted him up like a little chick. I held him in midair for a beat, then slammed him hard into the ground. That throw nearly shook his scrawny frame apart. He lay on the ground, catching his breath for a long while before, in disbelief, he started cursing. "Zhao Yan, you dare lay hands on me? You lose the fight, then think you can just say a few soft words and walk away?" I crouched down and cracked a cruel grin. I'm a man who plays by the rules. Whatever the gambling debt is, that's what it is. I won't shortchange you a single coin. But you brought men crashing into my home and scared my sister half to death. And now you think you can just dust yourself off and stroll away? Since when has anything in this world come that cheap? Then what do you want? Veins throbbed on his forehead. 10 taels of silver, I said, one word at a time. Cough it up and get lost. Can't pay? Then I'll have you carried out of here. Zhao Yan, have you gone broke and lost your mind? You'd even try to shake me down. He treated money like his own life, making him pay hurt worse than cutting his flesh. You brought men into my home and scared my sister this badly. 10 taels is the compensation. I patted his face with the flat of my blade. So, are you paying or not? Zhao Yan, leave a little room today, so we can face each other another day. He was still trying to bargain. I'll refund your interest, but 10 taels? Absolutely not. You sure about that? Absolutely not. I silently rose to my feet and waved a hand, giving the order to those thugs putting on their loyalty act. Beat him. Nearly all of these guys had been cheated out of money by pockmarked Wong at some point. Given the order, every one of them threw themselves into it, venting years of pent-up grudges. I watched coldly from the side. If I didn't beat him into complete submission today, he'd come back for revenge later. Only by making him fear me down to his bones would he never dare act up again. Before long, pockmarked Wong had been beaten black and blue, and finally, howling, he begged for mercy. "Stop. I give up. I'll pay all right." I raised a hand to signal them to stop. Pockmarked Wong dug 5 taels of loose silver and copper coins out of his clothes, and together with the 4 taels of gambling debt he'd just returned, he barely scraped together 10 taels and shoved it into my hand. "Next time you dare come make trouble, 10 taels won't be enough to settle it," I said, taking the money and waving him off. His face was ashen. He shuffled off in disgrace amid a chorus of laughter, not even bothering with the wounded men he'd brought. The villagers were stunned, buzzing among themselves. When did this Zhao Yan kid get so good at fighting? He must have been hiding it all along. I cut the ropes off Xiaoya with my knife and said gently, "Don't be scared. It's over now." Her body was still trembling faintly. If I hadn't made it back in time today, she couldn't bear to think what would have become of her. "Go rest inside for a bit. I'll clean up out here." I was just about to pick up my bundles off the ground when someone suddenly gripped my arm tight. It was Xiaoya. She realized her own reaction had been too much, and her face flushed red all the way to her ears. She snatched her hand back as if she'd been burned and fled back into the house. The thugs were still grinning and egging me on, trying to drag me off to drink and have some fun. I waved them off. "Go if you want." "I'm not going." Word that I'd driven off pockmarked Wong quickly spread through the nearby villages. The people who used to look down on us 2 siblings now put on smiling faces whenever they saw me, all polite and courteous. Even the way Xiaoya addressed me shifted from the cold, Zhao Yan quietly, to brother. Like I said before, in these times, honest folk get nowhere. A hard fist is the only thing that really counts. That night, I carried my bundles into the house, looked at Xiaoya sitting on the heated brick bed, her face still pale, and after hesitating, spoke up. "That job in the city, turn it down. I've got money in hand now, and the grain tax is no longer a worry. From now on, you stay home and handle the washing and cooking. Leave the earning to me." She sobbed quietly a few times, and after a long while gave a muffled I untied my bundles, trying to lighten the mood. I bought some things in the city today, new rice and blue cloth. Look at this cloth. When you've got time, make yourself a new outfit. The one you're wearing is practically a rag by now. As I laid the items out one by one, Xiaoya's interest finally sparked. But when her eyes fell on the hemp rope, the tung oil, and that wooden plane on the table, her gaze suddenly froze. Xiaoyan, you're not planning to make a bow, are you? Her voice had changed. I didn't hide it from her. I nodded. Having a bow makes hunting in the mountains so much easier. With meat prices this high, if I bring back a few more animals, life will get a lot better. The government has decreed that anyone caught privately making or using a bow gets beheaded. She lowered her voice, almost pleading. Wouldn't it be better for us to just live quiet, law-abiding lives? I fell silent for a moment, then looked at her and spoke slowly. Xiaoya, have you ever seen the mass graves? The ones buried there are all the most law-abiding farmers. They worked hard and honest their whole lives. And what did they get in the end? Starved to death. Beaten to death for failing to pay the grain tax. Sick with no money for treatment. Dying in agony. In times like these, the people who play by the rules and stay honest can't survive at all. It's the crooked merchants, the gangs, the corrupt officials, and the bandits who all live large. I'd rather live 3 good months to the fullest than end up like those honest folk in the mass graves, scraping by for 30 miserable years, only to die without even a patch of dirt to bury me in. Xiaoya had never once thought about fighting back. All she wanted was to survive. As for how she survived, that was something she didn't even dare think about. My words struck her heart like a bolt from a clear blue sky. She opened her mouth. But if we get caught, we both die? Have you thought about that? It's this rotten world that's wrong, Xiaoya. I sighed. If we want to live even a little better, we've got no choice but to take risks. Otherwise, those people in the mass graves, that'll be you and me. She stayed silent for a long time before saying softly, I understand. Then you have to be careful. Careful as can be. Don't worry, I still plan to live a good few more years. I smiled. I sat under the oil lamp and began making the bow. The bow itself wasn't hard to make. What was hard was the range and the stability. And both of those came down to the bowstring. I soaked the hemp rope in tung oil, let it saturate for half a day, then braided it together with tanned deer sinew, and there was my bowstring. We happened to have a few lengths of jujube wood at home. I used the wooden plane to shape the body of the bow, strung it up, and just like that, a simple bow was done. Since the court strictly banned bows among the common folk, no blacksmith dared secretly forge arrowheads, so I had to scrounge up a few old door nails, carefully grind them down, and lash them to the shafts. They were no match for military arrows, but against unarmored wild animals, they'd do the job. The next day, at the first light of dawn, I sneaked up the mountain with my bow and arrows on my back. I knocked an arrow and drew the bow, took aim at a tree across the way, held my breath, and slowly pulled the string all the way back. This body wasn't as strong as my old one, but it had one advantage. People in this era had never touched electronic gadgets, so their eyesight was astonishingly sharp. Even the veins on the leaves of that tree 30 meters away, I could see clearly. Whoosh. I tried a few arrows and got a feel for it. At 10 meters, the arrow flew steady, accurate, and hard. At 20, I could hit, but it took effort. Past 30 paces, the arrow started to drift, and beyond 50 paces, where it landed was anybody's guess. Having tested the bow, I headed deeper into the mountains. The 10 taels I'd squeezed out of pockmarked Wang still fell short of covering the grain tax expenses. I needed to hurry and scrape together more money, not just for the tax, but to save some too, for a rainy day. I crept cautiously back to that stream from last time. The bloodstains left from killing the deer had already changed color, but next to them was a fresh set of tracks. I crouched down, looked closely, and my heart lurched. Wolves. During those years of wilderness special forces training, I'd tangled with these beasts more than once. A wolf's nose is terrifyingly keen. It can smell blood from miles away. These had probably been drawn here by that pool of old blood. A lone wolf isn't much to fear. A grown man can handle it. But a pack? That's the tyrant of the mountains. Even tigers and bears steer clear. Here's hoping they didn't find any prey and already moved on. I muttered, my heart beating a little faster, praying silently. I steadied myself and took a few steps forward. The stream appeared before me. No deer this time. But on a big rock at the stream's edge crouched a plump wild hare, its head dipped into the water, lapping. Its two long ears swiveled constantly, alert to its surroundings. No deer, but a hare would do. Perfect for a little practice. I found my spot, waited for the right moment, and loosed. But the arrowhead still went off. It only caught the hare in the back. It kicked its legs, leaped across the stream, and darted to the far bank. The hare getting away didn't matter much. The problem was, it had carried off my arrowhead too. So I had to give chase. Normally I might not have caught it, but it was wounded and dripping blood the whole way, so I followed the trail right to its den. The blood trail ended beside a pile of dead leaves. I circled around and found several burrow entrances. I hauled over rocks and sealed off all but 2 of the holes. Then I stuffed damp dead leaves into the openings and lit them, sending thick smoke pouring down the tunnels. I gripped my kindling knife and stood guard at the exit. Before long, a hare came bolting out, choking on the smoke. One swing of my knife, and, after a few twitches, it went still. Really plump, 7 or 8 pounds at least. I pulled out the arrowhead lodged in it and muttered, examining it, still not sharp enough. Right after, there was more movement in the burrow. Several baby hares came stumbling out, choking on the smoke. I counted them, 8 in all. I used hemp rope to bind their legs one by one, planning to bring them home to raise and sell. Some people might feel a pang of pity catching a mother hare or her babies. Not me. In a place like this, just staying alive was already a blessing. I couldn't afford to worry about that. Right then, that mechanical voice rang out in my head again. System has detected that the host illegally manufactured restricted items. Host will now be punished. The moment the words finished, several bright red chili peppers appeared in my hand out of thin air. I stared at the things in my hand, momentarily speechless. I'm not a picky eater, but these were devil-hot chilies, not something an ordinary person could handle. What crap system is this? I'm not eating them. I cursed. Host has refused the punishment. Host will now receive corporal punishment. The chilies in my hand vanished instantly, and my whole body froze in place, unable to move. Then, right by my ear, came the howl of a wolf. My heart sank. If a wolf came now, when I couldn't so much as budge, wouldn't I just be its next meal? I'll eat them. I'll eat them, all right. I hurried to give in. Can you let me move now? System has detected that the host is willing to accept punishment. The chilies reappeared in my hand, but this time it wasn't just a few. It was a full 10 of them. I cursed inwardly. Well now, this junk system even knows how to get back at me. Wearing the look of a man marching to his death, I opened my mouth and crammed all the chilies in. As I chewed, that fiery heat nearly killed me. My mouth was on fire, and swallowing felt like there was sulfur burning down my throat. I gritted my teeth and forced every last bit of it down. System has detected that the host has completed the punishment. Host is awarded 500 chili seeds. Let this be a lesson. Along with the notification tone, my hand suddenly felt heavier. A delicate little cloth pouch had appeared, filled with some yellowed chili seeds. You're actually giving me chili seeds? The fiery burning slowly began to fade. But a thought stirred in my mind. Chili peppers hadn't yet made their way to the Central Plains. When the rich wanted something spicy, they had to make do with Sichuan pepper, cornel, scallions, ginger, and garlic. But for real punch and flavor, chili peppers were absolutely in a class of their own. If I could grow these seeds, this might just be a big money venture. I carefully tucked the seeds away. It was still early, and heading back now would be a waste, so I decided to keep roaming the woods. Half an hour later, my luck held. I bagged 2 more grouse and gathered 7 eggs. By noon, the woods had turned stuffy and hot, and my stomach was growling. I found a clearing, lit a fire, plucked and gutted one of the grouse, skewered it on a branch, and roasted it. As it was roasting, a cry for help suddenly came from the distance. Help! Is anyone there? Please, save me. That voice, why did it sound familiar? I stuffed the bough into some bushes, grabbed my kindling knife, and followed the sound. It came from a muddy, slippery slope. A woman in tattered hemp clothes, her face ghastly pale, clung desperately to a thin vine, her feet hooked over a rock jutting from the slope's edge, her body still slowly sliding down. Below the slope was a sheer cliff. A fall meant certain death. By Feifei, her name burst out of me. I recognized her. She was from Ishan village too. Her father had been a veteran of Desway's border army. After being crippled in battle, he'd been sent home and died not long after. From then on, only she and her old mother, who'd cried herself blind, were left, surviving by begging. Her father had fought for the country half his life, and this was how it ended for him. This world really did drive people to the brink. You're Zhao Yin? Brother Zhao, please, save me. I'm about to fall. She looked up and saw me, and a flicker of hope broke through the despair in her eyes. I grabbed a few long branches and extended them down to her. Hold on tight. That thin vine couldn't support her weight in the first place. She grabbed the branches, and I heaved with all my strength. A dozen or so seconds later, I dragged the mud covered by Fei Fei up. She slumped to the ground, gasping for air, then buried her head in her hands and started to cry. If I'd been a step later, she'd already be an unclaimed corpse at the bottom of that cliff. There are plenty of wolves and tigers in these mountains, and the paths are treacherous. What's a girl like you doing all the way out here? She wiped away her tears. I had no choice. We ran out of grain at home ages ago, and my mother hasn't eaten in 3 days. The grain tax is coming up, and I couldn't think of any other way. So I came up the mountain to dig for medicinal herbs to trade for money. I glanced at the bamboo basket on her back. A few scattered herbs, most of them worthless, adding up to maybe a dozen coins altogether. Against that 600 pounds of grain tax, it was a drop in the bucket. You were lucky this time, I advised. If you'd actually run into a wolf or a bear, nobody could have saved you. Hurry back to the village. If I can't pay the grain tax, I'm as good as dead anyway. She gave a bitter smile, then suddenly lifted her eyes to me. Brother Zhao, I heard you got 10 taels of silver off pockmarked Wong. How about you lend me a little? My heart lurched. Well now, I do a good deed and save her, and then I'm supposed to fork over money on top of it? I don't even have enough to cover my own grain tax. Where would I get money to lend you? I shook my head. Rejected, she didn't seem embarrassed at all. Instead, she simply undid her outer garment, baring her pale, thin body, her voice trembling. Brother Zhao, I won't let you lend it for nothing. I can pay you back with my body. She stood pitifully before me. Long-term hunger had left her so thin her waist looked like I could wrap one hand around it. An absurd thought flashed through my mind, and then I gave a violent shudder. What was I thinking? I drew a deep breath, reached out to grab her hemp garment, and pulled it back over her. Brother Zhao, you think I'm ugly? Tears welled in her eyes as she clutched at her sleeve. You've got it wrong, I said calmly. I really can't help you. Honestly, if she'd run into anyone else today, they'd probably have taken advantage of her first, and then who'd have owned up to it once their pants were back on? But I couldn't bring myself to do something like that. I'm no saint, but the way I was raised wouldn't allow it. As for lending money, forget it. I could barely keep myself afloat. She began to sob quietly. I could tell she was truly at the end of her rope. Only then had she thought of selling herself as a last resort. I sighed, turned back to the fire, tore off a big half of the roasted grouse, wrapped it in leaves, and pressed it into her hands. Stop crying. Take this meat home and share it with your mother. Right now, just staying alive is what matters most. Is this chicken? Her eyes went wide, and her stomach betrayed her with a growl. Brother Zhao, you saved my life. I'll remember it as long as I live. She dropped to her knees with a thud, clutching that half a bird tightly, her voice trembling. If I can get through this, I'll work myself to the bone to repay you. Watching her stagger off and disappear at the end of the mountain path, I slowly drew my gaze back. In times like these, it was already a lot for Xiaoya and me just to stay alive. If I really got tangled up with her, and she ended up pregnant, I'd be carrying the burden of more than 2 people. We're all just poor souls, dealt a hard hand. I sighed and sat back down by the fire. The grouse on the spit had roasted to a golden brown, grease dripping down with a sizzle. I finished off the rest in a few bites, and even wrapped up the gnawed-clean bones in leaves. Meat was precious now, and I couldn't waste even the bit of grease in the bones. They'd make a pot of soup with some water added tonight. My thoughts turned to Xiaoya. With me away from home, that girl probably skimped on her cooking again to save grain. After eating, I stamped the fire out completely, buried it in dirt, and only left once I was sure it wouldn't reignite. I roamed the mountains the whole afternoon, but it seemed I'd used up all my morning luck, not a single animal in sight. I did come across a jujube tree, its branches loaded with red dates. The things are good for the blood, so I ate as I picked, and before long I had a big pouch full, meaning to bring them back for Xiaoya to build up her strength. I looked up. The sun was sinking in the west, the evening glow as red as blood. Looks like there's nothing else to gain today. Time to pack up and head down. Before leaving, though, I got busy again near the water source, setting up traps. A proper hunter, besides knowing animal habits and how to use weapons, also has to master snares as a basic skill. Iron animal traps were too expensive for me to afford, and digging pits meant first figuring out the beast's routes. For now, all I could manage was the simplest rope snare. I tied a slip knot in the hemp rope, fastened one end to a springy branch, and propped it with two little L-shaped sticks. The moment a hare or pheasant stepped on the trigger, the sticks would snap loose, the slip knot would instantly cinch tight, and it would lock hard around their neck or leg. And the more they struggled, the tighter it pulled. Back when I bought all that hemp rope in the county town, half was for bowstrings and half was for snares. With these, my hunting efficiency could multiply several times over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12 total. Half an hour later, I counted the traps I'd set and nodded with satisfaction. By then the sun had already dipped to the horizon, and darkness was about to press down. I deliberately waited until it was pitch black before sneaking back to the village along a remote little path. Bows and arrows were contraband. If someone spotted me and reported it, that meant losing my head. Luckily, there were no street lamps in these times, and the villagers, afraid of the wolves that came down the mountain at night, had long since shut their doors and gone to sleep. Creak. I pushed open the bamboo gate to our yard. Inside the house, Xiaoya heard the sound, pushed open the window to look out, and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Brother, you're finally back." "What? Did somebody come make trouble again today?" I raised an eyebrow, catching something off in her tone. "No, nothing like that." She shook her head, her cheeks flushing a little. "It's just, it got so dark, and the mountains are dangerous. I was afraid something happened to you." So the girl had been worried about me. Warmth spread through my chest. I hung the hare and grouse on the wall. I set a few snares by the stream on my way down, which held me up a bit. "Bad luck today, this is all I got." "This is already plenty. It could trade for dozens of pounds of rice." Her eyes shone with joy she couldn't hide. "Oh, and I sold the firewood I gathered today for a dozen or so coins." "Brother, we're almost at the amount we need for the grain tax." She'd been fretting over the grain tax this whole time. In past years, our few thin acres could barely scrape by, but this year a heavy rain had rotted the nearly ripe crops in the fields, not a single grain harvested. As the deadline crept closer, she'd been frantic with worry, even considering selling the land to get through the crisis. Who would have thought that I, the brother who used to be nothing but a wastrel, would be the one to solve this problem for her? Whatever we're still short, a few more trips into the mountains will cover it. I rubbed my nose, then suddenly remembered something and untied my bundle, spreading it out on the table. "I picked some wild dates today. Give them a try." And I caught a whole litter of baby hares. Like a magician, I pulled out 6 fluffy little bunnies. Xiaoya's eyes lit up at once. Girls probably can't resist little creatures like these. She reached out gingerly to pet them. "Are we going to sell these too?" "No. They're too small to fetch a good price. Raising them makes more sense." I shook my head. "Hares breed in 3 or 4 months, litter after litter. Raise them well, and we'll never have to worry about meat again." She nodded eagerly, her eyes full of delight. "Leave feeding the hares to me." I grabbed a big handful of fresh green sprouts from my bundle and set it on the table. I'd picked them off the slope at the village edge on my way back. The moment the baby hares smelled them, they scrambled over, jostling one another, chomping away noisily, and before long their little bellies were round. Once full, they huddled together on a scrap of cloth in the corner, timidly sizing up their strange new home. That evening, the 2 siblings' meal was simple: 2 bowls of thin porridge, along with the leftover roasted grouse from noon and 2 coarse-grain flatbreads. After the meal, I sat under the dim oil lamp, wiping the blood off my arrows and grinding the arrowheads a little sharper. Tomorrow I'll borrow a cart, head into the city, sell the game, and buy some grain while I'm at it. The grain tax deadline is close, so rice prices are bound to rise. I need to move fast. "I'll go with you," Xiaoya said as she worked on the wounds of the 2 animals, widening the arrow holes so they wouldn't look like they'd died from being shot. That's a lot of grain. Can you really carry it all by yourself? Things were smoothed over at the Plum Blossom Pavilion, but if some kitchen hand ran his mouth and word got out, it'd be big trouble. When lives are on the line, you can never be too careful. No need, I said with a smile. Tomorrow I'll get Jiang Yu and the others to come along. Might as well put those guys to use. The Jiang Yu and the others I meant were that crew of thugs who'd beaten up pockmarked Wang a few days back. Ever since they'd witnessed my skills, they'd been acting like they were under a spell, hounding me day and night to teach them a few moves, buttering me up every way they could think of, and a couple had even kowtowed on the spot begging to take me as their master. Local thugs worship whoever can fight. In times like these, if you know a bit of hand-to-hand, you walk tall wherever you go. Early the next morning, at the first light of dawn, I called 4 or 5 of the thugs to my house. A brawny, dark-faced fellow scratched his head and asked, "Brother Yin, calling us over at the crack of dawn. You gonna teach us kung fu? We've gambled together, run around together. We're your own people. Now that you've got real skills, you can't just keep 'em to yourself. Like they say, even a tough guy can't fend off a mob. Brother Yin, no matter how well you fight, surround you with a dozen or 20 men and you're done for. But if you're willing to teach us your skills, and we all band together, who in these parts would we have to fear? As long as you'll teach us, from now on we'll call you Big Brother and do whatever you say." The whole group chattered away, all noisy enthusiasm. I cleared my throat, and the yard instantly fell silent. I swept my eyes over them and grinned. We're all family here. When good things come my way, I won't forget you. Count on that. But today, there's something I need your help with. Call it a favor, but really, it's a kind of training too. The dark-faced fellow heard me relent on teaching kung fu and immediately thumped his chest. "Brother Yin, whatever it is, just say the word. I won't turn it down." This fellow was named Jiang Yu. Relying on his sturdy build, he'd been reckoned the best fighter among this crew of thugs, though of course, I'd stolen that title from him 4 days ago. He was the odd one out, in the group who wasn't all that rotten. While the others spent their days stealing chickens, filching dogs, drinking, and gambling, he scraped a living hanging on under a caravan boss. Normally, he had nothing to do, but whenever some big city family was grabbing turf or stirring up trouble and needed muscle, he'd tag along to make a show of force and pocket a bit of reward money when the job was done. It wasn't honest work, and over time the villagers had lumped him in with the bad element too. Today I'm going into the city to buy a few £100 of rice. The cart's ready. All I'm missing is someone to pull it. I paused, watching their faces. Whoever pulls the cart, I'll teach kung fu to. The moment the words left my mouth. "Brother Yin, I've got water boiling on my stove. I'd better run." Oh no, why'd my head suddenly start spinning? Look at my memory. Today's the anniversary of my father's death. I've got to go tend his grave. Each of the thugs found his own excuse and bolted, slipping away like the wind. In the whole big yard, only Jiang Yu and I were left. They all ran off. Why didn't you go? I rubbed my nose, a little curious. Jiang Yu gave an honest, guileless grin and came clean. "I'm on the caravan's roster. When I go out on jobs with the boss, the reward money comes in tiers. Stand at the very back and shout a couple times, 10 coins. Dare to charge in and throw a punch. Even if you get knocked flat in one hit, 80 coins. Take down one guy, 300 coins. Take down 3, a full tael of silver. And if you can flatten 10, you go straight up to caravan enforcer, and after that you don't have to lift a finger. 3 taels come in every month, and jobs pay extra on top of that." He stood up, patted his shoulders with 2 scraps of cloth, walked over to the big cart, slung the rein over himself, and said earnestly, "I need money. I want to eat meat at every meal too, and sleep with a pretty woman in my arms." Hearing this, my respect for the dark-faced fellow went up a notch. Greed and desire were never bad things in themselves. Put plainly, that's exactly the force that drives a man to push forward. Money and women. That's what Jiang Yu wanted, and probably the shared dream of that crew that had just fled too. But here was the difference. Jiang Yu was willing to work for it, to really put himself on the line for it, while those who'd slipped away would do nothing but daydream all day long. I drew a deep breath and slid the kindling knife back into the leather sheath at my waist. "Let's go? As long as you're willing to learn, I'll teach you." The sun climbed steadily higher. Back home, Xiaoya hadn't idled a single moment all morning. turning the soil, sowing the chili seeds, molding mud bricks to build a hutch for the baby hares, then washing clothes, hauling water, and fixing the fence that had gotten trampled a few days back while she was at it. By the time she finished all that, it was nearly midday. She rubbed her aching lower back, slung a bamboo basket over her arm, and headed to the earthen slope at the east end of the village to gather grass and leaves for the hares. The blazing sun baked the ground. As she straightened up to wipe away her sweat, her gaze was suddenly caught by a sedan chair not far off. The sedan was a deep blue-green all over, its top embroidered with gold thread, clearly worth a fortune at a glance. The four bearers wore neat, matching short jackets and moved with a steady, practiced gait. In times like these, anyone who could afford a sedan chair was either rich or powerful. What would a figure like that be doing out here in this poor backwater? She wondered at it, but didn't think much of it. People like that had nothing to do with someone like her, not in 100 years. She lifted the hem of her skirt, turned, and started home. The sedan curtain lifted a crack. That's the girl. An aged voice fell upon Xiaoya's retreating figure. Decent enough looks, just seems a bit frail in the body. A man who looked like a steward leaned in beside the sedan and lowered his voice. Master, I've asked the village head everything. Her birth date and horoscope match. She's the one we're looking for. Who else is in her family? Just an older brother. I heard both Zhang Lauer and pockmarked Wang got shut down. About that, her brother's a thug. In the past, he'd steal chickens and filch dogs, and he had no love for this sister of his. But lately, for some reason, he's had a change of heart, guards her like a dog guarding its food. Is he holding out because the money's too low, trying to jack up the price? Shouldn't be. According to Zhang Lauer, that day he never even brought up money. He just kicked the man over the moment he started. The sedan fell silent for a long while. The steward stood bent at the waist, not a trace of impatience on his face. I don't care what method you use. The aged voice coughed a couple of times and said lightly, within 1 month, I want to see the girl. Yes. The steward bowed even lower. Meanwhile, on the other end, I'd entered the city and taken the game straight to the Plum Blossom Pavilion. With Kong Qingzong having put in a word, the deal went smoothly. Just as I was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and called me back. Oh right, Brother Zhao, can you get your hands on some deer antler velvet? Young bucks, ideally. Antler velvet? I nodded. Master Kong, I'll keep an eye out. If I catch one, I'll bring it to you. Leaving the Plum Blossom Pavilion, we went to a grain shop and bought 400 pounds of rice. Just as we were about to leave, a few bold beggars reached right out to grab the grain sacks off the cart. I frowned, whipped out my kindling knife, and chopped it hard into the cart's shaft, barking sharply, "Get lost!" At the flash of the blade, the beggars reluctantly backed off. I scanned those pairs of ravenous eyes and urged Jiang Yu in a low voice. We can't linger here. Let's move fast. Getting out of the city went smoothly enough. But the loaded cart was far heavier than on the way in, and the road was full of ruts and potholes. The wheels kept sinking into the muddy grooves. Even someone as strong as Jiang Yu was worn out and panting. After 2 hours of walking, we'd only covered half the distance. Let's rest a bit. We just need to be home before dark. I tossed him the water skin. Have some water. He gulped down several mouthfuls and cursed. This lousy road. The government doesn't do a damn thing about it. The rope had cut several deep grooves into his shoulders. He was drenched in sweat, and his legs had gone weak. But the thought of my promise to teach him kung fu had him gritting his teeth and holding on. Once we'd rested enough and were just about to set off again, a woman in ragged clothes suddenly appeared on the road ahead, one hand pulling along a child, her eyes fixed hungrily on the grain sacks on the cart, her voice trembling. Kind sirs, please have mercy, spare us some grain. My child is starving to death. I just need 1 bowl of rice, just 1 bowl. Get out of the way. Having learned his lesson in the city, Jiang Yu hardened his heart and scolded her this time. The woman dropped to her knees with a thud, her face streaming with tears, inching forward little by little, holding up a chipped bowl. I beg you, my child isn't even 6 years old yet. They've never had a full meal since the day they were born. For the child's sake, please show a little kindness. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and turned to look at me, waiting for me to make the call. He was used to fighting for people and unafraid of trouble, but faced with a scene like this, deep down he couldn't quite bring himself to be cruel. You say your child's never had a full meal since it was born? I drew a deep breath and asked coldly. The woman nodded eagerly. My husband's poor. If you can't afford to raise them, why have them? I suddenly raised my voice. The woman froze, the pleading on her face frozen right along with her. Smack! I kicked the chipped bowl out of her hand, my expression cold as ice. These two little brats aren't my seed. Whether they live or die is none of my business. The chipped bowl shattered to pieces. The expression on the woman's face went from stunned to calm, then from calm to something dark. She slowly stood up and said coldly, "All of you come out. I told you, this little act wouldn't fool him." The moment the words left her mouth, from the bushes and thickets on both sides of the road, more than 20 ragged beggars came scrambling out, every one of them with green eyes fixed on the grain sacks like hungry wolves, and in a blink they had the two of us surrounded, tight as could be. Jiang Yu had a sharp eye and recognized a few of them from outside the grain shop. He grabbed the two children beside the woman and clamped his hands hard around their necks. "Back off, all of you, or I'll strangle them." But the woman's reaction was the last thing he expected. She just smiled faintly. "Go ahead, strangle them. If they die, that's two fewer mouths for me to feed." Jiang Yu froze, and the strength in his hands unconsciously slackened. The two children were being choked until their faces turned purple, yet they didn't make a sound, their eyes hollow and vacant, like two soulless puppets, as though they'd long since grown used to this kind of fate. A gust of wind blew open their tattered clothes, and I saw it clearly. Beneath those rags, the children's arms were twisted like fried dough sticks. My heart sank. In every age, past and present, there are subhuman monsters who specialize in stealing children, crippling them with the most vicious methods, then forcing them out onto the streets, using their maimed bodies to milk sympathy and beg for money. This was Kai Sheng Zhiji, the crippling and maiming of the living, the most utterly conscienceless trick of certain professional beggars. "You motherfucker." The veins on Jiang Yu's forehead bulged, and the fury in his eyes all but blazed out. He'd spent his days running with thugs and figured he'd seen every kind of evil: shop robbers, deadbeats, men who bullied the weak and preyed on women. But compared to the creatures before him, even a common thief seemed kind. "Kind sirs, times are hard." The woman was still smiling as she inched forward. "The brothers here just came out to scrape together a bite to eat. Give us half the rice on that cart, and we'll clear off right away. But if you really want to fight, then it's your life or ours." I swept my gaze around. There were 23 or 24 of them, each gripping a long staff, their eyes greedy and vicious, like a wolf pack from deep in the mountains. Coming into the city today, I hadn't brought my bow and arrows. All I had in hand was one kindling knife. In a straight-up fight, I wouldn't come out ahead. The seconds ticked by, and the tension stretched tighter and tighter. The smile on the woman's face slowly began to falter. My father once taught me a saying. I suddenly drew a deep breath and broke the silence. "A wise man doesn't take a beating he can avoid. You gentlemen are men of sense." The smile bloomed on the woman's face again as she edged closer. "Rice and money are just worldly things. What are they next to your lives? This time we could even part as friends, and the next time you travel this road." Whoosh. Without another word of nonsense, I whipped out my knife and swung it diagonally across her neck. Thunk. The blade cut into flesh, and blood came gushing out. Half her neck was severed, the expression frozen on her face, a strange gurgling sound rising from her throat. "Oh, right, forgot to tell you." I bared my teeth in a cold sneer and wiped a splatter of blood from my face. In that moment, I probably looked like a demon from hell. Ever since I was a kid, I never listened to my father. I kicked her over. She convulsed violently, blood spurting out like a fountain, quickly pooling beneath her. She stopped breathing. "Ah!" The two children screamed in terror, wetting their pants. Even among that pack of vicious-looking beggars, a few went weak in the knees and slumped to the ground. "What are you standing there for? Get moving." I gave Jiang Yu a kick and charged into the pack of beggars, knife in hand. I knew full well, in this world, a commoner's life might be worth little, but if someone died by murder, the authorities would still send men to investigate for the sake of their own reputation. These beggars, though, were different. They produced nothing, survived by begging, and were worse off than even the wandering refugees. Creatures like stray dogs, whose deaths nobody would care about. Only then did Jiang Yu snap out of it. He pulled the staff he always fought with from the back of his belt and whirled it around, whistling through the air, knocking 7 or 8 beggars into howling, screaming heaps in just a few swings. Many as they were, they'd already been scared witless by that one knife strike and didn't dare fight back at all. They blocked a few blows and then collapsed one after another. Mercy, sir, mercy. We were fools. We'll never dare do it again. Of the 20-odd beggars, apart from a few who ran fast, the rest were all on their knees in the mud, wailing. Panting hard, I casually tore off a scrap of cloth and wiped the blood clean from my knife. The truth was, that knife strike might have looked like a spur-of-the-moment thing, but the moment she'd opened her mouth demanding half our grain, I'd already made up my mind. It's like a bullied kid, give ground time and again, and it never buys you peace. It just convinces the other side you're an easy mark, and they'll keep testing how far they can push you. So I'd rather take the risk of getting hurt and be the one to strike first. I just hadn't expected this pack of beggars to be such cowards. The instant they saw someone die, their legs turned to jelly, and cleaning them up took hardly any effort at all. Brother Yin, these bastards actually had some goods on them. Jiang Yu came back, clutching a few chunks of loose silver, grinning. Converted to copper coins, that's about 700 or 800. I took the stolen money without the slightest hesitation, kept all of it. Which one of you is the leader? I asked. A scrawny, gaunt fellow stood up, shaking. Me. That woman just now. She was my woman. So this crippling the living business, the whole rotten, godforsaken thing, was your doing too? I asked coldly. He bent low and forced a fawning smile. Sir, just staying alive is hard these days. I only wanted to scrape together a few more coins. Anyway, like you just said yourself, these kids aren't your seed. Who cares whether they live or die? Bam! Before he could finish, I kicked him into the muddy water. I'm a man who loves helping others, I said with a smile, then pointed at him and told Jiang Yu, break his arms and legs. That way he can beg for a little more to support his family from now on. Screams tore across the wilderness. Under a thorough working over from Jiang Yu, the fellow's 4 limbs were all broken and he passed out cold. The rest of the beggars each got a beating and were driven off. I wasn't the least bit worried about retaliation. These creatures had already been scared out of their wits, and if they'd had any real backbone, they wouldn't have sunk to begging on the streets and pulling something this depraved in the first place. Back in Ishan village, Jiang Yu helped me carry the grain into the house, then asked cautiously, Brother Yan, this teaching me to fight business, when do we start? After that whole scene earlier, on top of his admiration for me, he'd picked up a good measure of fear too. He'd seen killing before, but someone like me, laughing and chatting one moment, then suddenly drawing a blade and lopping off a head the next, not batting an eye once it was done. That was a first. The whole way back, his heart had been pounding. He'd run with me for years and had never spotted this ability in me. Had I been hiding it all along? Or had something filthy possessed me? He stole a glance at my face. He'd heard that lonely ghosts and wild spirits in the mountains could take over a living person's body. You couldn't tell from the outside, but the personality would completely change. That fit the current situation all too well. If you're not too tired, I'll teach you a couple of moves right now. I drew water and wiped the blood off my face, saying casually, let me see you hold a horse stance first. Hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately, obediently spread his legs, lowered his hips, and clenched his fists. The lower body is the foundation of martial arts. If your stance isn't solid, then no matter how flashy your fists, you can't put any real power behind them. Brother, why is there so much blood on you? Just then Xiaoya came out carrying 2 bowls of porridge. Seeing me covered in blood and grime, her voice went frantic all at once. Are you hurt? It's nothing, it's not my blood, it's an animal's, I answered offhandedly as I wiped. Ran into a wild dog trying to snatch our food on the way back, and I put it down with one swing. Right, Jiang Yu? Mid-horse stance, Jiang Yu blinked, then hurriedly nodded. Right, that dog was pretty vicious. Only then did Xiaoya relax. Brother you two haven't eaten yet, have you? I made porridge to tide you over, and tonight I'll steam some egg custard for you. Yesterday in the mountains, besides the grouse and hare, I'd also gathered 7 or 8 wild pheasant eggs. With no hen to hatch them, all we could do was eat them. Jiang Yu had worked himself half to death helping me today, so of course we'd make something nice tonight to reward him. Even the most capable ox has to be fed well, doesn't it? Jiang Yu's character wasn't bad, and winning him over to my side was a good thing. Like the saying goes, even a hero needs 3 helpers. In times like these, life was hard for common folk, and if you didn't want to be pushed around, you had to band together. No matter how well I could fight alone, if a dozen or so brawny men rushed me all at once, I'd still have to run. One person's strength only goes so far. The set of fists I'm going to teach you is called Sini Lioha Quan. Half an hour later, I set my stance in the yard, my body sinking slightly. It works fast and hits hard. It's also got a more famous name, Xingyi Quan. There's a saying, Taiji takes 10 years before you can step out the door. Xingyi can kill a man in a year. Put plainly, it's the skill of killing. I used to be a special forces soldier, and I believed in facing an enemy with only the fastest, most direct methods. So I cut out all the flashy moves from this set and kept only the deadliest, most practical ones. Watch closely, I'll run through it once. I raised both arms, and my body suddenly began to weave like a monkey, my fists cutting through the air with a whooshing sound. Now like a tiger leaping a ravine, now like a swallow skimming the sky, light and nimble one instant, hard and fierce the next. A short while later, I settled back into a standing stance. That's the basics. You practice it a few times first and ask whenever you don't understand something. Jiang Yu watched with his blood surging. There were martial arts halls in the county town too, but the tuition was terrifyingly steep. The food alone cost 3 taels of silver a month, far beyond what a poor man could ever afford. He felt this set of fists I taught carried far more killing intent than famous styles like Iron Mountain Fist or Plum Blossom Fist, and was more direct and vicious too. Some of those styles were for fitness, some for sparring matches, but mine had only one purpose from the day it was created: to kill. He drew a deep breath and, following the movements he'd committed to memory, began practicing precisely, move by move. While it was still light out, I was crouched in front of the rabbit hutch, tearing up grass and leaves to feed the hares, when a woman's voice came from the gate. "Brother Yan's home. Looks like Auntie's timing is just right." I turned my head to see a stout, middle-aged village woman push open the gate and come in, wearing a big smile. "Second aunt." I raised an eyebrow. This was an aunt from my family clan, but our 2 households had stopped dealing with each other years ago. Our relationship was as distant as strangers. Her sudden visit set alarm bells ringing in my head. The moment she stepped in, her face was all fawning smiles, but her eyes kept darting toward the rabbit hutch behind me. "Aya, Brother Yan, you're getting more and more capable. I hear you've hunted a lot of good things in the mountains lately. Goats, chickens, even caught several wild hares. TSK, truly impressive. What brings second aunt to my shabby little yard?" I asked flatly. Her smile widened, her words laced with complaint. "Aya, Brother Yan, why are you being so distant with me? We're family. You've caught all this game. You even gave half a chicken to buy Fei Fei, that blind old woman's daughter over on the east end of the village. How could you not think to send a little something to your second uncle and aunt?" So that was what this was about. These past few days I'd been carrying game into the city, and of course the villagers couldn't be kept in the dark. As for Bai Feifei's half chicken, someone had probably just happened to spot it. There were only about 100 households in the village. Someone farts on the east end, and the west end can smell it. News traveled fast. "Brother Yan, it's not that Annie wants to lecture you, but you're being a bit ungrateful, child." I sneered inwardly, but kept my face impassive. "Second aunt, I haven't got much game, and I need to keep it to feed my own household. I really can't help you out." The smile on her face finally couldn't hold, and her tone turned cold. "Brother Yan, how can you be so senseless, child? We're family. You catch game and give it to outsiders, but not your own kin? How will the villagers see you when word gets out? Your second uncle and aunt have looked after you plenty over the years, so how can you show so little regard for family ties?" I opened my mouth, then suddenly laughed. "Second aunt, so you actually know we're family? What kind of talk is that?" she said, all reproach. "Your second uncle and you both bear the surname Zhao. Go back a few generations and we're the closest kin, broken bones still connected by the sinews. In hard times like these, kinfolk should look out for each other all the more." The words came out of her mouth, but her eyes kept darting toward the rabbit hutch. It was plain as day what she was scheming. Second aunt, that's not right, is it? I rubbed my nose, my smile turning a little odd. As I recall, back when my father died and there was no money to bury him, weren't you the one who said we'd been out of the clan's mourning circle for generations and were no longer relatives, and told us to figure it out on our own? The moment those words came out, she couldn't keep her composure. 10 years ago, when our father died of illness, we siblings couldn't even afford a thin coffin. Xiaoya had gone to second uncle's house hoping to borrow a little money for the burial, only to have the door slammed in her face and to be cursed at through it on top of that. In the end, the two of us had no choice but to wrap our father in a straw mat and bury him hastily. Her face changed rapidly, and she sighed. Oh, the things I said back then were to spur you two on to work hard and make something of yourselves. I never imagined you'd hold a grudge over it, child. I saw promise in you from the time you were small. This time you've really misunderstood your auntie. You don't know, after your father was buried, your second uncle and I secretly went to pay our respects at his grave several times. I was truly getting a first-hand education in just how thick this woman's hide was. I couldn't be bothered to waste any more breath, so I gave her the boot outright. Second aunt, Xiaoya and I still haven't scraped together enough for the grain tax, and all the meat in this house has to be traded for grain in the city. If you and second uncle want to eat meat, then buy it with your own money. Next time I catch some game, I'll sell it to you at the lowest market price. The instant she heard she'd have to pay, her face went black. Her eyebrows shot up and a domineering look surfaced. Zhaoyan, that blind old woman's daughter isn't kin to you at all, and yet you gave her half a chicken for nothing. Your second uncle and I are at least relatives, blood of your blood. You won't even help your own family, but you'll do outsiders a favor instead? Is your head broken? And with that, without caring whether I agreed or not, she reached right into the hutch to grab a baby hare. Auntie won't ask for much. Just three of them will do. Bam! I shoved her away, my face cold. These are my things. I give them to whoever I please. You dare snatch them, and I'll haul you off to the authorities. Seeing she couldn't get her way, she promptly threw herself onto the ground, rolling and shrieking, wailing at the top of her lungs. He's beating me. He's beating me. Come quick, everyone, look. The nephew's beating his auntie. There's no justice in this world. As she wailed, she tore at her own clothes and hair, and the commotion soon drew all the nearby villagers over. What's going on here? Didn't you hear the yelling? Probably Zhao Yin got physical. Heh, a junior striking an elder. That'll get you struck down by heavenly lightning. Seeing people arrive, second aunt acted as if she'd found her backing. She glared and shouted, Zhao Yin, we're not done with this today. Either I drag you before the authorities and let the constables deal with you, or you compensate me 100 pounds of rice, plus this whole litter of hares. Desway placed great emphasis on the principles of the ruler guides the subject, and the father guides the son. When a junior offended an elder, right or wrong, they had to be punished. Nominally, it was governing the realm through filial piety, but stripped bare, this law existed to force those below into unconditional obedience to those above. No matter how wrong the elder, the junior couldn't talk back. No matter how rotten the imperial house, the common folk couldn't rebel. If she really did lodge a complaint and the charge stuck, I'd be in for a good caning. But I looked down at her from above, the corner of my mouth curling up. Go ahead and report me. I'd like to see whether the authorities can pin a crime on me based on your word alone. No evidence, no witnesses. The authorities wouldn't even take a case like that. Who says I have no witnesses? She jabbed a finger at the villagers watching from beyond the fence, full of bluster. These people all saw you hit me. I followed the direction she pointed and slowly swept my gaze across them. Those villagers who'd come to watch the show, swept by my fierce glare, felt their minds go blank with a jolt. Oh mother, I just came to watch the fun. How'd this get dragged onto me? I didn't see anything. Woman of the Zhao house, don't go pointing fingers at people. Let's go. Let's go. Came to watch some excitement and almost got used as somebody's weapon. Just a few days ago, they'd seen with their own eyes how thoroughly I'd whipped pockmarked Wang's whole crew into submission. Now nobody dared cross me. In times like these, who'd want to invite trouble for something that offered no benefit? If they really testified for her, and I came knocking afterward, who could withstand that? The onlookers scattered in a rush, running off without a trace. Second aunt scrambled up, grinding her teeth, her eyes venomous. Fine, Zhao Yan, you just wait. This isn't over. Safe travels, I won't see you out. I didn't take her threat to heart in the slightest. Zhang Yu came over. Want me to round up a few guys to teach her a lesson? I guarantee it won't trace back to you. I shrugged. No need. There'll be plenty more of this kind of thing to come. This is just the beginning. When a poor person suddenly comes into money, drawing envy is inevitable. A beggar doesn't envy a millionaire. He only envies the beggar who scrounged up 2 more coins than he did. In Ishan village, the Zhao family used to be counted among the poorest households, and now, suddenly, we had meat and grain. Plenty of people felt unbalanced about it. We were all doing just fine being poor together, so what gave you the right to get rich first? That was harder for them to swallow than being killed. Resent those who have, mock those who don't. That's human nature. I didn't take it to heart. At the other end of Ishan village, inside a certain household, that Zhao Yan really is no good. You're his elder, and he dared lay hands on you? A lame old man sat cross-legged on the heated brick bed, cursing away. That son of a bitch is just asking for a beating. This was my clan's second uncle, Zhao Yuan. Ever since his wife had come home with her nose out of joint and poured out a tearful, exaggerated account, he'd taken a grudge against me, his nephew. You didn't see the way he acted. He doesn't regard us at all. Second aunt sobbed, wiping away tears and snot. He even said he'd rather feed the grain and meat to a dog than give it to us. This isn't family, it's an enemy. Zhao Yuan, if you won't get me some payback for this, I won't be able to close my eyes even in death. But a troubled look crossed Zhao Yuan's face. Never mind that I ran with a crew of thugs all day. Just a few days ago, I'd single-handedly whipped pockmarked Wang into submission, and that alone was enough to make people wary of crossing me. If he really came at me hard, I certainly wouldn't spare him any respect just because he was my second uncle. More than likely, he wouldn't recover any lost face, and he'd get a real beating on top of it. His eyes rolled, and slowly he thought up a plan. As night fell, the small dining table at the Zhao house was set with 3 dishes: pickled radish, pickled cabbage, and egg custard. Xiaoya brought over several glossy, golden flatbreads, sprinkled with sesame, their fragrance filling the air. I traded rice with a neighbor for 2 pounds of white flour and pan-fried these with lard. Give them a try. There was a hint of pride on her face. Sister Xiaoya, you've really got a talent. Zhang Yu, starving after a whole afternoon of practicing, grabbed a flatbread and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "Whoever marries you for a wife is one lucky man." Xiaoya pressed her lips into a smile, her cheeks flushing slightly. Don't tease me. I'm all thumbs. It's a wonder I can even cook the food through. Full and satisfied, Zhang Yu pulled a money pouch from his coat, counted out 50 copper coins, and set them on the table. What's this for? I raised an eyebrow. He wiped his greasy mouth and said frankly, Brother Yin, no matter how close we are, times are hard now. No household has grain to spare. I ate at your house, so this is for the meal. I gave a soft laugh and pushed the coins back into his coat. Take it back. I may not have big money, but I can still afford to treat you to a meal. You give me money, and you're saying you don't regard me as a brother. He wanted to argue, so I just threatened him. Even between real brothers, accounts are kept clear. Bring up money again, and don't come to learn kung fu anymore after this. Only then did he give up, looking thoroughly apologetic. Martial arts halls in the city charged at least 3 taels a month to take on a disciple, and here I was not only teaching for free, but feeding him too. He hesitated a moment, then suddenly spoke up. Brother Yin, let me do some work for you. The north room of your house has been caved in for months now. Tomorrow I'll go get some bricks, tiles, and lumber and rebuild it. This proposal suited me perfectly. Xiaoya looked small and thin, but she was actually already 17. The 2 of us siblings had always crammed into one room, and over time, if word got out, it wouldn't look right. I'd long wanted to fix up the house. I just hadn't had the time. Now, with a free laborer like Jiang Yu, it'd be a waste not to use him. I pushed the remaining half bowl of egg custard in front of Xiaoya and said to Jiang Yu, if you really feel bad about it, then suit yourself. Tomorrow at first light I've got to head up the mountain again, so you just practice the moves I taught you a few more times and come build the house when you've got time. You've got real talent. Within 3 months, you'll definitely be getting somewhere. That wasn't just idle encouragement. Watching him practice this afternoon, I'd found his aptitude excellent. He could master a new movement in 3 to 5 repetitions, faster than the veteran soldiers I used to train. Had he been trained by a master teacher from childhood, he'd have made a name for himself by now. You've got it. Jiang Yu nodded emphatically. It was getting late, so he hurriedly said his goodbyes and headed home. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, I got up, ran through a set of the fists, ate a quick bite, then grabbed my bow, arrows, and kindling knife and headed straight for Great Dragon Mountain. The grain tax deadline was drawing closer, and quite a few grain shops had already started raising prices. The sooner I gathered enough for the tax, the sooner I could set my mind at ease. Half an hour later, I reached the foot of the mountain. Orange morning light spilled down, driving off the chill of the night. I tore off the ragged cloth wrapped around my bow and headed into the mountains along the familiar route. I'd just reached the stream at the mid-slope, and before I even got close, I saw that 2 of the rope snares had been sprung, a wild hare and a grouse, their necks cinched tight by the ropes. Got something. My heart leapt with joy. The grouse was long dead, but the hare was still kicking its legs, and when it saw me approaching, it struggled with all its might. I rushed over in a few strides and finished it with one blow of my staff. Another 10 pounds of meat in the bag. Snares really were a wonderful invention. I tied the game to my waist and reset the snare. While poking around near the stream, I found that another trap had been sprung too, but with nothing caught. Even the branch anchoring the rope had been yanked off, as if it had snared something big that had ultimately broken free. I crouched down beside the trap. On the damp mud were a row of leaf-shaped hoof prints. These are cicadeers. I perked right up. This trip up the mountain, I'd come specifically for the antler velvet Kong Qingzong wanted, and I hadn't expected to stumble on a deer's tracks the moment I got in. My luck was good. But finding the tracks was only the first step. Cicadeer range far and wide, and with the fine weather these past few days, the mud had dried out. As I went forward, the tracks grew fainter and fainter. Autumn is exactly the cicadeer's rutting season. My mind raced, and I decided not to bother chasing it, but instead to mimic a doe's call and lure the buck over. I found some bark and rolled it into a horn shape. Then, recalling the sound of a deer's call, pinched my throat and let out a long, gentle note. You-ah. Before I crossed over, I was a field special forces soldier, spending years in the mountains and forests, so mimicking all sorts of bird and animal calls came easily to me. Amplified through the bark horn, the call quickly carried through the valley. After a long wait, a buck emerged from the woods. The golden window for cutting antler velvet lasts only a short 2 or 3 months a year. A buck's antlers shed and regrow every year, but the very first growth of new velvet has the best medicinal effect and the highest value. I fixed my eyes on the prey 100-odd feet away, drew my bow, and nocked an arrow while continuing to mimic the doe's call, hoping to lure it closer. That buck was in rut, its temper short, snorting heavily. When it heard the call, it hesitated a moment, then parted the bushes and strode toward me. Closer. 50 paces, 30 paces, 15 paces. The buck suddenly stopped, its nose twitching rapidly, as if it had caught something wrong in the air. The next second, it whipped around and bolted. Damn, it's noticed me. My heart clenched. A deer's nose is keenly sharp, and it must have smelled the reek of blood on me. I sprang up from behind the big rock and loosed an arrow. The wooden arrow shot out like a streak of black light, sinking into the buck's back in the blink of an eye. It let out a cry of pain and, if anything, ran faster. I loosed another arrow, and then another. One caught its leg, one pierced its neck. 3 arrows down, and the deer completely collapsed, staggering 2 steps before crashing heavily to the ground. I'd struck it rich. Laughing, I rushed over, wrapped both arms around the deer's head, and gave a savage twist. With a crack, it died on the spot. Congratulations, you have obtained a black iron treasure chest. Open it. The crisp notification tone sounded, and a black iron chest slowly floated up from the deer's carcass. I didn't rush to open the chest. First, I cut a few branches, pulled out the arrows one by one, and wrapped strips of cloth around them to plug the wounds. A deer is a treasure from head to hoof, and deer blood is a rare tonic too. It would be a real shame to let it all spill uselessly onto the ground. With luck this good, this one deer will not only cover the grain tax, but leave a good bit of money left over. As I mulled this over, I reached out to touch the treasure chest. In that very instant, a chill shot up my spine. Something was stabbing toward me, fast and vicious. Almost on instinct, I rolled forward with the motion, tumbling 3 or 4 steps clear. Once I steadied myself and looked back, an arrow was buried right where I'd just been crouching, the head driven deep into the mud, the tail still buzzing and quivering. That arrow had been aimed squarely at my heart. Half a step slower to dodge, and I'd already be run through. A searing pain flared under my ribs. Looking down, I saw a shallow gash had opened up below my left chest, blood slowly seeping out and staining my clothes red. "Oh ho, dodge pretty fast." A mocking voice rang out. 3 men dressed like hunters stepped out from behind a big tree 100-odd feet away. The one in the middle, a lean, dark, tall fellow, gripped a longbow. That arrow just now had been his shot. "This is our Zhao family village's turf. You've crossed the line," the lean, dark man said, drawing another arrow, his eyes greedily fixed on the dead deer on the ground. "Kid, leave the deer and the game on your belt behind, and I'll spare your life." Zhao family village. I narrowed my eyes, swiftly scanned the 3 men's positions, and shot back coldly. I've never heard that Great Dragon Mountain was divided up into hunting grounds. People come to the mountains to find food, each by their own skill. You say this is Zhao family villages? Well, I could just as easily say all of Great Dragon Mountain belongs to our Ishan village. The 3 men's faces darkened at once. One beside him urged impatiently, "Second brother, why waste words with him? Nobody'll know if we cut him down in this wild mountain. The wolves will pick his corpse clean in 2 or 3 days. Won't leave a shred of a trace." I knew full well in my heart, from the very first arrow, what they wanted was my life. They knew it, and I knew it even better. There's a road to heaven you won't take, and no gate to hell, yet you barge right in. Kid, today's just your bad luck. The lean, dark man sneered and drew his bow to full draw again. I reacted lightning fast. Doing a forward roll, I swept my kindling knife across the deer's head, and 2 blood-slicked antler velvets dropped into my hand. Then, without a backward glance, I turned and sprinted into the depths of the dense forest. The third one, Zhao Run, stayed behind to guard the deer's carcass, while the eldest, Zhao Yi, and the second, Zhao Mu, took off after me at a dead run. I ran for my life through the forest, dead branches snapping crisply underfoot, like a funeral bell tolling for me. My chest heaved violently, but I didn't dare slow my steps for an instant. The hairs on the back of my neck stood nearly on end. Their footsteps and their curses drew closer and closer. The taste of being hunted down like this brought me back to those moments in the past, carrying out missions, locked in close-quarters combat with the enemy. The chase, the kill, blood that had lain quiet far too long slowly began to heat. Strangely, the more dangerous it got, the calmer I became. I ignored the shouting and cursing behind me, my eyes sweeping the terrain ahead like an eagle's, searching for a chance to strike back. I knew full well, if they caught me in these mountains, I was as good as dead. They'd scratched out a living on Great Dragon Mountain for generations and could find every ravine with their eyes closed, while I didn't even know the lay of the land. I glanced down at my quiver, and my heart sank. Only 1 arrow left. 1 arrow, 2 pursuers. I had to kill in a single strike to have any chance of living. Kid, you can't get away. Hand over the antler velvet nicely, and I'll give you a quick death. Behind me, Zhao Mu sneered, his voice full of the smug delight of a cat toying with a mouse. He drew his bow to full and loosed an arrow straight for the middle of my back. Just as the arrow arrived, I twisted sharply to one side, and it grazed past my waist, sinking deep into a tree trunk. Damn. Quick reflexes. Second brother. You circle east and seal off the low pine grove. I'll go west. There's a broken cliff up ahead. He can't get away. Zhao Yi roared from behind. The 2 brothers split into 2 paths, closing in on me from both sides. Up ahead, a dense mass of vines tangled between the trees like a natural wall. My eyes lit up, and I suddenly put on a burst of speed and charged toward it. Kid, running's useless. Zhao Mu's voice caught up, full of malice. I'll tell you the truth. We know where your home is, and we know you've got a sister. Zhao Xiaoya, isn't it? I hear she's quite the looker. Once you're dead, US brothers will take real good care of her. I didn't make a sound. Using words to provoke someone in a fight is the most common trick, all to make your opponent so angry he loses his head. I wasn't about to fall for that. But those words made my heart lurch. Ishan village and Zhao family village were 16 or 17 miles apart, with normally no dealings between them at all, and I didn't know these men from anyone. How had they pinned me down so precisely? I'd assumed at first they were just mountain bandits who'd gotten greedy at the sight of loot. But now it seemed, this looked more like a killing that had been planned all along. I pressed myself behind the vines, held my breath, and watched Zhao Mu draw closer step by step. Then my knife left its sheath, and I hacked down with all my might. You, Zhao Mu's eyes went wide, blood surging back into his windpipe, and with a gurgle he slumped to the ground, his whole body convulsing violently. Zhao Yi, arriving at the sound, ran right into this very scene. Watching his younger brother go down critically wounded before his eyes, his eyeballs nearly split from bulging. He snatched up his spear and, roaring, hurled it at me. That spear came tearing through the air with astonishing speed, and I had to scramble backward in a hurry. Even my move to grab Zhao Mu's quiver cut short. Zhao had already closed in on me. You can't get into a drawn-out melee with a beast like this, so I immediately backed off to open up some distance, took my last arrow and nocked it, and released. The arrow shot out with a shrill whistle of wind. A scream. Zhao took the arrow in the shoulder and staggered back several steps. But the next second, without a pause, he charged forward again, rushing to Zhao Mu's side. Little second. He scooped up his younger brother, tearing open his clothes to press down on the bleeding wound. But it was already useless. Zhao Mu's eyes were wide open, yet his pupils had begun to lose focus. Big brother, you can't beat him. Run. Zhao Mu forced out these words with the last of his strength. Then his head lolled to the side, and he stopped breathing for good. Zhao Yi slowly rose to his feet, the muscles of his face twisted with fury, his gaze fixed on me like a blade. I was still holding my archer's stance, but there wasn't a trace of triumph on my face. If anything, my expression grew graver, because Zhao Yi had completely lost his mind, and my arrows were all spent. We three brothers had no father and no mother from childhood. We depended on each other for over 20 years, and now we're to die at your hands. His voice was low and hoarse, like a beast's growl. He reached up and forcibly snapped off the arrow in his shoulder, his short axe glinting cold in the sunlight. However hard your lives were, what the hell does it have to do with me? I said coldly, hanging my longbow on a tree and drawing the kindling knife from behind my waist. You're the ones who came after me first. Zhao Yi suddenly burst out laughing, his laughter full of hatred. You barged into our hunting ground, stole our game, killed my brother, and now you say we forced you? Fine. It's come to this. All I want is your life for it. The words were barely out before he pounced like a rabid beast. I grabbed a rock at hand and hurled it at his face. His head jerked violently to the side, and the rock grazed past his cheek. Clang. Axe and kindling knife slammed together, sparks flying. His strength was terrifying, the shock leaving my whole arm numb. I gritted my teeth and shoved upward, kicking out at his belly. Zhao Yi retreated a few steps, then immediately lunged again. I'll make you a burial offering for little second. I knew this seasoned old hunter was sturdily built and his axe technique had real method to it. I couldn't take him down quickly in a head-on fight. But if his heart was thrown into turmoil, his openings would multiply. So I dodged aside, then suddenly sneered. You want to know what I did to your brother before you got here? I pinned him to the ground and cut his throat, little by little, with my knife. He struggled desperately, crying out, Brother, save me. It hurts. I'm scared. Zhao Yi's body went rigid. When he saw you coming, his eyes were full of hope. He thought the moment you arrived you'd save his life. I deliberately waited until you got here before I cut his throat clean open, precisely to let him taste what it's like to plunge headfirst from heaven into hell. I bored the knife deeper into his heart with every word. Trash like you is fit to be an eldest brother? You couldn't even protect your own little brother. Useless. In a moment, I'm going to grind your brother's bones to dust and scatter the ashes. Ah! Zhao Yi's eyes went bloodshot, and he brought his axe smashing down with all his might. In that very instant, His motion suddenly hitched, and his face went ghastly pale. That wound on his shoulder, from the excessive force, had burst wide open, blood gushing out like a fountain. Now was the moment. I swung my knife up in an uppercut. That battered, old kindling knife, notched in more than a dozen places, sank effortlessly into his belly. "You lose," I said, expressionless. Zhao Yi looked down at the wound, but the corner of his mouth twisted into a ferocious grin. "Even if I die, I'm taking you down with me." He raised his axe again, but this swing was far too slow. I flashed around behind him, my toe kicking the back of his knee, my hands clamping onto his arm like iron pincers and giving a savage twist. Crack. Zhao Yi collapsed to his knees with a scream, the axe clattering to the ground. I picked up that axe and laid it against the back of his neck. "You and I had no grievance, no quarrel. That it came to this is entirely of your own making. I'll ask you one question. Answer honestly, and I'll give you a quick end. Who put you up to killing me? Just kill me." He laughed bitterly, over and over. I was unhurried. "Suit yourself. I kill you, and I'll go find that third hunter and work him over slow with the most vicious methods I know. I don't believe his mouth is as hard as yours." Zhao Yi's cheek twitched violently. That one guarding the deer was his last brother, and the youngest at that. Those words struck him right where it hurt. He struggled for a long while, but in the end he caved. "I'll talk. Yesterday, a lame man named Zhao Yuan from Ishan village came to us, said his nephew was an unfilial wretch and wanted us to help teach him a lesson. He also said that if we could do the man in, he'd convert those 3 good acres of the nephew's family into silver and split half of it with us." Zhao Yuan. My face darkened, bit by bit. It was actually him. At first I hadn't given this second uncle a single thought. I'd assumed it was pockmarked Wang's doing. That scoundrel had lost face and money at my hands, so revenge would have been natural. But I never would have guessed the mastermind was this clan's second uncle who normally had almost no contact with us. In times like these, a man is the load-bearing pillar of a household. With no man in the house, a lone girl couldn't possibly hold on to the little property and land. Devouring an heirless estate was nothing rare at all. If I really had died in the mountains today, Zhao Xiaoya, 9 times out of 10, would have been swallowed up by Zhao Yuan's family down to the very bones. Not only would the family property be lost, but she herself, as a person, would be treated as merchandise, disposed of at their whim. All because this world clung to a rigid rule. A woman working the fields was worth less than a man, so once the man of the house died, the authorities would divide up all the fields and family assets among the clan relatives. And Zhao Xiaoya, a living, breathing person, was counted right in among that family property. A man doesn't provoke the tiger, yet the tiger insists on devouring the man. I sneered, my face grim. Having gotten what I wanted, I wasted no more time. I swung the axe, and, with one stroke, took off Zhao Yi's head, gathered up the spoils, and turned to hurry away. Beside the deer's carcass, the third brother, Zhao Run, glanced around warily. His 2 brothers had been chasing that kid for nearly an hour now with not a sound, and his unease was growing. Just then, footsteps came from the woods ahead. "Big brother? Second brother?" Zhao Run sprang up, gripping his spear tight. Whoosh! An arrow flew from the tree shadows like a streak of black light, sinking straight into his chest. I slowly walked out from deep in the woods. It's you?" Zhao Ren's eyes went wide, his voice trembling. "Where are my 2 brothers?" "Don't worry, I'll send you to join them right now." I stood a dozen or so paces off and drew my bow again. This arrow struck him square in the throat. Zhao Ren fell flat on his back, twitched a few times, and went silent. To kill a man, silence the witnesses, to pull the weeds, tear out the roots. In this age of chaos, that was the rule for staying alive. Humming a little tune, I pulled the arrows out one by one and wiped them clean, then began tallying up my haul. This trip into the mountains had been a windfall. Besides the game I'd caught, I'd picked up a whole pile of good things: a sturdy bow, 2 spears, a hand axe, a set of leather armor, 2 packets of wound medicine, 24 standard issue iron arrows, plus a map of Great Dragon Mountain. These arrows are really something, way better than the ones I ground out of nails. I hefted the quiver, my eyes shining. 12 were all-headed, made specially for piercing armor and taking down thick-hided large beasts. The other 12 were barbed, so once they went in they couldn't be pulled out, keeping the wound bleeding. Each arrowhead was also carved with a blood groove. As long as it hit, drag things out long enough and the target would bleed dry. But compared to the arrows, I valued that map even more. It was hand-drawn, densely marked with every mountain path and animal trail, even the cliffs and swamps rendered crystal clear. More importantly, the map used red circles to mark out the ranges of several large wild beasts, where the deer were, where the badgers were, where the wolf packs roamed, all spelled out plainly. With this thing, from now on, whatever kind of game I wanted to find, I wouldn't have to wander the whole mountain blindly hoping for luck. This map alone is worth this deer, I said, carefully tucking it away. From here on, this would be my greatest source of confidence in braving Great Dragon Mountain. I turned my gaze to the deer on the ground. That black iron treasure chest still hovered quietly in midair. Nobody but me could see it. What's it going to give me this time? I rubbed my hands together and reached out my fingers. The chest opened at my touch. Congratulations, you have obtained the brewing method for March Spring. A slightly yellowed sheet of paper appeared in my hand. On it was written, March Spring, sweet and fierce on the tongue, burning all the way from throat to belly, leaving your whole mouth fragrant after you drink, your whole body floating light as air, as if walking on the stars. Brewing method. Take freshly harvested sorghum of the current year and ferment it. My eyebrows twitched. This was actually the brewing method for high-proof liquor. No matter the dynasty or the age, liquor was always a hot commodity, and its price was never low. In this world, the poor couldn't even eat their fill, yet the rich and powerful in the cities still indulged in lavish, dissipated living. The liquor brewing craft of this era was still crude. Most of what was on the market was cloudy rice wine, low in proof, poor in taste, with dregs mixed right in. Brewing liquor consumed grain, but as long as you could really make it, you'd never have to worry about selling it. This'll definitely turn a big profit. I read the recipe over several times, committing every ingredient and step to memory, and only then tore the paper to shreds and burned it clean. Seeing it was still early, I followed the map and found an abandoned bear den, the very base the three Zhao brothers used while hunting. The cave was dry and spacious, with a water jug, coarse salt, and several jars of lard inside. In a heavy rain or snow, I could hole up here and hold out for 3 to 5 days no problem. I hung the bow, arrows, spears, and all the weapons I couldn't legally possess inside the cave, then hauled over branches and rocks to seal the entrance tight before shouldering the deer and heading leisurely down the mountain. Back in the yard at home, Jiangyu was busy mixing mud and making bricks. He carried in 2 loads of wet earth on a shoulder pole, watered it down, mixed in straw, kneaded it even, formed it into square bricks, and set them out to dry under the eaves. Brother Yu, take a break first. Xiaoyao walked over carrying a bowl of well water. It's fine. He gulped it down in one go and wiped away his sweat. I've got nothing else going for me but brute strength. I'll have 200 bricks made before dark for sure. The 2 baskets of wet earth were soon used up. Jiangyu was about to go dig more when he looked up and caught sight of a figure skulking around the corner at the village entrance, craning his neck to peer into the yard. Without letting on, he circled around behind the man and suddenly clapped a hand on his shoulder. What are you looking at? The man let out a startled, "I-oh," and spun around, his face gone white. Oh, it's you, Zhao Yuan. Jiangyu recognized him, and his brows slowly knit together. What are you doing here? It was my second uncle. Having witnessed him and second aunt come make trouble a few days back, Jiangyu was instantly on guard the moment he saw him. Zhao Yuan caught his breath a couple of times and forced a smile onto his face. It's Yuzi. Yesterday my wife had a little spat with Brother Yin, and as his second uncle I felt bad about it, so I specially picked some vegetables to bring him. But I was afraid he might still be steaming mad, so I didn't dare go in. He lifted the bamboo basket and gave it a shake. Sure enough, it held some greens and melons. Brother Yan's not here. He went up the mountain to hunt. Give me the things, and I'll pass them along to him for you. Jiangyu reached out to take it, but Zhao Yuan quickly pulled the basket back behind him. No need to trouble you. For family matters, it's better to clear things up face to face. Since he's not here, I'll come again this evening. Even as he spoke, his feet were already limping their way back home, his strides so hurried they were hardly slower than an able-bodied man's. Jiang Yu watched his retreating figure, feeling something was off. That old skinflint was normally so tight-fisted he wouldn't part with a single hair, so why the sudden thought of bringing gifts? Most likely he'd been scared witless by that business with pockmarked Wang a few days back and was hurrying to curry favor. That's all. He gave a couple of cold snorts, thought no more of it, and turned back to making bricks. The sky gradually darkened. I shouldered the deer home, and the moment I stepped through the gate, I saw a yard full of mud bricks. That broken-down room had already been torn down too. "Brother, you're back." Xiaoya looked up and saw the buck on my shoulder, and her eyes lit up at once. "Aya, is that a deer?" "Brother, you're incredible." I grinned. "Xiaoya, go find a clean, big basin. Tonight we're having roast venison." I stabbed my knife into the artery in the deer's neck, and blood flowed down the blade into the wooden basin. "Here, hold the knife steady." I signaled my sister to take over and stripped off my shirt. That gash under my ribs was suddenly laid bare for all to see. "You're hurt." Xiaoya's voice went urgent. "It's a minor wound, nothing serious." I'd already applied wound medicine up in the mountains. "Jiang Yu, help me wrap it with a few turns of hemp cloth, just cinch it tight." Jiang Yu washed his hands and came over. "Brother Yan, did you run into a fierce beast in the mountains? A wolf or a bear?" He'd seen my skills. Ordinary wild animals couldn't touch me. I lifted my head, my eyes cold. "Not a beast, men. Today I nearly didn't make it back. I ran into 3 hunters from Zhao family village on Great Dragon Mountain, and this wound is from their arrow." Both Xiaoya and Jiang Yu froze. Jiang Yu's face darkened, his words carrying heat. "I know Zhao family village. Tell me the names of those 3 bastards, and tomorrow I'll bring my brothers to deal with them. I'll break their arms and legs so they can never draw a bow again in their lives." The corner of my mouth pulled into a slight smile. "No need. They already can't draw a bow." Xiaoya didn't react much, but a chill ran inexplicably down Jiang Yu's spine. That smile was exactly like the one I'd worn when I cut down that grain-robbing woman on the road with a single stroke. He didn't need to ask. He'd already guessed the fate of those 3 hunters. At first I thought it was just greed at the sight of loot. I said slowly as I let him wrap the cloth. But after squeezing a few answers out of them, I found out someone put them up to it. "Guess who?" "Pockmarked Wang." The 2 of them blurted out almost in unison. I held up one finger. "Wrong." It was Zhao Yuan. He'd made a deal with those 3 hunters. After I was done in, they'd split the family land evenly. The moment those words came out, Xiaoya's eyes went wide as saucers. Though we were never close with this second uncle, he was still flesh of the same clan, the same surname. Who could have imagined he'd hire men to kill me outright? "I'm going to go find him and get the truth right now." Xiaoya clenched her fists, so furious that tears welled up in her eyes. She understood all too well what I'd been through in the mountains. That wound, off by just a few inches more, would have gone straight into my heart. Jiang Yu was calmer. What good would finding him do? He'll never admit it. There's no proof for something like this. Even if you took it to the authorities, it'd just be a hopeless tangle. "So we just let it go?" Xiaoya said through gritted teeth. "Of course not." I suddenly spoke up. "If I'd been willing to take the path of the authorities, I wouldn't have wiped out all 3 Zhao brothers in the mountains, leaving not a single one alive." I stared at the knife in my hand and said slowly, "Relying on the law means meeting a whole pile of conditions. But relying on this, that's a lot simpler." Jiang Yu felt his scalp go numb. Of course he understood the weight of those words. Even though he himself was a hired thug of ill repute in the caravan, in that moment he couldn't help wanting to ask, "In your eyes, is a human life really worth so little?" He'd seen caravan bosses who dared to kill, but someone like me, who killed a man about as easily as killing a chicken, that really was a first for him. "Brother, you're going to kill them?" Though Xiaoya was furious, her tone had turned to a stammer. "Killing is a serious crime. If the authorities find out, I've already planned it all out." I lowered my voice. "Just now on the way back, I deliberately took a deserted little path. Nobody in the village knows I've reached home. In a bit, you." I laid out the plan for them in careful detail, piece by piece. Jiang Yu knew full well he was now aboard a pirate ship. Laying out such a detailed murder plan and revealing it all to his face left only 2 possibilities. 1, I meant to silence him. 2, I wanted him to do it together with me, sharing the risk, tied to me by the same rope, so I wouldn't have to worry about being sold out. Jiang Yu. I glanced at him, as if I'd seen right through his thoughts. This is my own private grudge. If you don't want any part of it, then pretend you never heard a word, walk away right now, and I won't lay a finger on you. Go. Hurry up and go. Jiang Yu kept urging himself inwardly, but his legs simply wouldn't obey. A gut instinct held him down hard. Get up now, and what awaited you wasn't a good life. It was the kindling knife. Brother Yin. Jiang Yu suddenly spoke up, his tone rock hard. We've got a bond forged through life and death. I'll do it with you. I paused, and slowly the corner of my mouth curled up. The hand that had quietly crept to the edge of the table quietly set the kindling knife back down. In the low earthen house, second uncle and second aunt huddled at the edge of the heated bed, muttering in hushed voices. Old man, those 3 hunters from Zhao family village. Can they really finish off that Zhao Yin brat? Under the dim, yellow oil lamp, Zhao Yuan stroked his stubble, his face dark and vicious. Relax. However well Zhao Yin can fight, once he's in the mountains it's about more than fists. How many years have the Zhao brothers scraped a living on Great Dragon Mountain? Quietly doing away with one hot-headed youngster. One knife stroke is all it takes. The moment second aunt heard this, she perked up. Once he's really taken care of, that land is all ours. And then we sell off that Xiaya girl. TSK, the good life's on its way. Old man, you really are something. You're Zhuge the state advisor reborn. Buttered up like this by his wife, Zhao Yuan was so pleased his whiskers nearly curled up. Just then, a burst of urgent knocking suddenly sounded from the yard. Zhao Yuan's face changed. It was this late. Who would come knocking, and knocking so urgently? Could it be that Zhao Yin had caught on to something and come to their door? Second uncle, are you home? It was Xiaoya's voice. Only then did the two of them breathe a sigh of relief. Zhao Yuan limped over to open the door, feigning a face full of surprise. Xiaoya? It's so late. What brings you here? Outside the door, Xiaoya was frantic. Second uncle, my brother went up the mountain and hasn't come back all day. Please, I'm begging you, help me look for him. Delight flickered in Zhao Yuan's eyes, but his face instantly gathered into a look of worry. Not back all day? Did he go gambling again? Xiaoya shook her head. I've been to the gambling dens in all the nearby villages. They all say my brother didn't show up today at all. Second uncle, he must have run into trouble in the mountains. I beg you, come into the mountains with me to look. We won't go into the deep mountains, just circle around the foot of them. Zhao Yuan frowned, his face all reluctance. It's not that your second uncle won't help you, but look at this leg of mine. If we ran into a wild beast, I couldn't even run. You'd best go find someone else. With that, he offhandedly shut the bamboo gate and ambled leisurely back inside. Second uncle, Xiaoya's voice was full of pleading. He already said he can't help. Are you deaf? Second aunt planted her hands on her hips and let loose. Yesterday, I went to your house to ask for a bit of meat, and that Zhao Yin brat threw me right out the door. Now that you're in trouble, you suddenly remember to come to us? How can your hide be so thick? The night was quiet, and that shout carried far. A few nearby households leaned over their walls to watch the show. The moment second aunt saw onlookers, she cursed with even more gusto. I beg all of you, uncles, just help me this once. Xiaoya dropped to her knees with a thud, her voice trembling. He's the only brother I have. If he's alive, I have to see him. And if he's dead, I have to see his body. She pleaded again and again, but not a single person around her moved. Go into the mountains after dark? You want to get yourself killed. A few days ago, I heard someone over in Lu village got dragged off by wolves. Wolf packs slip into the village to find food at night now and then. We don't even dare step out our doors, never mind going into the mountains to find someone. Xiaya girl, take the advice, go home. I said it all along. Not just anyone can be a hunter. Zhao Yin got lucky a while back and bagged a goat, and then he really started thinking of himself as a hunter. Well, look now, lost his life in the mountains, hasn't he? The villagers chimed in, one after another. With each added remark, Xiaoya's face went a shade paler. These people were no kin to her family. Who among them would risk their own life? In the end, Xiaoya gave a bitter smile, rose from the ground, and walked off, dazed and heartbroken. The night deepened. Zhao Yuan lay on the heated bed, too excited to sleep. Zhao Yin still hadn't come back by now. 9 times out of 10, he'd already lost his life on Great Dragon Mountain. He just had to wait a few more days, then report it to the authorities. When the authorities couldn't find any trace of him, he'd be declared dead, and then that land could be redistributed. The Zhao siblings had no proper relatives in the village, and those few thugs had no standing to claim a share of the land. In the end, all that benefit would fall right into the pocket of him, the kin of the same clan and surname. The third watch clapper had just sounded. Zhao Yuan, thinking of the land soon to be in his grasp, felt his whole body flush hot, so he simply kicked his wife awake. Go, slice up a plate of cured meat, and haul out that jar of aged wine from the cellar. Second aunt, who always treated money like her own life, for once made no protest, silently pulling on her clothes and getting off the bed. 3 good acres would fetch at least 12 taels of silver, and even split down the middle that was 6 taels. With a windfall about to walk in the door, a little eating and drinking was hardly a waste. Once the money's in hand, we'll fix up the house first, then buy some chickens and ducks to raise. Slicing the meat, second aunt couldn't help scheming over the good days ahead. I pressed myself into the dark shadows outside the window, raised my hand, and against that battered wooden door. Knock, 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 rapped 3 times. The sound wasn't loud, but in the dead of night, it carried an indescribable eeriness. The talking inside cut off with a snap. Without even looking, I knew that second uncle and second aunt must be face to face right now, staring at each other, layer upon layer of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Why did I do this? Because I'd long since learned the old rules of these mountains. The old-timers had passed down a saying: the aged wolves up in the mountains, the ones who'd lived long enough to turn into spirits, could learn to knock like people and walk like people. If you got muddle-headed in the middle of the night and opened the door, one would spring at you and gnaw you clean from head to toe, not leaving so much as a splinter of bone behind. That was exactly what I wanted them to be thinking. Sure enough, from inside came a clatter, a kitchen cleaver slipping to the floor. Right after, I heard second aunt's legs go weak, her back sliding down against the earthen wall bit by bit. Second uncle was even more of a coward. He burrowed straight into the covers, trembling like he was sifting rice, the shirt against his skin soaked with enough cold sweat to wring out. I wasn't in any hurry. I leisurely added 2 more knocks. My knocking was deliberately slow. How slow? Slow enough that the 2 inside could clearly hear their own hearts pounding thud, thud in their chests. Who's the brave man outside? Second uncle finally couldn't hold it in, his throat tight, his voice shaking so hard it hardly sounded like it came from his own mouth. I didn't make a sound. I wanted the space beyond that door to be unnaturally quiet, quiet enough to make your skin crawl. After holding out for a good while, I heard second uncle, panting hard, urge his wife in a hushed voice. That thing, has it gone? Hurry, move to the door crack and take a look for me. That line was exactly what I'd been waiting for. Trembling, second aunt shuffled to the door and squinted one eye to peer out. Outside, the moonlight lay bright and white across the whole yard, empty and desolate, nothing there. Looks like it really did leave. She'd just started to let out a breath of relief. Crack, I kicked the window lattice beside them clean apart. Before second uncle could even finish his cry, I was already through like a wildcat, the cold tip of my knife pressed against his throat in the blink of an eye. Yell again, and I'll send you on your way right now. I dropped my voice as low as it would go, cold as a block of ice. Strangely, the moment he heard it was a person speaking, second uncle actually breathed easier and hurried to shut his mouth. I understood his calculation. As long as what had barged in was a person and not a wolf or a bear, things were manageable. People, after all, are always easier to reason with than beasts. Brave, brave man. He swallowed and ventured. You're from down at Tiger Head Mountain, aren't you? My household here is dirt poor. All we've got left is a little cured meat and some cloudy wine. If you don't mind. Tiger Head Mountain was the lair of that band of bandits 30 miles from our Chunlu village. They came down to rob every few days. He'd taken me for a bandit. I didn't take his bait, only spat out 2 words, open the door. Second aunt's shaking hands had just drawn back the door bolt when Zhang Yu slipped in too. This is all the wine and meat. Zhang Yu, being tall, asked in a muffled voice. It's not enough. There are a few sacks of rice stored in the next room. They were saved for the grain tax, but you brave men are welcome to haul it all away. Just spare us our lives." Second uncle bowed and scraped. "We're just honest, simple farmers. We've never done anything unconscionable." "Right, right, right. We're good people." Second aunt nodded along frantically. I said nothing. I just gave a cold little laugh. Jiang Yu felt around for the oil lamp and lit it with a hiss. The dim yellow light suddenly lit up the little room and lit up our two faces clearly. "You? Jiang Yu?" Second uncle stared wide-eyed at Jiang Yu by the table, so shocked his words tangled. He knew Jiang Yu scraped a living with the caravan in the city, but never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined this man would come along to rob him in the middle of the night. And in that very instant, he seemed to suddenly realize something, and all the blood in his body ran cold in a flash. Slowly, stiffly, he turned his head, right into these eyes of mine. "Second uncle." I made my voice very soft, so soft it was almost inaudible. "I didn't manage to die. Are you pretty disappointed?" I pushed the knife tip forward, and a thread of blood trickled down his neck. "Yen Yenu? Why, it's you. You gave your second uncle a scare half to death. Child, I really thought I'd run into a road robber." Second uncle's face changed faster than flipping a book. He forced out a smile and reached up to push away the knife at his throat. "There's no joking around like this. Hurry and take this thing away. It's terrifying." He pushed hard, but this arm of mine was like it had been cast in iron, not budging an inch. The knife, if anything, pressed in tighter. The blade cut into flesh, blood seeping out little by little. "Second uncle, you can still play innocent even at this point. I've really got to hand it to you." I stared into his eyes, one word at a time. "That I didn't die on Great Dragon Mountain. It's a real surprise to you, isn't it? A real disappointment." The moment those words came out, the air in the room froze with a jolt. Second aunt's face went white, as if she'd suddenly guessed why I'd come. She opened her mouth to wail, but Jiang Yu was much faster. He snatched up a wad of rag, crammed it hard into her mouth, and pinned her down on the table. She struggled with all her might, but there was no budging. "Yinner, I really don't understand what you're saying. There must be some misunderstanding in all this." Beads of sweat rolled down second uncle's forehead. "This evening Xiaoya did come to me, wanting me to go into the mountains with her to find you. It's just that I'm not steady on my feet. I really wasn't hiding on purpose." Bam! I drove a fist down, and blood sprayed from second uncle's mouth. Two back molars, mixed with bloody foam, spat out onto the bed with a puff. Those Zhao brothers confessed everything. My voice was like a dull blade grinding back and forth on his flesh. "Do me in, and you and your family would split those 3 acres of paddy field in half." "Second uncle, you sure did the math on this one carefully." Second uncle's pupils shrank sharply. He'd still been clinging to a last shred of hope, but the moment that line landed on him, he knew that no amount of explaining would do any good. He gasped like a broken bellows, trembling all over with fear. "We're family relatives. You'd rather believe an outsider's word than trust me? And besides, do you have proof?" "Without proof, even if you take it to the county court, you can't pin any crime on me." The veins on his forehead throbbed, his whole demeanor one of monumental injustice. There was no expression on my face. I just quietly watched him perform. "Proof? No, I don't have any," I said slowly. "But who told you I was going to hand you over to the county court? A trial is what requires proof. Revenge requires only a knife." Hearing this, second uncle utterly collapsed. He stared wide-eyed and asked in disbelief, "Zhao, you want to kill me? I'm your elder." "Killing an elder gets you struck down by heavenly lightning. When the authorities investigate, your head will roll right along with it." I pulled a smile. "Who said I'm the one who killed you? I've been on Great Dragon Mountain all night. I never once came back to Chunlu village. Half the village can testify for me." The oil lamp crackled and popped a flame, casting half my face into flickering light and shadow. In that instant, second uncle finally read the meaning behind my smile, and his crotch went wet on the spot. And he finally understood. While it was still light out, Xiaoya had knelt and begged all through the village for someone to go into the mountains with her, and it hadn't been to find me at all. It was to build me an airtight alibi. At the time, those neighbors had all laughed at her behind her back, and second uncle himself had probably joined in watching the show. In the end, the clown kept in the dark was him. Thud. His legs gave out, and he dropped straight to his knees. Yenner, your second uncle was wrong. Your second uncle was possessed by a devil to do something this stupid. For the sake of family, spare your second uncle's life. I'm kowtowing to you. Everything in this house. Take whatever you want. It's all yours. Watching this old thing kowtow and beg for mercy like a lame dog, there wasn't a flicker in my eyes. I only said flatly, "Second uncle, once you're dead, all this stuff will be mine anyway." Second uncle's pupils shrank. The next second, he suddenly flipped over, snatched up the kitchen cleaver from the floor, and, eyes gone red, hacked at my neck. A cornered dog leaps the wall. A cornered rabbit bites too. Dead either way, he'd decided to go all in. But he thought far too highly of himself. Before the blade could even come down, I kicked him square in the belly. A wave of searing pain. He staggered back 2 steps, doubled over in agony into a great shrimp. Zhao Yuan, meet your end. I took aim at that jutting bone at the back of his neck, and my hand fell with the blade. Crack! A head rolled to the floor. Blood gushed out like a fountain, spraying half the wall. Watching her own husband's head chopped off by my single stroke, second aunt was scared limp on the spot, and the foul stench of urine spread through the room. Clang! I casually tossed the bloody kindling knife onto the table and jerked my chin at Jiangyu. The meaning couldn't have been clearer. Jiangyu stared at that knife, his breathing growing heavier bit by bit. I could see the drum pounding in his heart. If he picked up that knife and swung it down, there'd be no turning back for the rest of his life. Was this bit of friendship between us worth putting his whole life on the line for? But he didn't hesitate long. He let out a long whoosh of breath, gripped the knife handle, fixed his eyes hard on the woman still writhing on the table, gritted his teeth, and stabbed down savagely. Uft, uft, uft. 3 stabs in a row, each sinking into her chest. Second aunt stopped moving, her mouth opening and closing, blood welling from her mouth and nostrils. Her body went limp and slid to the floor, eyes staring wide open, dead. Jiang Yu's mind went blank with a buzz, his heart pounding as if to leap from his chest, nausea rising to his throat. But I smiled, because I knew that from this moment on, Jiang Yu was completely bound to me on the same boat. What's the strongest bond in this world? Those who've buried a body together, that's the strongest. Don't just stand there. Search the house, take all the copper coins and silver, make it look like bandits robbed and killed. Oh, okay. Only then did Jiang Yu snap out of it. The 2 of us worked quick and clean, and in no time we'd turned the house upside down. I carefully wiped away the footprints, took the bloody clothes and the murder weapon with us, and, as a final touch, tossed that oil lamp onto the bed. Before long, the fire went up with a roaring whoosh. Jiang Yu's shadow and mine, like 2 ghosts, silently melted into the dark night. Early the next morning, Chunlu village blew up into an uproar. Zhao Yuan's house is on fire. I hear bandits struck last night, robbed the place and killed the couple both. It was a horrible sight. Zhao Yuan's head was even chopped clean off. The burnt-out, collapsed house was surrounded by villagers, every face wearing fear they couldn't hide. Everyone was saying it was the bandit gang from Tiger Head Mountain come down to rob grain. And with the grain tax due any day now, how were people supposed to go on living? The village head had already reported it to the authorities, and everyone was waiting for the county court's constables to arrive. Just then, on that dirt road at the village entrance, a person came walking from far off. The man was tall, with a big something or other hoisted on his shoulder. As he drew closer, someone in the crowd cried out in shock. Isn't that Zhao Yan?" Yes, that was me. I was in ragged clothes, smeared with blood and mud, looking utterly wretched. But most eye-catching of all was what I carried on my shoulder, a whole deer. "Brother Yan, you bagged a deer? Good on you. Never mind the deer. Hurry home and take a look. Something big's happened at your place." Among the crowd were a few neighbors Xiaoya had knelt and begged the night before. Yesterday they'd all been certain I'd gone into the mountains and probably wouldn't come back. Who'd have thought that first thing this morning I'd not only return alive and kicking, but drag back a deer this big? What happened at my place? The moment I heard it, I twisted my tone into one of alarm. "Ah, you were gone all night." And that Xiaoya girl was frantic with worry. She went all over the village begging people to go into the mountains and look for you. Kneeling to whoever she met, a cane-leaning old man recounted with great vividness. "That silly girl. I scolded, frowning, then bounced the deer on my shoulder and strode toward home. I clearly told her, if I couldn't make it back by night, don't panic. It's pitch dark, far too dangerous for a girl to be running around blindly. Along the way, the neighbors crowded around me, chattering, asking whether I'd caught this deer myself, whether it was hard to catch. I fended them off as I walked. You bet it was, setting traps, chasing it down. I went at it for a whole day and night, and my rib here is still oozing blood right now. Chasing this thing in the pitch dark, I nearly pitched right off a cliff head first. I'm lucky just to have made it back with my life. Normally, I couldn't be bothered to make small talk with this bunch, but today I was unusually talkative. A few sentences in, and most of the neighbors present firmly imprinted one fact in their minds. Zhao Yan went into the mountains hunting last night and was gone all night long. That was exactly the effect I wanted. Passing by the ruins of Second Uncle's house, I deliberately turned my head for a glance. It had already collapsed into a stretch of charred black, the fire-blackened roof beams still trailing wisps of gray smoke. Huh? What happened here? A fire? I put on a full show of surprise and stopped in my tracks. You still don't know? Your second uncle's house was hit by bandits last night. Both of them are gone, burned to a crisp. The cane-leaning old man sighed. The two of them had no sons or daughters, so this business of collecting the bodies and keeping the wake will probably fall to you. Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow and gave a cold laugh. Whether they live or die is none of my business. Have me collect their bodies? Dream on. Leaving those words behind, I turned and walked off. That my family and second uncles had never gotten along was something the whole village knew. At a juncture like this, if I acted too concerned or too grieved, it would only give me away. Sure enough, the moment I left, the neighbors' hushed whispers started up again behind me. Some sighed that Zhao Yuan and his wife had died pitifully, without even anyone to collect their bodies. Others dredged up old scores, saying that back when Zhao Yan's father passed, they were so poor they couldn't even afford a thin coffin, and Zhao Yuan, as the uncle, hadn't put up a single coin. In the end, it was the village head who couldn't bear to watch and bought a straw mat so the man could be laid to rest. So you see, a pitiful person always has something detestable about them. These murmurs gradually fell away behind me. I walked all the way home, and Xiaoya came to meet me at the door. Her face was pale. She reached up to lift the deer off my shoulder, her voice thin as a mosquito's. Brother, can we pull it off? Remember what I taught you. No matter who asks, stick to one story. I never came back to the village at all last night. I lowered my voice, pulled my sister inside, and drove the point home once more, then asked, "Where's Jiangyu?" He went back to the caravan before dawn, said something came up in the outfit. Seems like they're going off to fight. I nodded. Good that he's gone. The caravan is a powerful force, and the authorities normally don't like to provoke them. Go, bring me the short knife and the axe. I need to hurry up and dress this deer. I busied myself for a good while, and the sun had already climbed high. I nimbly skinned the deer and was chopping the meat into chunks when, from the gate, came the village head's voice. Brother Yan, are you home? In came a lean, wizened little old man in his 50s, Wang Huai, the village head of Chunlu village. Behind him followed two men in the official garb of constables. My heart lurched. I hurried to my feet and put on a smile. Village head, these two are constables down from the county, investigating that robbery case of your second uncle's. They've got a few questions for you. The village head made the introductions courteously. This is Master Kong, and this is Master Jean. Then he turned to the two of them. This is Zhao Yuan's clan nephew, Zhao Yan. The string in my heart drew instantly taut. Every word to come couldn't be off by so much as a syllable. Constables, please sit, please sit. I brought out two little stools and offered them with a smile. Ask whatever you like. Whatever I know, I'll tell you. Master Kong looked me up and down a few times. I hear that the day before yesterday, you had a quarrel with Zhao Yuan's wife and nearly came to blows. Is that true? The whole village knew about this. It couldn't be hidden. So I simply put on a show of unease. There was such a thing. That day she came to my door demanding meat. I wouldn't give her any, so she threw a fit and made a scene, and even reached out to grab it. I gave her a shove, but I really didn't hit her. She's your second aunt. She asks you for a piece of meat, so why wouldn't you give it to her? Constable, you've got to hear me out on this. I flared up all at once. This second aunt of mine was famous in the village for being overbearing. Back when my parents were still alive, she quarreled with our family more than once over the land. And later, after my father passed, I couldn't even scrape together the money for a coffin. I went to her house to borrow some, and they wouldn't even let me in the door. You tell me, a relative like that, why on earth should I give her meat to eat? The village head beside me hurried to back me up. The tax on Zhao Yan's father's burial plot. I was the one who covered it for him. At this point, Master Jean, who hadn't said a word all along, suddenly asked, "Last night, did you spend the night in the mountains?" I nodded and raised the axe in my hand, pointing at the deer chopped into chunks. All for catching that. The grain tax is nearly due, and I'm still short. So with no other choice, I risked going up Great Dragon Mountain. Who can vouch for you? Master Jean pressed. This. I deliberately stumbled. The village head jumped in again. Master Jean, last night at dusk, the Xiaoya girl went all over half the village begging people to go into the mountains with her to look for her brother. Plenty of folks can testify to it. Master Jean smiled, a smile that was cold and cutting. Unhurriedly, he brushed the dust from his sleeve. This only proves that his sister went looking for him. It can't prove that he himself spent the night in the mountains. The moment the village head heard this, he too was dumbstruck. Having dealt with the county court people for half his life, he could tell at once. The man was dead set on making trouble. If you can't produce proof, then come along with us to the yamen. Master Jean stood up, gave his wrist a shake, and with a rattle, produced a set of shackles. The two constables' faces darkened, and they moved to bind me. Inside the house, Xiaoya was frantic, pacing in circles. But my mind was racing through the calculations. In times like these, forcing confessions through beatings and rounding up innocent folk to fill quotas. That sort of rotten business was everywhere. An innocent man would lose a layer of skin just walking into that yamen, and my own record was hardly clean to begin with. If I went in and they dug deeper, it would all be over. In my desperation, a name suddenly leapt into my mind. I gritted my teeth. Constables, the second manager of Plum Blossom Tower in the city, Kong Qingzong, is my distant maternal uncle. Kong Qingzong. The instant those three words came out, both constables' movements froze in unison. Plum Blossom Tower was the #1 grand restaurant of Maishan County, its clientele all people of standing. Though this Kong Qingzong held no official rank, his connections reached the heavens. Even the county court's secretary and chief constable addressed him as sworn brother. Master Jean fell silent for a moment, then sneered again. Kong Qingzong? Humph. He's a somebody in the county town, true enough, but even he can't meddle in how we handle our cases. It was clear he didn't believe for a second that Kong Qingzong and I were really kin. He took me for someone waving a big banner to scare people, bluffing with a borrowed name. Instead, I felt half a breath of relief. From the hanging venison, I picked out several of the fattest, choicest pieces, wrapped them in hemp cloth, and held them out. This meat was meant to be sent to Plum Blossom Tower, but now I can't get away, so I'll trouble you two constables to carry it along on your way. As I spoke, as if by sleight of hand, I fished a small piece of scrap silver from my sleeve and pressed it over. This bit of silver is a little something for your trouble running the errand. The two constables' eyes lit up in a flash. Now you're being sensible, boy. Master Jin's hand was quick. He snatched up the silver and tucked it into his robe, then hefted the bundle of venison and nodded with satisfaction. Since you're kin to Manager Chun, then we brothers can't very well refuse to give you face. Here's how it'll be. We'll investigate a bit more, and if new leads turn up, we'll come find you again. As for the yamen, we'll leave it for today. Once they had the money, these two men's tones softened at once. The truth was, in coming to arrest me, they weren't after any real culprit at all. They just wanted to squeeze out some profit, scrape together a little drinking money. Now that their aim was met, they naturally couldn't be bothered to keep pressing. Thank you, constables. The corner of my mouth twitched slightly, a smile that wasn't quite a smile. I'd foreseen this outcome long ago. In the eyes of those official masters, Zhao Yuan's death was no matter at all. Like every other villager, he was just an ant to be trod underfoot at any moment. His life wasn't worth a few coins. If a man's own child got scraped or bruised, the father might risk his life hunting down the culprit. But if a pig died in the pigsty, who would really take it to heart? So long as that pig could still be sold for money, still be turned into profit, no one cared in the slightest how it had died. The two constables carried off the venison and swaggered away, watching them recede into the distance. Only then did I truly let out that long-held breath. This ordeal, at last, was past. Before long, the village head, having seen the men off, doubled back to tell me that the authorities had already classified Zhao Yuan's case for words, robbery and murder by mountain bandits. Once those 4 words went into the file, the case was as good as closed for good. The village head clasped his hands behind his back. Brother Yin, when you've got time, come with me to the county land office. Zhao Yuan had no sons or daughters, so those 3 acres of field and 2 ramshackle rooms left behind, by the rules, all rightly fall to you. Let's go handle the paperwork. Sure, I've got time right now. I washed my hands in well water, dried them on an old cloth, and offhandedly picked up half a deer leg and stuffed it into the village head's arms. The little old man looked down at the meat in his arms and deliberately put on a face of surprise. What's this for? Brother Yin, I'm not like those 2 constables. There's no need to butter up a useless old man like me. I laughed. Listen to you. All these years, I've had you to thank for looking out for me. Consider this meat repayment for the burial plot tax you covered for my father back then. Principal and interest both paid back to you. I, Zhao Yan, am not a man who forgets a kindness. Just now, when those constables were questioning me, it was all thanks to the village head steering things my way, line by line. I kept every bit of it in mind. Well then, I won't stand on ceremony. The village head wasn't one to cling to empty pride. He declined a couple of times, then accepted, smacking his lips. It really has been ages since I've had a taste of meat. The 2 of us exchanged a glance and both laughed. The village head paused, then counseled me again. Brother Yin, whatever you do, don't hold a grudge against those officials. This is just how the world is. We can't change it, so we can only learn to bear it. Common folk don't fight with officials. That saying, you'd best keep in your heart. The truth was, when the constables had been shaking me down just now, that sliver of a cold smile I hadn't quite managed to suppress had already been caught by the old man's eye. You're overthinking it. However bold I might be, I'd never dare go head-to-head with an official. I answered with a smile, while inwardly adding half a sentence. At least, not yet. The village head patted my shoulder. Endure the moment, and the storm settles. Step back, and the sea and sky open wide. Think it over, and you haven't lost out either. If you'd really been hauled into the yamen, they'd have pinned some crime on you, thrown in a few dozen strokes of the rod, and you might never have gotten out for the rest of your life. As it is, you handed over a bit of scrap silver and a few caddies of venison, and in exchange you got back your second uncle's land and household goods, along with your own freedom and clean name. The words were coarse, but the reasoning wasn't. This was simply how the world was. Common folk lived at the very bottom, and being bullied, being wronged, was daily fare. After all, who was easier to squeeze than the common folk? To change your fate, you had to build up your strength bit by bit, climb up step by step. And when one day you'd climbed high enough, no one would dare lay a hand on you anymore. Village head, I'm no 3-year-old. This reasoning, I understand it. My heart was clear as a mirror. Before I'd amassed enough power, I must never go head-to-head with the authorities. Unless, that is, things became truly unbearable. What followed went very smoothly. With the village head's help, the paperwork transferring the land was soon settled, and everything second uncle had left behind came into my hands. In truth, the night before, Jiang Yu and I had already emptied out all the money hidden in his house. Now the only things of real value were the few sacks of rice in the side room, and these 3 good acres of field. I tallied up the household assets in my mind. 3 acres of good field, worth at least 12 taels of silver in cash. The 2 burn-collapsed rooms weren't worth much, but the foundation might count for a tael. 6 sacks of rice, 360 caddies all told. That was an unexpected windfall. Even with the death having occurred, no one had dared to seize the chance to loot the grain amid the chaos. It seemed that once the killing came to light, the whole village was too frightened to go near. The grain tax matter was now completely secure too. I'd bought 400 caddies earlier, and with these 360, I not only had enough to pay it, but 160 caddies to spare. As for money, the 3 taels 2 mace dug up last night Jiang Yu and I had split on the spot. I took 2 tails, he got 1 tail 2 mace. Now, at last, I've got a bit to my name. I stretched luxuriously, content. With the grain tax secured, my whole self felt at ease, like a breath I'd been holding for ages finally let out, freely and fully. While I was at it, I took stock of every asset currently in my hands. 7 tails, 2 mace of silver left, 6 acres of field, 1 house, with another still being built. For weapons, 2 hunting bows, 26 arrows, 1 kindling knife, 1 hand axe, and 2 long spears I'd whittled myself. Oh, and that leather armor stripped off Xiao Mu's body. I tried it, and it was a bit big, so later I'd have Xiaoya alter it to wear herself. Beyond that, I was also raising a litter of baby wild rabbits, plus 1 wild hare, 1 grouse, and over 30 caddies of venison. If I sold all of it, it'd fetch at least 4 taels of silver. But the most valuable thing of all is still this. I reached into the hollow of the heated bed and pulled out a tightly wrapped cloth bundle. Opening it, inside was exactly what I'd cut from that deer's head, a pair of deer antler velvet. Compared to it, all those other things were mere loose change. For these 2 pieces alone, Kong Qingzong had once quoted the sky-high price of 80 taels. Tomorrow, I'll find a moment to take them to Plum Blossom Tower. Hefting the antler velvet, I could practically see mounds of gleaming white silver before my eyes. In high spirits, I turned and called out to Xiaoya, busy in the yard. Xiaoya, go buy some Sichuan peppercorns. Tonight we're having venison hot pot. Xiaoya was baffled. Hot pot? What's hot pot? It's when you toss the meat and vegetables all together into a boiling broth and cook them. It's delicious. I grinned. That evening, on my side, under the oil lamp, the clay pot bubbled and steamed away, peppercorns, scallion greens, and straw mushrooms tumbling in the broth. I dropped in the sliced venison and cabbage leaves together, and before long the whole room was filled with fragrance. Xiaoya huddled by the clay pot, unable to tear her eyes away, swallowing hard. Brother, so this is hot pot? It smells amazing. Seasonings were scarce in this era, so I'd managed to cobble together an ancient version of a peppercorn broth base. The fresh venison was already tender and delicate, and with this broth base it came out even more fragrant. Once the meat cooked, neither of our chopsticks stopped. By the dim yellow oil lamp, I poured myself a bowl of wine. This was stock dug up from second uncle's house. I lifted the bowl and looked closely. The wine was as cloudy as apple juice, with sesame-sized bits of dreg floating in it. One word for it: filthy. I brought it close for a sniff, a sharp, pungent sourness. Steeling myself, I took a tiny sip, sour and astringent. It scraped right at the throat. Pwah! I turned my head aside and spat it all out. Brother, this wine is precious. If you're not going to drink it, don't go wasting it. Xiaoya was so pained, she even set down her chopsticks, carefully pouring the rest back into the jar. This wine was called Old Mud Cellar, sold at the county town wine shop for 180 coppers a caddy, equal to 6 caddies of rice, which ordinary families couldn't afford to drink at all. But the taste, I really couldn't compliment. Having tasted the wine of this era, I felt all the more confident about brewing March Spring. The people of this age, when had they ever tasted any truly good wine? Once I got March Spring made, the murky wines on the market wouldn't be able to compare at all. I'd never have to worry about selling it. Xiaoya, do we have any bigger earthen jars at home? We do have some. What do you want them for? Brewing wine. I gave a little smile. The wine of the present day was mostly just fermented, impure in taste, and weak in strength. But what I was going to use was distillation. The wine that came out was clear and sharp, and one mouthful warmed you all over. Now that was satisfying. Brewing wine. Xiaoya was stunned for a good while, then suddenly spoke softly. Brother, I keep feeling like, lately, you've become a different person. She stole a glance at my expression, her voice dropping even lower. You suddenly turned so good, and you understand so many things now. A few days ago, third grandma from the east end of the village secretly told me that you'd been possessed by something unclean. She even slipped me a talisman and told me to stick it on you when I got the chance. I felt helpless inside. I knew this change was too drastic to hide from her. After all, she was my closest sister, and we depended on each other through all these years. If a brother's temperament suddenly turned this good, anyone in her place would grow suspicious. The room fell quiet, leaving only the crackle of the charcoal fire and the soft bubbling of the broth. "Brother, are you still you?" Xiaoya asked again. I looked at her bewildered eyes, fell silent for a moment, then said, "Silly girl, of course it's me." Hearing this, her gaze softened. She was a clever girl. Something like crossing over from another world was far beyond her comprehension, but she could genuinely feel that within her brother's body, it seemed a different person now dwelled. Even when their parents passed, they couldn't get the old brother to settle down. So how could he suddenly have become this considerate, this capable? She'd heard some of the old-timers' legends too, of ghosts and spirits borrowing the bodies of the dead to return to life, which was more or less like the present situation. But in those stories, the ghosts and spirits that seized human bodies were all bent on harming people. And I was changing for the better. At that thought, a faint smile slowly spread across her face, and she quietly made up her mind. She'd stop fussing over whether the person before her was still, in the end, her original brother. Sometimes, that answer really doesn't matter so much. She'd suffered hardship since childhood. Going hungry was routine, and at a tender age she'd shouldered a whole household. Better than anyone, she knew that having someone to hold up her days for her was already a blessing beyond measure. The kind of bitter days Xiaoya had endured back then, I only pieced it together bit by bit later on. Not only did she have to tend that little bit of crop in the fields, but whenever she had a spare moment she'd run off to do hired work for others, saving up copper by copper, all to clean up the messes left by her good-for-nothing brother. Cold looks, being laughed at, being looked down on, all of that was daily fare. But after I came back, her days turned completely around. 3 meals a day, with rice and steamed buns to fill her up, and every few days a bit of meat to boot. Most important of all, no one dared bully her anymore. That day when pockmarked Wang had brought men to block the door and try to drag her off, her heart had gone utterly cold. And when she looked up and saw me step into the yard, the rush of emotion, she said she'd never forget it for the rest of her life. In all her years alive, it was the first time she'd tasted what it meant to have someone stand up for you. A night passed, and the next morning, I didn't rush up the mountain. The very first thing I did was pay the grain tax. From the day I'd crossed over, this thing had hung over my neck like a blade. Failed to pay it, and my whole family was finished. Now that the household had scraped together over 700 caddies of grain, I feared long nights breed dreams, and decided to settle this heartsickness first. The tax officer came with laborers driving a donkey cart. The 600 caddies of aged rice I'd prepared in advance were weighed out, the amount exactly right down to the last bit, and they wrote out a grain payment document on the spot and handed it to me. Watching the grain cart creak and squeak off into the distance, that great stone pressing on my chest finally came to rest. "Xiaoya," I called toward the house. "I'm going into town today to sell the game. If you've got nothing on, scrub clean those big vats we dug up last night." Going into town, selling meat was the surface business. What I really meant to handle was buying the equipment and ingredients for brewing wine. Hunting could put food on the table, but it wasn't a long-term plan. It was now early autumn, and the mountains were full of game, easy to catch. But once the heavy snows sealed the mountains and the beasts all hid away, hunting would become hard. Walking on 2 legs, brewing wine and hunting both, was the only way these hard days wouldn't leave us hungry down the road. Xiaoya carried out a bowl of golden yellow steamed egg custard and handed it to me. "Got it, brother. Have a couple of bites first." Ever since that conversation the night before, the two of us had grown much closer than before. In the past, when she looked after me, it was mostly out of kindness, plus that unbreakable blood tie. But now, she admired me and cared for me from the bottom of her heart. Half each. My stomach had long been growling, but I still scooped out the larger half for her first. As I ate, I remembered something important. I pulled the document the tax officer had given me from my robe and stuffed it into her hands. "Keep this safe. Whatever you do, don't lose it. Whether the grain tax has been paid rests entirely on this piece of paper. If it's lost and the authorities come to check, we're in trouble." Xiaoyan knew the weight of this paper too, and tucked it carefully into her bosom. Fed and full, I bound the venison, hare, and grouse up tight, then knotted the precious pair of deer antler velvet into a cloth pouch, tied it at my waist, and strode out the door straight for the county town. The moment I left, Xiaoya carried a big wooden basin down to the creek at the east end of the village to wash clothes. Oh my, Xiaoya washing clothes. A middle-aged woman carrying a basin came over, all smiles. This was Annie Ma, the village's famous matchmaker, who spent all day going house to house arranging marriages. She'd made, if not 100 matches, then at least 80. She sat down beside her and, scrubbing clothes, asked offhandedly, "Where's your brother?" "Off to town again." Brother, Yin sure has been diligent lately. Your family's plainly on the rise." Auntie Ma smacked her lips. "I saw that deer he bagged yesterday. Goodness, that'd fetch at least a dozen odd taels of silver." Xiaoya shook her head and deliberately sighed. "It was just a stroke of luck, that's all. My brother doesn't catch something every time. Plenty of times he comes back empty-handed, and sometimes even covered in wounds." There were many poor folk in the village, and she didn't want her own family to stand out too much, so she deliberately made me sound like I struggled, to avoid stirring up envy. This girl thought things through carefully. When has earning money ever been easy? Whatever the case, Brother Yan's still better than those who can only scratch at the dirt. Auntie Ma suddenly changed tack. "By the way, your brother's 22 this year, isn't he? The young men in our village take wives at 16 or 17. At his age, he should have started a family long ago. I happen to have a few suitable girls on hand. How about you look them over for him first?" The moment those words came out, Xiaoya perked right up. In this era, men and women married early, but I had once idled about all day, with a rotten reputation and a family dirt poor besides, so no one in the area had dared marry a daughter to me. In Xiaoya's heart, she'd long hoped to arrange a match for me, to have a capable sister-in-law to share her burdens. A smile spread across her face. "Sure, I've been thinking about this very thing myself." Auntie Ma hurried to wipe her hands on her front, pulled out a little booklet, opened it, and read aloud. "Lu Tsuitsue, of Huangshan Village, 19 this year, pretty looking. Only she fell ill once as a child and can't do heavy work. She's good looking, but too delicate. I'm afraid my brother couldn't support her." Ahem. Then look at the next one. "Wang Rong. She can eat bitter, and she's good at both farming and cooking. Only, she's a widow and comes with a 3-year-old child." She read out more than a dozen in a row, and Xiaoya couldn't pick out a single one to her liking. Auntie Ma wiped away some sweat and waved her hand with a laugh. "Never mind, I won't keep reading. Take this booklet back and let your brother pick for himself. When he's taken a fancy to someone, come tell me." With that, she brooked no refusal and stuffed the booklet into Xiaoya's arms, specially urging her. "Xiaoya, this booklet took your Annie a lot of effort to put together. You'd best keep it safe, and whatever you do, don't lose it. Losing it would be a real headache. Remember that line. Whatever you do, don't lose it." Only later, thinking back on it, does it make your spine run cold. On my end, having entered the county town, I went straight for Plum Blossom Tower. The back kitchen inspected the goods, and the accounts office settled up briskly. Over half a deer, 1 grouse, 1 hare, 9 tails, 6 mace in all. But the Kong Qingzong I'd come to find wasn't there. A shop hand said the second master had gone out on business and wouldn't be back till later. My heart lurched. Deer antler velvet, cut and left too long, would spoil, so I'd specially packed it in a clean pouch with peppercorns and lime inside to draw off the damp. Carrying something this valuable on me for a whole day meant a whole day of my heart hanging by a thread. The sooner I unloaded it, the more at ease I'd be, but the timing was off, so I could only make another trip tomorrow. Out of Plum Blossom Tower, I made the rounds of a few more shops, getting the wine brewing equipment and ingredients all squared away, along with new bedding, and carried it all out of town in 2 full baskets slung on a pole. By the time I'd walked the whole way back to Chunlu village, the sun was near setting. The moment I stepped into the yard, I saw it. On the foundation of the old room that had once collapsed, a ring of earthen bricks over half a meter high had already been stacked up. "Jiang, you came again today?" Worked the whole afternoon. Xiaoya was watering the chili peppers. "Brother, those seeds you brought back have sprouted." My heart leapt with joy. Ordinary chili seeds take 7 or 8 days in the ground to sprout, but these were seeds rewarded by the system, and were different after all. Less than 3 days in the soil, and they'd already poked out tender tips, adding at last a bit of life to this ramshackle yard. I bought grain and oil, plus new bedding and new cloth. Let's swap out all the old stuff. I set down the carrying pole. That quilt at home had been used for years. Hard and worn, it dug into me and left my whole body aching. Xiaoya planted her hands on her hips and scolded. You're squandering money again. Just buy some cotton and pat it back up. Wouldn't that do? What's earning money for, if not to spend? I answered offhandedly, pulling out items one after another as if by magic. Pork, white flour, radishes, cloth, new shoes, and a gilded hairpin. Offhandedly, I stuck the hairpin into her hair, tilted my head to look, and beamed. See, doesn't that look lovely? Xiaoya was already of delicate, pretty features. It was only that her old bitter days had always kept a worried look on her face. These past few days, well-fed and warmly clothed, and with me to lean on, her brow and eyes had softened. With this gold hairpin in her hair, if her clothes hadn't still been shabby, she'd have looked 9 parts like the young miss of a wealthy city household. It must be expensive, isn't it? She stole a glance at her reflection in the water bucket, first unable to hold back a smile, then growing anxious. Is 100 coppers enough? There happened to be a sale. Together with this box of rouge, it was only 60 coppers, all told. I fished out a small box too. I don't know about these things, but it smelled nice, and I figured you might like it. She didn't believe that price for a second, but she didn't call it out either, just bit her lip, her eyes shining bright. Brother, thank you. I really like it. Then her tone shifted and turned serious. But don't buy these things anymore from now on. Money has to be spent on the things that matter. I stretched. Making you happy is exactly what matters. The grain tax is paid, second uncle's share is ours now. No more living those bitter days of the past. A person only gets a few decades in this life. If you don't treat yourself well, it's a waste. She could only shake her head, resigned. This girl was used to pinching every coin. Even with money saved up, she wouldn't bear to spend it freely. But my temperament, she couldn't budge. Oh, right, brother, she suddenly remembered. Washing clothes today, I ran into Annie-ma, and she stuffed a booklet into my hands, said she wants to arrange a wife for you. Her eyes lit up. In her heart, once I took a wife, there'd naturally be someone to keep me in line. Take a wife? My face stiffened. I, a man from the modern age, crossed over into this wretched world, spending all day scrambling for survival, my nerves drawn taut, and I'd only just caught my breath. Where would I find the appetite to take on more? If I really took a wife, there'd be another mouth in the household, the grain tax would be counted per head, so I'd owe another share, and if a few children came along, how would we even go on living? More important still, I had no desire at all to have my own children born into a world that devoured people like this. Before I had the ability to give my family a good life, living alone was actually more peaceful. What wife? No, no way. I waved a hand. Where would I find the leisure for that right now? Brother, at least take one look. What if there's someone you take a fancy to? I've got a strange illness. The moment I take a wife, I'll die. If you want me to live a few more years, then stop fretting over this business. Without even turning my head, I carried the things inside, glanced through the window at my huffing, pouting sister, sighed, and muttered under my breath. Fled all the way to ancient times, and I still can't escape being nagged to marry. Xiaoya couldn't win against me, so she had to let it drop, carefully putting the booklet away, planning to return it to Annie-ma tomorrow. It was precisely this booklet that neither of us took to heart. After supper, I rubbed off the sorghum grains, tossed the cooked sorghum together with the wine yeast into an earthen jar, and, following that March-spring recipe in my head, added clean water and other ingredients, then sealed the mouth of the jar tight with mud and set it in the corner of the wall. Even distilled liquor has to be fermented first, about 10 days, then filter and distill it, and only then would March spring be done. On this first attempt, I didn't dare make much. If it flopped, at least I'd lose less. Shuanfu Fine Brew, Green Plum Burn. Those are just sweet water with a hint of wine flavor. I muttered as I sealed the jar. In half a month at most, I'll let you taste what real wine is. Though the authorities had lifted the ban on brewing wine, hardly any decent wineries had sprung up among the common folk. For one, the recipes for those famous wines were guarded closer than a man's own son. For another, brewing wine wasted grain. 5 caddies of grain yielded only 1 caddy of wine, so the cost was high. Yet the best-selling wine in Maishan County right now, Drunk Autumn Wind, went for only 160. Who would want to spend roughly the same money on murky, foul-tasting homebrew? It was for this very reason that no one was willing to touch this trade. But what they didn't understand was that the March spring in my hands used distillation. The wine that came out was clear and sharp, and those murky wines couldn't compare at all. Next, we just wait. Gazing at that earthen jar in the corner, I let out a breath and dropped straight into sleep. Maybe it was because the quilt had been swapped for a new one. That night's sleep was especially sound, and when I opened my eyes again, the sky was already bright. Xiaoya had risen early, tidying the yard inside and out spotlessly clean. With more grain now, breakfast had been upgraded to congee, salted duck eggs, and white flour fried flatbread. I drank 2 big bowls of congee, tucked the pouch of deer antler velvet into my robe, and planned to go into town again to find Kong Qingzhou. Just as I was about to head out, the yard gate was pounded on with a clatter. Peering over the low bamboo fence, I saw 2 men in blue official garb standing outside. Tax officers? I frowned and recognized them. Weren't these the very 2 who'd come to collect the grain tax yesterday? Speaking of this great Sui dynasty, it was rotten from top to bottom, the officials scheming up every trick to squeeze out grease. Even when paying the grain tax, the tax officers often picked at faults, now saying the rice wasn't dry enough, now claiming the weight was short, which, plainly put, was just angling for a bribe. Yesterday, it had all gone so smoothly that I'd wondered how these 2 bloodsuckers had turned over a new leaf. So it turned out that, a day later, they'd come feeling their way back to my door. Could it be they figured they'd been too easy yesterday and hadn't gotten any grease, so today they'd come back regretting it? To make up for it? I muttered inwardly, but I wasn't panicked. The document was already written, black ink on white paper. If they really dared refuse to honor it, I'd have the right of it, even taking the matter to the county court. Open up. Be quick about it. Open up now, or I'll tear down this shabby yard of yours. The 2 tax officers' tone was fierce. Xiaoya stepped forward and pulled open the gate. Constables, is there something you need? The tax officers put on stern faces. Playing dumb, are you? Wasn't it your household that said the grain tax was all ready and called us to come haul it away? Those words left both Xiaoya and me stunned. I lowered my face and walked over. Constables, you mustn't talk nonsense. My family's grain tax was hauled away yesterday, handled personally by you 2, no less. It's been only a day and you've forgotten. One tax officer knit his brows. Paid yesterday? Why don't I have the slightest memory of it? Have you got proof? My heart lurched. Something wasn't right. Tax officers weren't like constables and yamen runners. They couldn't just arbitrarily arrest people. For them to dare come picking a fight this brazenly, they must have something in hand. I turned my head and called, Xiaoya, bring out that grain receipt document from yesterday. Xiaoya carefully drew the document from her bosom and handed it up. The 2 tax officers took it, scanned it a few times, and their faces turned strange. This document, is it truly your household's? Absolutely certain. Yesterday, when the grain was paid, you 2 wrote it out personally. I insisted flatly. The 2 exchanged a glance, and suddenly, the one on the left yanked an iron chain from his waist with a rattle and barked sternly. What an insolent commoner! You actually dare to forge an official document. By the law of great sway, that's 60 heavy strokes of the rod in exile to the northern wastes. Take him away. With that, he lunged forward to clamp the shackles on me. What forged document? I dropped my shoulder and shoved him with my hand, sending him staggering. If you want to pay off, just say so. Pin a crime like this on me. I won't stand for it. I was strong to begin with, and these past few days I'd been drilling my fists every day. One shove, and those 2 pampered tax officers stumbled back several steps. You've got nerve, boy, daring to raise your hand. One tax officer sneered. Fine, I'll let you die knowing why. Come look for yourself. See whether the signature on this document is right. He snapped the document open with a flourish. I leaned in to look. The handwriting, the content, were exactly the same as yesterday, but the signature and seal in the lower left corner had changed. Yesterday it had clearly read Chun Jin Feng, Lu Chong, but now it had become Chun Quan Feng, and that square official seal was missing a corner. Just that much of a difference, and the whole document was worthless. My mind went blank with a buzz. I remembered clearly that when the document was written out yesterday, I checked it over and over. There was absolutely no mistake. Now that the seal had changed, The only possibility was, this paper had been swapped by someone. But this document had been tucked in Xiaoya's bosom against her body the whole time. She surely couldn't have sabotaged herself. So then, could it be? Xiaoya, I asked, my face iron gray. Did anyone touch this document yesterday? No, no one did. Xiaoya was so frightened her face went ashen. Yesterday you handed it to me, and I kept it against my body the whole time. Wait. She stopped abruptly, cold sweat bursting out all over her. Yesterday afternoon, washing clothes at the creek, Auntie Ma stuffed that marriage booklet into my bosom. Boom! It all connected in that instant. When Auntie Ma stuffed the marriage booklet in, she'd plainly seized the chance to pull a switch, swapping the real document in Xiaoya's bosom for this fake one. That parting urging, whatever you do, don't lose it. Thinking back on it now, every word had been part of the trap. Can't even forge properly. You can't even get your own names right. The two tax officers pressed in step by step, smiling grimly. It's been a long while since Maishan County had commoners as bold as you two, daring to forge documents. The county magistrate is sure to take an interest in this case, and the brothers in the punishment office will surely entertain you both properly. My mind raced, and my gaze slowly hardened. It was plain as day I'd been set up in a trap. There was no use blaming Xiaoya now. Two roads lay before me. The first, accept defeat and be arrested, exiled to the northern wastes. That place was all howling sand and wind, with barbarians constantly bursting out. Going there was basically just waiting to die. The second, strike right now. Kill these two tax officers, take Xiaoya, and flee under cover of night up Tiger Head Mountain to turn bandit. Almost without hesitation, a savage light flashed in my eyes, and my gaze fell on the kindling knife beside the millstone behind me. Just then, a hand suddenly clamped down on my arm. It was Xiaoya. She stepped out from behind me, her face white as paper, trembling all over, yet she gritted her teeth and spoke up to the two tax officers. I forged the document all by myself. It has nothing to do with my brother. The moment those words came out, the two tax officers were taken aback, and so was I. The tax officer sneered. A big case like forging documents, and you, a mere slip of a girl, want to shoulder it all? For this case to be settled, you two siblings will both have to own up to it. Xiaoya was gasping, her eyes gone red. Constables, don't push things too far. We siblings are honest, law-abiding folk, but even a cornered rabbit bites. Push us till there's truly no way to live, and we'll stop caring about any law of the land. When a common man's fury erupts, blood splatters 5 paces. The two tax officers caught the blatant threat in that, and their faces darkened at once. A mere dirt-legged peasant daring to threaten officials? But just as they were about to explode, they looked up and met these murder-laden eyes of mine, and a chill instantly seized their hearts, cold running straight up their spines. That gaze, even a River and Lake bandit with dozens of lives on his hands might not have one so terrifying. In that instant, the hair on both men's bodies stood on end. They knew perfectly well in their hearts. Push this man too far, and he really would dare to kill. The two tax officers traded a glance. Right now it was just the two of them, without weapons in hand, and in a real fight, they'd get no advantage. Better to take the girl away first, go back to the county court and gather more men, then come back for me. After a moment's silence, the tax officer clamped the chain around Xiaoya's wrists. Since it's got nothing to do with your brother, we'll leave him for now. You, come along with us. Clack, the chain locked tight. My brow twitched hard, and my right hand, of its own accord, reached again toward my waist. Brother, Xiaoya hurriedly called to me, giving a slight shake of her head, her voice trembling. Don't do anything foolish. I drew several deep breaths in a row, forcing myself to stay calm. I couldn't act rashly. They were only taking Xiaoya. At least I was still free and could still find a way to save her. Even if it really came to a sentence of exile, there was no way it would be decided for certain today. Clap. Xiaoya pulled the marriage booklet from her bosom and held it out toward me from a distance. Brother, help me return this to Auntie Ma. Auntie Ma, yes. It was her. She was the one who'd swapped the document, which meant the real one was almost certainly still in her hands. As long as I got it back, I could prove us siblings innocent. I snatched up the marriage booklet, my voice pressed low. Xiaoya, don't be afraid. Your brother won't let you be exiled. I'll bring you home, no matter what. She forced a smile and only nodded hard. Enough talk, move. The two tax officers marched Xiaoyao off toward the edge of the village. Watching their backs recede, I gripped that marriage booklet tight, turned, and bolted for Auntie Ma's place at the east end of the village. Running the whole way, my mind never stopped churning. The Li siblings had no quarrel, no grudge with Auntie Ma. So why would she set us up? Who was pulling the strings behind her? Pockmarked Wong. No, he was just a country hoodlum boss. He couldn't reach people like tax officers. Uncle Zhao Mu and his wife were long buried, and there were no such things as ghosts and spirits in this world. Those few hunters from Zhao family village? That made even less sense. The three Zhao brothers were all dead now, and even if there were other relatives, a bunch of dirtlegs couldn't dream up a scheme this vicious, this convoluted. I ran through everyone I'd made an enemy of recently, over and over in my head, yet I couldn't pin down who it was. Before long, Auntie Ma's ramshackle yard was right in front of me. I kicked the door open with one foot. Old woman Ma, get your ass out here. The house was dead silent, no answer. I charged in and searched high and low, empty. Even the clothes and bedding in the cabinets were gone. Fled long ago. This was a way out prepared in advance. Brother Yin, what are you doing here? Old man Lu's voice came from outside the yard, the next door neighbor. Uncle Lu, has old woman Ma gone out? Old man Lu nodded. She left in the middle of yesterday afternoon, hauling a bundle onto an ox cart. Said she was going into town to stay with relatives. What's the matter? You looking for her about something? The middle of yesterday afternoon. She pulled the swap, set us up, and slipped away right after. I knew in my heart this old woman had no relatives at all in the city. Most likely she was afraid of being found out and taking revenge, so she'd hidden herself away first. Maishan County was so big, finding one person was like fishing a needle from the sea. I looked over her marriage booklet yesterday and wanted to ask her to arrange a match. I pulled out the booklet and gave it a wave, throwing out a pretext to brush it off. Old man Lu didn't think much of it, chatted a couple of lines, and left. The trail had gone cold again. A chill washed through my heart. This was simply a dead trap laid long ago, one link tightly chained to the next. That hand behind the scenes had arranged everything and cut off every lead. To this moment, he still didn't even know who was working the mischief, spinning around like a headless fly. When Zhang II was blocking my way, only one thought was turning over in my mind. Those two tax officers hadn't gotten far. Why not chase them down? One strike each, snatch Xiaoyao back first, and deal with the rest later. At this point, it seemed I had no other road left. But the moment I stepped out of Auntie Ma's door and looked up, I ran into a familiar face grinning as it came toward me. Zhang II, the very same wretch who'd wanted to buy Xiaoyao with money before, and whom I'd kicked flat. He blocked the middle of the path, mouth stretched in a grin, and spoke unhurriedly. Well, if it isn't Brother Yin. Why the sour face? Heard you've been living high lately, hunting sheep, bagging deer, and taking over your second uncle's household and fields. Suddenly you're on the rise. What? Even rich folk have their worries. My insides were burning, and I couldn't be bothered with him. Head down, I moved to squeeze past him. Don't you want to know whose hands that real grain payment document is in? The instant those words came out, my feet nailed to the spot. I turned my head, my gaze stabbing at him like a blade. So it was you pulling the tricks? Honestly, I hadn't thought of him at all before. This man was nothing but a broker trafficking in people. How could he possibly be mixed up with tax officers? Besides, there were folk who couldn't survive all over these parts, and girls selling themselves were everywhere. Why would he go to such lengths over Xiaoya? Under my stare, Zhang II backed up half a step and hurriedly waved his hands. Hey, don't get worked up. I'm just passing along a message. Someone told me to tell you. As long as you agree to sell Xiaoya, that document will naturally be returned to you. As for the price, same as before, 10 taels of silver. I narrowed my eyes. Pushed to the extreme of anger, a person turns calm instead. This whole affair reeked of something sinister from beginning to end. That he'd been willing to pay a high 10 taels for Xiaoya back then was already strange enough, and now the person behind him, to get her, could even buy off tax officers, set up a trap, frame us. Putting up this much capital. What for? Could it be that Xiaoya had something on her that they absolutely had to have? Zhang II lowered his voice, half threatening, half smug. Zhao Yan, you've got no choice. Your sister's been hauled off. If it's not the rod, it's exile, and either way it's a dead road. You'd do better to sell her, at least pocket some silver, and let me close out my errand too. A deal that profits both sides. Why not do it? Who is the person behind you? I suddenly asked. That, you don't need to know. He shook his head. My temple throbbed, and I said through gritted teeth, fine, I can sell Xiaoya. But you people scheme against me like this, and I don't even know who's behind it. That's too galling. If you won't say, then even if I let Xiaoya go into exile, I'll never nod. Worst comes to worst, nobody gets to live easy. I was gambling on just how important Xiaoya was to them. The other side had gone to such lengths precisely to get her away. They'd never dig in their heels with me over a small matter like this and risk blowing the whole thing beyond salvaging. Zhang II paused, then suddenly split into a grin. What good would knowing do you? The one behind me can pull the strings on tax officers. That's no small figure the likes of us can afford to offend. And you're still dreaming of revenge, of getting justice? Brother, wake up. If you weren't still a little wary of the law, that master would have had men break down your door and seize her by force long ago. Would he need to go to all this trouble? I grabbed him by the collar, whipped the kindling knife from behind my waist, pressed it to his throat, my face dark enough to drip water. Talk or don't. I've got no patience to listen to your farts. The cold blade against his neck, sweat instantly burst from Zhang II's forehead, and he dared beat around the bush no longer. All right. If you must hear it, I'll tell you. Wang Luan, Master Wang. You know him? The owner of Wang's silk shop in the city? A plump, white-haired, old rich man, so old he could barely walk, surfaced at once in my mind. Wang's silk shop had a bit of a name in the county town. Back when I'd knocked about the city, I'd crossed paths with the Wang household servants and glimpsed this old man a few times from a distance. He wasn't among the very richest, but the family fortune ran deep. The silk shops alone numbered over a dozen, and the maids and page boys serving in the household were at least 30. Compared to me, that was heaven and earth. But his household hardly lacked serving girls. Why would he pay several times over, fixated on Xiaoya and refusing to let go? Zhang II, as if he'd seen through my thoughts, simply laid it out. Brother Yan, don't get the wrong idea. Master Wang isn't buying Xiaoya to do rough labor. He's taking her in to be a mistress and live in comfort. An unpleasant sensation ran through my whole body. The corner of my mouth twitched, and I sneered. So this old dead husk, at his age, still wants to nibble on tender grass? Old men of 70 or 80 taking young girls to wife was nothing rare. In any age, with money and power, no age gap was any obstacle. But I remembered clearly. The Wang Luan I'd seen a year ago was already so old he needed help to walk, and that thing of his was surely long useless. Taking a young wife home, what for? Zhang II gave 2 dry laughs, his tone a bit peculiar. Ahem, Master Wang is 80. He stopped touching women long ago. Xiaoya, she's the wife he's picked out for his son. He slowly explained the whole story. Master Wang's fortune ran deep, but in his younger years he'd had no children at all, until he was past 60, when a concubine finally bore him a son. A child in old age, he truly held him like something he feared dropping if cupped in the hand, melting if held in the mouth. But as it happened, this young master had been sickly since childhood, and having barely made it to 20, had recently even contracted consumption. Every physician had been called in, and not one could cure it. A few days ago, a wandering fortune teller had come and cast a hexagram for the young master, saying that only by taking a wife to ward off evil with a joyful event would the illness turn around on its own. The moment I heard it, I frowned. Consumption, wasn't that tuberculosis? Even in the modern age with advanced medicine, it was hard to deal with, let alone in this godforsaken place. Basically, just waiting to die. As for marrying to ward off evil, pure nonsense, the old trick of charlatans swindling money. So it was the fortune teller who named Xiaoya specifically? I asked. Zhang II shook his head. He only gave a set of birth characters, the 8 characters of birth, saying that only by marrying a girl whose 8 characters matched these would young Master Wang's illness recover. These past days we've run through nearly every village in the area, and only your sister's 8 characters and zodiac sign matched perfectly. At this point, I finally had the whole affair straightened out. In this era, people's minds were clouded, and they believed most fervently in all this ghostly, spiritual business. Faced with any hurdle they couldn't get over, they pinned their hopes on praying to gods and Buddhas, on fortune-telling, and warding off evil with joyful events. In some places, when droughts dragged on without rain, they'd even build altars and burn young boys and girls as offerings to the Dragon King. The absurd tales of the river god taking a wife or the mountain god demanding children were beyond counting. By comparison, warding off evil with a joyful event was actually the mildest of all these ignorant practices. But mild as it was, when it landed on Xiaoya, it was a dead road. I'd read some history books and knew that these women married off to ward off evil held a pitiably low status. In the master household's eyes, they were no different from a dose of medicine. If lucky, the patient really recovered, but even then she couldn't become the proper wife, little better than a maid. And some, cursed with bitter fates, were resold once the medicine had done its work. If unlucky, the patient died, and then her end was truly wretched. The ancients being superstitious, they mostly pushed the blame onto the new bride, and if she fell into cruel hands, having her buried alive as a companion in death or wed to the deceased in a ghost marriage was hardly unheard of. And if my sister marries in, the illness doesn't get better, but instead she's the one who ends up dead? I fixed my eyes on Zhang II. He fell silent for a good while, then let out a long sigh. Brother Yin, once Xiaoya marries in, she belongs to the Wang household. Whether she lives or dies is no concern of ours. If she gets to live a good life, that's her blessing. If she's unlucky and young Master Wang passes, then her following him down to serve him, well, that's only proper. Thud. Before he'd finished, he let out another, "I-O," as I kicked him flat to the ground. That footprint landed not a hair off from where it had a few days before. This time, with a knife in my hand and my face grim, he dared throw out no more vicious words. Gritting his teeth, he crawled up from the ground and forced his voice out through clenched teeth. Brother Yin, either take the money and make a marriage alliance with the Wang household, everyone happy, or dig in your heels to the end and bring ruin on your family. Weigh it yourself. You don't have much time. Xiaoya's already been escorted back to the county court, and in 3 days there will be a formal hearing. Once the case is nailed down, not even Master Wang could get her out. By then, you'll have lost both the girl and the money. Leaving those words, he turned and walked off, offering no more persuasion. He trusted that I'd choose this sensible road. Watching his back, my mind raced. Angry as I'd been just now, I hadn't lost my head. Instead, I chewed through the meaning of his words, sentence by sentence. First, though Wang Luan had money, his hand hadn't yet reached inside the county court. All he'd done was buy off 2 tax collectors. Second, if I really acknowledged the deal, Xiaoya would surely die. Consumption had no cure in this era, and once she married into the Wang household, sooner or later she'd be dragged off to be buried alive as a companion in death. But right now Annie Ma had fled without a trace, and rushing into the city to find Wang Luan was too late. What to do? Frowning, I suddenly laughed aloud. I really am dense. Why would this thing need such a roundabout approach? In Maishan City, at the Wang family compound. In the inner hall, Wang Luan slowly sipped his tea. This matter was handled decently. When it's done, I, Master Wang, won't shortchange you. Keep that real document safe. If Zhao Yin agrees to sell his sister, it's the only proof for ransoming her out of the jail. Auntie Ma stooped, her face piled with ingratiating smiles, and fished the document from her bosom, holding it out with both hands. Rest easy, Master Wang. I've kept this document tucked against my body the whole time. Nothing can go wrong. In the end, she hadn't handed the document over. Zhao Yan's death-defying manner, that scene of him beating pockmarked Wang senseless, she remembered it all clearly. Stealing this thing was as good as forging a mortal grudge with him, which was why she'd fled Chunlu village overnight to throw herself on the Wang household. But she'd also kept a card in reserve. Fearing the Wangs would turn cold the moment they got the document and kick her aside, she clutched it tight, leaving herself a way out. Wang Luan was about to speak again when a fit of heart-rending coughing suddenly burst from the rear hall, mixed with the wheeze of a broken bellows. His face changed, and he waved a hand at Auntie Ma. You go on down first. 2 servants hurriedly supported him, pushing past the screen into the rear hall in a rush. Auntie Ma didn't leave. She peered in through the crack of the screen. On the bed lay a young man, thin as kindling, his face frighteningly pale, his eye sockets sunken, only a few strands of hair left, hunched at the edge of the bed and coughing relentlessly, shaking as if he'd retch up his very organs. "The young master's coughing blood," someone shrieked. "Quick, bring the medicine that's been brewed." Wang Luan, held up by his servants, sighed and coaxed. "Tunger, hold on a little longer. The wife your father found for you will be through the door soon, and then this illness of yours will surely mend." On the other side, the two tax officers, escorting Xiaoya, were walking along a rutted dirt road, cursing all the way. "This wretched country road. It's simply not fit for people to walk. These new boots of mine, only a few days old, and the uppers are near worn through." Chen Jinfeng grinned. "Enough. What's a pair of boots worth? Right now the grain tax is being collected. Run a couple more villages, and the grease comes rolling in, doesn't it? This trip back, and I'll be able to add another bright, roomy tiled room." Lu Chong bared a mouthful of yellow teeth. "You said it. The tax guard office is a fat post. Those dozens of taels I paid for this hide back then. Worth it. Not like those errand runners at the county court, working themselves to death all year and still not saving a few coppers. This time, with the errand master Wang entrusted us, 10 taels each is already in hand. Back in the city, I'm going to book little Feng Xian at Spring Blossom Tower for a whole night, and nothing's stopping me." "Ha. Easy there, you rascal. Don't go dying on top of her." That unbridled laughter drilled into Xiaoya's ears, making her already bloodless face go even whiter. The shackles on her wrists were heavy and rough, chafing her skin raw until blood seeped through. Her eyes were empty, tears welling up. She thought to herself, maybe this was for the best, die sooner, and she wouldn't have to suffer alive in this world. Her parents had gone early, and she'd been unable to eat her fill or dress warmly from childhood. Through all those years I'd spent as a good-for-nothing, she'd taken more than her share of people's spiteful words on my account. Just when she'd finally begun to hope life had a little something to strive toward, comfortable for barely half a month, disaster came crashing down. This stretch of time had been like a short, beautiful dream. Now the dream had ended, and what waited for her was the same bitter fate she couldn't escape. The sun was vicious. Both tax officers walked drenched in sweat and shuffled into the shade of a tree to rest. Just then, at the far end of the road, a figure appeared. Only when it drew near did they make it out. It was me. "Brother, why have you come?" Xiaoya was stunned. Her eyes swept over the kindling knife at my waist, and as if understanding something in an instant, her face suddenly changed. I rolled my wrists, the bones cracking a few times, my face expressionless, and stepped forward one pace at a time. The two tax officers, seeing the situation was off, sprang to their feet and glared. "Zhao, what do you think you're doing?" I tugged at the corner of my mouth. "My lords, don't shout. I followed you the whole way, and only showed myself where there's no one around. Yell yourself hoarse now, and no one will hear." The moment those words came out, both men went white. Xiaoya was struck dumb too, tears rolling down at once, and she cried out through sobs. "Brother, don't do anything reckless. Go back quick. Zhao, I'm a man of the imperial court. You dare lay hands on us." Chen Jinfeng backed away as he yanked his waist saber out with a rasp. "Don't want your whole family to lose their heads." Instead, my smile grew clearer. "You too have it wrong. I came today for just two things, to take my sister, and, while I'm at it, to get that document back." The truth was, earlier I simply hadn't turned the corner. To save Xiaoya, why go to all the trouble of finding Annie Ma and snatching the real document? As long as the fake one before me was destroyed, the matter was settled. Tax officers weren't constables. Their authority didn't run that deep. Without proof, without evidence, even hauling someone back to the county court wouldn't convict her. Worst case, I'd just pay the grain tax again. "You mean to destroy the evidence?" Lu Chong's eyelid twitched. He hadn't expected me to have the guts to raise a hand against officials. What ordinary commoner didn't bow his head at the sight of official garb, let alone dare to fight? I stepped forward. "Whether this document is real or fake, you lords know in your hearts. I can pay the grain again. I'll swallow that loss. But the person, today I must take." The two exchanged a glance, both looking flustered. They knew, This fake document was the sole proof for a conviction. With the fake gone, trying to frame us on nothing but their empty words would be hard. Daring to strike an imperial official, the crime warrants death on the spot. Chun Jinfeng roared and struck first, hacking his saber at my neck. I dropped low, and my kindling knife flicked up from below, clang, a crisp ring, forcibly knocking the official saber aside. His grip went numb, and he staggered back 2 steps, his face changing. This wretch never trained in martial arts, soaking all day in wine halls and brothels, his body long hollowed out. Together, Lu Chong lunged in from the side, a saber sweeping across my waist. He was tall and quick, the blade whistling. I flashed my body aside, spun the kindling knife, and slammed the back of the blade hard onto his wrist. Act! The official saber flew from his hand. Seizing the moment, I swept a low leg, dropping him hard and kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Chen Jinfeng's eyes went red, and he charged again with a roar. Instead of retreating, I advanced. My kindling knife met the official saber, drew it in, and led it along, borrowing his force to push forward. He couldn't rein himself in, and his whole body pitched ahead. I sidestepped clear and, reversing my grip, slammed the knife's handle onto the back of his neck. Bang! He plunged face first into the dirt, eyes rolling back as he passed out. Lu Chong had just crawled up when my knife was already pressed to his throat. From start to finish, no more than a dozen counts, and the 2 officials who'd been so imposing moments ago were both flat on the ground, in a sorry state. Truth be told, even with sabers in hand, these 2 were less capable in a fight than that gang of hoodlums under pockmarked Wang. Spare me. With the cold blade against his neck, Lu Chong froze, cold sweat soaking through his official garb, his voice trembling, his legs gone soft and shaking. In that moment, he regretted it to the bone. He was a tax officer, living comfortably, and to throw his life away here over 10 taels of thank you money was too much of a loss. Hand over the shackle key, and that fake document, I said coldly. His face white as paper, trembling, he fished out the copper key and the document and held them up. I took the document and looked. That was it. I tore it to shreds, pulled out a fire striker, and burned it clean. Go back and tell Wang Luan, I said, fixing my eyes on him, cold flickering in them. This ends here. I'll swallow this loss, and from now on we go our separate ways. But if he insists on hounding us siblings, then don't blame me for being ruthless. This worthless life of mine, traded for his whole family, old and young, that's a fair bargain. Lu Chong caught the threat packed into those words, and instead felt relieved. It seemed I didn't mean to actually take his life today. Gasping heavily, he said, Rest easy, I'll surely pass the word along. I turned to unlock Xiaoya's shackles, and seeing that ring of bloody marks around her wrists, my heart clenched. Come, let's go home. The shackles opened, and she threw herself into my arms and wept aloud. I patted her back gently, coaxing her for a good while before she came around. I tossed the key back offhandedly, not sparing those 2 tax officers so much as a glance. We'd walked a dozen or so steps back along the country road when Xiaoya raised her tear-reddened eyes. Brother, this thing, can it really just end like this? I sneered. You're thinking too simply. Never mind that fever-blind old man of the Wang household. Even these 2 tax officers today will never let us live in peace from now on. Having him pass along the message was just a show for the Wangs, to make them think I'm scared, that I won't dare come at them hard. I lowered my voice, 1 word at a time. Everyone who's had a hand in this, I won't let a single one of them off. What did you say? In the Wang family's inner hall, the teacup in Wang Luan's hand smashed to the floor with a crack, shards of porcelain scattering everywhere. He glared fixedly at the 2 disheveled tax officers before him, his chest heaving, so furious he could barely draw breath. The fake document was snatched back, and that girl was taken away by Zhao Yin too. Chen Jinfeng had a gash of blood across his forehead. Lu Chong was still rubbing his red, swollen wrist. Both stood in their filthy official garb, looking as if they'd lost their souls, not daring to breathe loudly. Wang Luan raised his voice, fingernails digging into his palms. My lords, I put down 20 taels of solid snow-white silver. And this is the result I get? You can't even handle a common street rat. Those words grated like a red-hot needle. Official status aside, The two had taken the silver and failed the task and could only bow their heads and listen. Chun Jinfeng gritted his teeth. This time we underestimated that boy. We figured he wouldn't dare run wild in front of officials, who knew he'd be so bold. He counted on us having no evidence and no nerve to report to the county court. Lu Cheng was choking with frustration too. When the fake document was snatched back, his first thought had been to return to the yamen and call constables to arrest the man. But that thought was pressed down in an instant. Tax officers and constables were not of one camp at all. Tax officers had plenty of grease, and those poor constables had long eyed them with envy. The two sides had never gotten along. At a time like this, they'd be delighted to watch him fall, and without spending big money to grease the wheels, they'd never lift a finger. Besides, this whole business broke the law in the first place. If word leaked and got poked up to the magistrate, he'd have this official hide of his stripped off. The tax officer's post. How many eyes were fixed on it? Cough, 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 cough. Another gut-wrenching bout of coughing came from the rear hall. Hearing it, Wang Luan's brow twitched hard. That sound was like a nail driven into his heart. Chun Jinfeng suddenly turned vicious. If nothing else works, just send men to seize her outright. That boy's got no money and no power. Do it clean, and who'd trace it back to us? Lu Cheng, clutching his wrist, nodded again and again, his eyes gone dark. Get a few men to pose as bandits, sneak in by night and finish him off, then torch the whole place, man and house both. That leaves the little girl. Won't she be ours to do with as we please? Wang Luan let out a heavy sigh. He'd been an honest man of business, unwilling to touch such killing, but right now, it seemed there was no other road. His mouth twitched, and he said in a low voice, "Fine. But this time, don't let it go wrong again." At once, savage grins spread across the two tax officers' faces. They remembered that beating from Zhao Yan, and now that they could take revenge, it was gratifying. Lu Cheng laughed under his breath. "Oh, right. A couple of days back a household in Chunlu village was robbed, said to be the work of bandits from Tiger Head Mountain. Perfect, we pin this filth on them. Might even, under the banner of suppressing bandits, collect another round of tax money. Killing two birds with one stone." Xiaoya and I got back to the village just as Jiang Yu came hurrying up. "Brother Yan, I just heard Xiaoya was taken away by tax officers. What happened?" My face grim, I told him the gist of it. Jiang Yu's brows knotted into a knot. Now we're in trouble. Since Wang Luan can pull officials into it, he definitely won't let it rest. He might even come at us by force. I nodded. When scheming didn't work, force often became the most direct method. I drew a breath, leaned close to Jiang Yu's ear, and, voice lowered, laid out the whole plan in my heart, point by point. He nodded as he listened, and at the end said gravely, "Rest easy. I'll get this done for certain." With that he turned and strode off at a quick pace. Xiaoyao watched his receding back, then suddenly tugged at the corner of my clothes. "Brother, what exactly are you planning to do? Don't lie to me." "It's nothing. I sent him to the horse caravan to find a few helpers. If the Wangs really do come at us hard, then with more people on our side we won't be at a disadvantage." I grinned and gave her hair a rub. "You go stay at Third Ants for a few days first. I have to make a trip into the city." "Into the city? If I don't offload this deer antler velvet soon, it really will spoil." I hefted the cloth pouch in my bosom, then paused. "Besides, hiring people to help, doesn't that take money to grease? Plus the grain tax I have to pay again. If I don't sell it, where's the money coming from?" Xiaoya lowered her head, tears dropping down one after another. "Brother, it's all my fault. If I'd kept the document safe, none of this would have happened. We're blood siblings. Why bring that up?" I reached out my rough thumb and gently wiped the tears from her face, a gesture nothing like the usual saber-swinging brute I was. "All those messes I stirred up before, wasn't it always you cleaning them up? It's different. This time it's different." She bit her lip, nearly drawing blood. My tone hardened a bit, and I picked up the kindling knife and headed out the door. "Enough. Stop dwelling on it. I'll take you to Third Ants first. Until I'm back, no matter who comes looking for you, don't show yourself." Once Xiaoya was settled, I rushed all the way into the city, straight for Plum Blossom Tower. A shop hand announced me, and I saw Kong Qingzong. "Little brotherly, you really did bring me a nice surprise." He was turning two walnuts in his hand, And the moment he spotted the two intact deer antler velvets in the cloth pouch, his eyes lit up at once. Fine quality, and freshly grown velvet too. TSK, good stuff. He nodded with satisfaction, fished a bank note from his robe, and held it out. 30 taels as agreed, not a fraction more or less. Take it. With such a large sum about to land in hand, I couldn't manage a smile. I drew a breath and shook my head. Master Kong, I've got one presumptuous request. If you won't agree, then this antler velvet, I can't sell it. The air in the room turned rigid at once. Kong Qingzong's face darkened, the walnuts in his hand giving a crack. The private room on the second floor was so quiet you could hear the candlewick sputter. He sneered. What's this? Because I pay readily. You think you can jack up the price on the spot and butcher me like a fat sheep? As the second manager of Plum Blossom Tower, he didn't lack these few dozen taels, but he cared about face. On my first trip to sell him goods, I'd only taken 2 taels, which had made him feel this was a man who did things with propriety and gave him plenty of face. But if today I saw that he was easy to deal with and squeezed for more, that was treating him like a fool. I swept my eyes around, confirmed no one else was listening, then lowered my voice. Master Kong, you've got it wrong. This humble fellow really has run into a bit of trouble and wants to ask your help. I leaned to his ear and said a few words, then added, as long as you help pass along a word, I'll knock another 10 taels off the price of this antler velvet. Hearing that it wasn't a price hike, his expression eased somewhat, but he didn't agree at once. Only frowned, the 2 walnuts clacking as he turned them and mulled it over a good while before speaking. I do have a channel, but you'd better understand. If the thing doesn't come off, that's got nothing to do with me. Rest easy, I know the rules. I broke into a grin. The sky had gone fully dark. In a low, thatched hut, an old woman with a slightly hunched back smilingly brought over a chipped bowl. Xiaoya, don't just sit there. Come. There's nothing good in the house. This is congee made from year before last sold rice. The taste's a bit off, but don't mind it. 2 bowls of thin rice congee, a few beans and rice husks floating in them. In great sway, ordinary farming households ate this on ordinary days too. Third aunt, I'm not hungry. Xiaoya forced a smile and didn't take the bowl. This old woman had no sons or daughters and couldn't even count as a relative of the Li family, yet she'd been especially good to Xiaoya since she was small. When times were tight for the lease, she'd often scour around for odd jobs to give Xiaoya, helping make ends meet. Not hungry, still have a couple of sips. That mutton you brought over a couple of days back, I salted it. I'll heat it up in a bit, and we'll eat it together when your brother's back. Third aunt's tone was gentle but firm. By the way, didn't you say he went into the city to sell goods? It's pitch dark now, why isn't he back yet? A flicker of unease crossed Xiaoya's eyes. With so much happening today, and me not back by now, her heart was pounding. Those 2 tax collectors, the Wong household's people, would they intercept me on the road? The more she thought, the more panicked she grew. Just then, footsteps came from outside. The door pushed open, and my tall frame stepped in. Brother, Xiaoya shot to her feet, and seeing me whole and unharmed, let out a long breath. Why are you only back now? I was worried to death. I smiled, pulled a big bundle from behind me, and opened it. Inside were bedding, rice, and cured meat. I took the things out and said to Third Aunt, I ran into a few acquaintances on the road, which held me up a while. Third Aunt, there's something I want to trouble you with. Go on. I fished out a money pouch and set it on the table, saying in a low voice, I'd like Xiaoya to stay here with you for a few days. This, consider it rent. Looking at that plump, bulging money pouch, Third Aunt showed no great delight. Her face, dense with wrinkles, held no expression, and it was a good while before she slowly sighed. Brother Yin, what trouble have you stirred up again? You don't even dare let Xiaoya go home. You haven't broken the law, have you? Today, when the 2 tax officers came into the village and took Xiaoya away, quite a few people had seen it. Later I'd brought her back, but what happened in between, outsiders didn't know. Now, seeing me this tense, all the signs made it look as if I'd committed the grave crime of abducting a person. Third Aunt, what kind of man do you take me for? I explained with a smile. If I'd really broken the law, would I still dare hang around the village? I'd have taken Xiaoya and run far away long ago, and I certainly wouldn't come drag you into it. Sigh. It's simple enough, really. I offended a wealthy household in the city, and those two tax officers were people the other side found to make trouble for me. That trick didn't work, so I'm afraid they'll come at me by force, which is why I sent Xiaoya here to lie low for a while. Only then did third Aunt breathe easy. Thinking it over, it made sense. I wouldn't be so foolish as to sit here waiting to be arrested if I'd truly broken the law. Besides, from the morning when Xiaoya was taken away to when I brought her back, several hours had passed. If anything were really wrong, constables would long since have surrounded Chunlu village, searching house to house. She broke into a smile and glanced at the bedding, rice, and flour on the table. This old woman lives alone and gets awfully bored. Having Xiaoya here to keep me company and chat is nice. I'll keep the quilt, rice, and cured meat, but take this money back. I was firm in my stance, insisting she accept it. I'm willing to help you too, but not for these things. Under the dim yellow oil lamp, third aunt's aged face looked a bit shadowed. She drew a breath and said earnestly, "If you really feel you owe me, then someday when I've passed on, help gather up my body and don't let the stray dogs drag it off. That's all." 3 li outside Maishan City, beneath an old scholar tree, 16 horses pawed the ground restlessly. Their mouths bound tight, so they couldn't cry out. They could only snort clouds of white breath from their nostrils. The burly man in the lead had his face wrapped in black cloth, and in the moonlight, those triangular eyes glinted with menace. He pressed his voice low, the axe in his hand flashing a cold gleam. "Every one of you, keep sharp. From this moment, we're the brave men of Tiger Head Mountain. Anyone who lets slip so much as half a word about the Wong household." He suddenly buried the axe into the tree trunk, withered leaves rustling down. "Is a dead man." As one, everyone reached to feel the knockout drug and hemp ropes in their bosoms. These were what they'd actually used to seize the target. The knives, axes, and cudgels hanging from the saddles were more for show. A young houseman sidled up with an ingratiating smile. "Second chief, rest easy. It's our necks on the line, so the brothers wouldn't dare be careless." Silence. The one called Second King, Steward Guard Lu, suddenly pricked up his ears. From the direction of Chunlu village came the faint sound of a night watchman's clapper. He whipped out the axe, wood shavings falling. "Move." The moon was bright, the stars few. 16 men spurred their horses to a gallop, charging straight for Chunlu village. On the other side, in my little yard, the oil lamp cast 2 shadows against the paper window. Jiang Yu sat across from me, his tone certain. "Brother Yin." This afternoon a few brothers and I kept watch outside the Wong residence and saw with our own eyes someone go to the livestock trader and rent over a dozen horses. Tonight, they'll definitely make their move. Horses were precious things, in any age. Without something big afoot, even the Wong household wouldn't rent so many at once. Any fool could figure it out. Tonight they were coming to snatch someone. This kind of business prized speed, it couldn't be dragged out. I smiled, very calm. I foresaw it long ago. That old wretch of the Wong household dotes on his son, so with the 2 tax officers having failed, he'd surely switch tactics at once to deal with me. "So what exactly do you plan to do?" Jiang Yu was growing restless. Given the Wong household's posture, they'd bring no small number of men. With just the 2 of us, how do we handle over a dozen men and over a dozen horses? When Jiang Yu had run back from Chunlu village that evening to report, he'd meant to call the horse caravan brothers over to lend a hand, but I'd refused flat out. As a result, in this yard, only the 2 of us remained. 2 people against more than a dozen mounted men. A life and death scene like this was a whole different matter from that time I'd dealt with pockmarked Wong. With the numbers so lopsided, no matter how well the 2 of us could fight, we'd be trampled into meat paste by men and horses. Jiang Yu couldn't sit still, but I looked at that kindling knife on the table and dropped my words one at a time. "Rest easy. Tonight, however many come, that's how many die." Clop, clop, clop. Hoofbeats rang out especially loud in the night. Under the moonlight, that mounted troop drew closer and closer to the village. The man in the lead reined in his mount and instructed a subordinate at his side. "Go into the village first and take a look. See whether there are others at Zhao Yan's place, whether he's fled." The subordinate didn't take it seriously, hefting the broad saber from his saddle. "Isn't Zhao Yan just a street hoodlum? The folk he runs with are only those few village louts. Do we need to be this careful?" If you ask me, we just charge straight in and cut down whoever we run into. That boy tripped the master up several times. He's no lamp that saves oil. Don't underestimate him. The man's voice held a trace of impatience. Get going quick. The subordinate dared talk back no more. He dismounted, hunched low, and slipped into the village. About the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he came running back with an ingratiating smile. Steward guard Lou. Rest easy. I peeked outside his place. The lamps lit inside, shadows moving about, no more than 2 or 3 people. What steward guard? Call me second king, the man snapped, brows knitting. Yes, 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 look at my memory. Second king, are we going into the village? Steward guard Lou no longer hesitated in the slightest. With a crack of his whip, he led the housemen charging toward Chunlu village. In an instant, the hoofbeats thundered like a peal of thunder. They're here. I opened my eyes and ran a finger over that nick on the kindling knife. In a few dozen breaths, the mounted troop had crashed up outside my fenced yard. Steward guard Lou stared at that bit of lamplight showing through the paper window and said coldly, "Charge in. Kill all the men. Take the women. Kill." The housemen let up a chaotic shout. Jiang Yu rushed to the window. Under the moonlight, over a dozen black figures smashed through the fence like vicious demons, and the axe in the lead man's hand gleamed bright. Brother Yen. They. His voice cracked out of pitch. I had already stepped out into the yard. The night wind lifted my thin clothes, and the short blade at my waist flashed a cold gleam. The dust kicked up by the hooves flew into my face. Who are you people? Humph. I'm the second king of Tiger Head Mountain, known as Black Whirlwind. Steward guard Lou knew such a commotion would surely alarm the villagers, so he hurried to flaunt this bandit identity, playing the part to the hilt to avoid exposure. If you know what's good for you, hand over your grain and silver. Make me happy, and I'll give you a quick death. I shuffled back 2 steps. Trying to run? A savage grin twisted his black cloth-wrapped face as he vaulted his horse over the low fence, drew the long axe, and rushed straight for the house. Boy, you really are stupid. Offend Master Wang and not make a single preparation. Seeing this, the other horse bandits drew their blades and followed suit. Inside the house, Jiang Yu's hair stood on end all over, his mind a blank. It's over. They've charged into the yard, and in less than 20 breaths the 2 of us will be chopped into mincemeat. But even at this point, I still neither dodged nor flinched, standing bolt upright in the doorway. A flicker of doubt crossed Steward guard Lou's mind. This boy, had he been scared witless? At the very instant his axe came whistling down, I suddenly flung both arms open and shouted at the top of my lungs, "The bandits of Tiger Head Mountain have arrived. My lords, why not strike now?" Fwang! Out of the darkness came the sudden humming twang of bowstrings, and 16 arrows tore through the air, their heads linking into a sheet of silver light in the moonlight. Steward guard Lou watched helplessly as those ridged arrowheads swelled rapidly before his eyes, and the next second, a burst of agony exploded in his chest. As he tumbled from his horse, he saw more arrows raining down thick and fast from behind the haystacks, from the tree canopies, from atop the earthen walls. Ambush! Thud! 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 The mounted troop, so ferocious moments before, dissolved into utter chaos, men shouting and horses screaming. The struck horses kicked wildly like mad things, flinging the men off their backs. One masked man had just scrambled up when a long spear suddenly stabbed out of the darkness and ran him clean through. From behind the trees, beside the houses, along the earthen slope all around my home, tall figures rose soundlessly, one after another. They gripped long bows and long spears, steel sabers at their waists, all in matching blue-green garb with a large character soldier embroidered on their chests. It's the garrison troops. Seeing these men emerge from the shadows, Steward guard Lou shuddered all over, his voice cracking. "You're a street lout. How could you possibly command the garrison?" To his dying moment, he couldn't fathom this point. For this, we have to go back several hours. That day at Plum Blossom Tower, Kong Qingzong had sized me up with a peculiar look. "I really can't figure it out. Just how big a mess did you stir up that you need the garrison's help? You're a hunter. Did you kidnap someone's young miss? Or sneak into someone's concubine's bed?" To be clear, though the biggest official in Maishan County was the magistrate, Stationed in the city was a garrison that did not answer to the magistrate. The Great Sway Court kept military and civil affairs separate. The magistrate could only direct his own constables, tax officers, and errand runners, while the garrison was independent, taking orders directly from the regional commander at Hangzhou Prefecture. This garrison in Maishan County numbered 180 men in all, led by an assistant commander. Their pay and supplies all came from the regional commander's headquarters, without the slightest connection to the county court. Precisely for this reason, this force called the Garrison Guard held a special standing in Maishan County. If it were really just some business between a man and a woman, I wouldn't have the face to come beg you. This time the situation truly is complicated. I didn't lay my cards bare to Kong Qingzong. The Wang household counted as somebody in the city, and if the two of them had some private friendship, then the moment I told all, I'd be sold out. Though we dealt with each other a few times, I understood in my heart that our relationship, in the end, was built on each being useful to the other. Seeing my mouth stayed shut, Kong Qingzong didn't press, only waved a hand. Fine, if you don't want to say, forget it. Come, I'll take you to meet someone. East of the city, the garrison encampment. Kong Qingzong's carriage passed through unobstructed the whole way. The soldiers along the route cupped their hands in salute at the sight of him, their manner respectful. I was secretly startled. This second manager of Plum Blossom Tower carried this much weight? Garrison Assistant Commander Lin Jian. I've known him 6 or 7 years. But the man is greedy for money. If you can't feed his appetite, my face alone probably won't be enough to move him. Kong Qingzong gave me a heads up in advance. In this era, asking someone to get something done all depended on real gold and silver to clear the road. Relying on face alone to wear a person down would burn through the goodwill in a few tries. I understand. I pressed my voice low. I came prepared. We waited only a short while in the central command tent before a tall man lifted the flap and came in. The tent was warm, charcoal blazing, yet as he strode in, it was as if he brought a gust of cold wind with him. Lin Jian was in his 40s, stubble-faced, in an old suit of leather armor, with a square face and round eyes, a fierceness between his brows, clearly no ordinary figure at a glance. Manager Kong, a rare guest. He grinned and dropped into the master's chair. What's this? Has Plum Blossom Tower's business extended all the way into my camp? Kong Qingzong smiled apologetically. You jest, General Lin. I've come today because a young brother would like to ask a favor of you. So saying, he turned aside to make way for me. I cupped my hands. Greetings, General. Lin Jian gave me a glance. Coarse cloth clothes, straw sandals on my feet, and his face darkened at once. Manager Kong, what do you take this place of mine for? Bringing just any random person here? Kong Qingzong hurried to smile placatingly. Don't be angry, General. Though this relative of mine is of humble origin, he's a clever one and would never make you help for nothing. I understood in my heart. He disdained how shabbily I was dressed. As garrison assistant commander, Lin Jian's usual dealings were with wealthy households or respectable officials. A countryman like me would find it hard even to get a single audience with him, let alone ask him to handle something. Oh, then what payment can you offer? Lin Jian showed a flicker of interest. My fees don't come cheap. Unhurried, I met his scrutinizing gaze. General, when I came into the camp just now, I noticed the brothers all look sharp and spirited. Only the armor on their bodies is somewhat old. Lin Jian frowned. If the general is willing to do me this favor, then once the matter is done, I guarantee that every brother under your command will get a new suit of armor. Seeing that we were about to talk real business, Kong Qingzong tactfully found a pretext and stepped out of the tent for some air. It had been agreed beforehand. He was only responsible for the introduction. Whether it succeeded rested entirely on my own ability. Only Lin Jian and I remained in the tent. Slap. He slammed the table and sprang up. Boy, do you know how much a suit of iron armor costs? Re-equipping all 180 men would run at least 1,000 taels. Can you produce that? Armor was a rarity everywhere, extremely expensive. Generally, only elite troops merited it. Maishan County's 100-odd garrison troops had, all told, a dozen-odd shabby cloth and wrought tin suits, and the best of them was worn by Lin Jian himself. Iron plate armor? Don't even dream of it. Even the most ordinary iron armor cost a dozen-odd taels a suit. Maishan County was vast with a sparse population, hardly a critical pass. The military funds allotted each year barely covered pay, and re-equipping was pure fantasy. I fixed my eyes on his. I can't produce it, but someone else can. Who? The Wang household. The Wang household? Explain in detail. Lin Jian's face changed at once. My name is Zhao Yan, and I have a sister named Zhao Xiaoya. A while back, somehow we offended the Wang household that runs the silk shop, and they've tried several times to set us siblings up, all without success. This time, they'll surely come at us hard. I paused. As it happens, a few days ago bandits raided the village and my uncle and aunt were killed. The whole village is in a panic. So long as the general leads men to lie in ambush ahead of time, then the moment the Wang household's people make their move, take them on the spot. My gaze went cold. By then, if you say they're the Wang household's underlings, then that's what they are. If you say they're bandits of Tiger Head Mountain, then bandits is what they are. Bandits. That meant the confiscation of the household and beheading. The tent fell silent, only the crackle of the charcoal fire remaining. Lin Jian stared at me a good while, then suddenly grinned and whipped out his saber. Whoosh! The blade flashed and stopped right at my throat. I didn't move. The tip halted half an inch from my neck, that chill so sharp it prickled the skin. Boy, you've got nerve. His voice went low. The Wang household's power in Maishan County is no small thing. Why should I go touching such a hard stone for the sake of a commoner like you? I might as well cut you down right now and go collect a reward from the Wangs. Because I know the general and the Wang household have long had bad blood. The corner of my mouth curled up. And you're short of money, while I'm worth nothing. The Wang household is a piece of fat meat. Swallow it, and you and your brothers can all eat your fill. I'm at most a grasshopper, not even enough to fill a gap in your teeth. Lin Jian's eyes turned peculiar. You even know I have an old grudge with the Wang household? If I hadn't scoped out the details, would I have dared come to you? My palms were soaked with sweat, but my voice held steady enough. The whole story of this feud was, in fact, known all over Maishan County. Back when Lin Jian had just been transferred in as assistant commander, short of military funds, he'd set his sights on several of the city's wealthy households, the Wangs among them. He put out word that he could serve as a backer for the great families. Their journeys out of the city to do business, their goods escorting, would all be protected by the garrison on the condition of an annual share of the profits. But at the time he hadn't yet found his footing in the county, and Wang Luan paid him no mind at all, even laughing at him openly for daydreaming, for wanting to trap a tiger with empty hands. After all, it was no year of war, and the garrison's power couldn't match the county courts. Not only did Wang Luan refuse him, he instead latched onto a few tax officers' coattails. With him taking the lead, a batch of wait-and-see merchants followed his example, and Lin Jian's scheme fell through then and there. The feud was forged from that time. But over these years the Wang household ran their business by the rules, and even when there were small faults, it wasn't the garrison's place to intervene, so Lin Jian had never gotten a chance to deal with him. The original owner of this body of mine had, in his early years, spent all day carousing with a gang of hoodlums and second-rate louts. That lot were good for nothing else, but at digging up gossip, they were first-rate. So the moment I confirmed it was the Wang household working the mischief behind the scenes, the first person I thought of was Lin Jian. The enemy of an enemy might just make a friend. My station was a world apart from his. There was no talk of standing as equals, but on this one matter, the two of us could stand on the same line. Lin Jian stared at me, then suddenly burst out laughing. The Wang household was a big piece of fat meat, and clapping the bandits' cap on them would confiscate a fortune enough to plump up the Garrison brothers' flat purses at once. As for me, however you wrung me out, you couldn't squeeze a few taels from me, not even the loose change of their military pay. Good. What a bold, sky-defying boy. He sheathed the saber and clapped me heavily on the shoulder. This deal, I'll take it. Back to the present. Looking at the 20-odd garrison troops emerging from the shadows, Steward Guard Liu and those dozen-odd men were all dumbstruck. Ha! A burst of laughter rang out as Lin Jian strode forward, sweeping his eyes over the Wang household's housemen sprawled every which way on the ground, the excitement in his eyes impossible to suppress. He came to my side and lowered his voice. I'd even prepared bandit clothes and gear, meaning to dress them up and make the show more convincing. Didn't expect they'd costume themselves. Saves the trouble. When steward guard Lu had come into the village earlier, he hadn't concealed a thing, even loudly proclaiming himself the second chief of Tiger Head Mountain. The villagers roused nearby were all living witnesses. "Congratulations, General Lin." I grinned, my smile carrying a hint of ferocity, and cupped my hands. "This time you've captured over a dozen bandits. Not only can you follow the vine to seize the Wang household's holdings, you can report it to the regional commander's headquarters and claim merit. If the commander is pleased, you might even get a promotion." Lin Jian couldn't hide the delight on his face, but said no more, turning to bark at his men. "Someone, tie up all these bandits. Don't let a single one escape." Clang, blades left their sheaths. 20-odd elite soldiers pressed in lockstep. "Run!" Someone among the Wang housemen shrieked, and several scrambled up from the ground and bolted for their lives. But after that hail of arrows, most of the horses had spooked, either toppled over or having flung their riders, so to flee they could only rely on their two legs. Loose arrows. Since they've been made into bandits, dead or alive makes no difference. Cut them down, and even dragging along the corpses we can go settle accounts with the Wang household. Everyone who'd come tonight was Lin Jian's trusted man, all long aware of the ins and outs of the matter, and they showed no mercy in the least. For dealing with bandits, unwilling to surrender, they had only one word: kill. Arrows shot out whistling, blades ran red. The garrison troops charged in like beasts pouncing on prey, and in a mere dozen-odd breaths, 5 or 6 fell, heads severed from bodies. These Wang household housemen, who'd done well enough bullying poor country folk while backed by Wang Luan's power, now faced with the garrison were like mice before a cat. They didn't even have the nerve to fight back. In the chaos, steward guard Lu struggled up, meaning to slip away. The next second, a steel saber came slashing at his face. In that instant his world spun, and into his vision came a headless corpse. Strange. Why did this body look more and more familiar the more he looked? His head slammed hard into the ground, and in his last moment before consciousness vanished, he finally realized that headless corpse was himself. About a cup of tea later, the scene fell utterly silent. "General, this time we killed 12 mountain bandits and took 3 alive. The bandit chief, Black Whirlwind, died on the spot. We used 57 arrows, with no injuries." A garrison soldier ran up to Lin Jian and pointed at 3 housemen bound fast and kneeling on the ground. How shall these 3 be dealt with? The 3 bandits were ashen-faced, trembling nonstop. The firelight danced across their faces, every shadow written with terror. Their dozen-odd comrades, all dead, the corpses laid out right beside them, blood still steaming. "Do you want to die or want to live?" Lin Jian clasped his hands behind his back, half smiling. "To live? This lowly one wants to live," the 3 cried out together. "Want to live? Then you'd best be obedient." Lin Jian drew a breath. "Tonight, who put you up to this? What did you come to do?" The 3 exchanged a glance, and the one on the far left spoke, shaking. It was Master Wang Luan who sent us, telling us to dress as bandits, kill Zhao Yin, and snatch his sister back to marry the young master and ward off evil with a joyful event." Lin Jian's face darkened, and the garrison soldier beside him drew his blade at once. One stroke, and blood sprayed high. That houseman's throat gaped open in a great gash, and with a gurgle he toppled to the ground, lifeless. The other 2, splattered in the face with blood, wet their trousers on the spot, wailing and begging for mercy. "Get this straight. You are mountain bandits, only hiding in the city under the guise of Wang household servants. That Wang Luan is the true master behind Tiger Head Mountain, the great chief." Lin Jian bent down, his eyes like a beast's. All these years he's used the silk shop as cover, specializing in raiding and robbery. Tonight, you came to plunder the village on his orders. Dull as they were, the 2 understood. This was borrowing their mouths to destroy the Wang household. The Wangs had treated them well enough over the years, but with their own lives at stake, who still cared about master-servant loyalty? Yes. We're bandits, and Wang Luan is the chief." The 2 nodded like pestles pounding grain. The Wang household, rear chamber. The candlelight swayed. Wang Luan gazed at the Buddha statue enshrined on the table, slowly lit 3 sticks of incense and planted them in the censer, then knelt and bowed reverently. "Master, it's deep in the night. You should rest." The steward, waiting to the side, reminded him softly. "Steward guard Lu and the others, not back yet." He coughed twice, his voice a bit hoarse. The steward silently shook his head. "Sigh, my heart just won't settle." Wang Luan rose tremblingly and looked out at the pitch-black sky beyond the window. "Even lying down, I can't sleep. I keep feeling something's going to go wrong." The steward brought over a bowl of hot tea and said with a smile, "Master, you're overthinking. We scouted out that Zhao Yin long ago. He's just a country lout who knows a bit of fisticuffs. For steward guard Lu to deal with him, wouldn't that be a breeze?" Only then did Wang Luan ease off a little. He sipped the tea, then suddenly remembered something. That village woman who stole the document. Is she still staying in the residence? Yes, put up in a side room. Drive her out tomorrow. She's of no more use. He waved a hand impatiently. As master and servant were talking, the front gate suddenly rang with pounding knocks. The two exchanged a glance, both showing delight. It must be steward guard Lu back. "Quick, go open the gate." The knocking was like thunder, rattling the bronze bells under the eaves into a wild clangor. Old Zhang, the gatekeeper, jacket thrown over his shoulders and cloth shoes flapping, came running groggily to open up. His hand had just touched the bolt when Steward Chow rushed to the front court like a gust of wind, seized his wrist, and cursed toward the gate in a pressed voice. "Do you not want to live? Knocking that loud, trying to draw the soldiers here, are you?" Before he'd finished, he was the one who yanked open the heavy bolt himself. Creak, the gate opened. The steward froze stiff in the doorway. A shaft of cold light stabbed suddenly before his eyes. Waiting outside for him was hardly steward guard Lu and his houseman. It was a blade. The tip pressed straight against his throat, already leaving a thin line of blood. Before the steps stood a neat row of dozens of garrison troops, every face cold and hard, torches crackling in their hands, lighting the blade edges into a stretch of frosty gleam. "Lin, General Lin?" The steward recognized the man holding the blade at the front and was stunned witless, his tongue tangling. "It's the dead of night. Do you have some urgent matter?" Lin Jian grinned, his smile chilling, and pressed forward step by step with the blade at the man's throat. He advanced one step. The steward retreated one step. "Steward Chow, why haven't you invited our guests in yet?" Wang Luan, old and dim of sight, sat in the main hall and could only vaguely make out a crowd of people in the doorway, unable to see their dress or faces. With a keen blade right at his throat, the steward trembled all over, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his temple. The Wang household privately keeps bandits, colluding with Tiger Head Mountain. Wang Luan is a wealthy merchant on the surface, but in truth a bandit chief. Tonight he even sent his men to plunder a village. Now man and loot are caught together, the evidence ironclad. Lin Jian shouted aloud, his voice like a great bell. He swept a hand, and a dozen-odd blood-soaked corpses were flung into the courtyard, 2 blood-drenched housemen dumped onto the flagstones like torn sacks. By imperial decree, those who collude with bandits. Lin Jian's wrist thrust suddenly forward, the tip advancing another fraction, and Steward Chow's throat stung as he staggered back, his waist slamming hard into the spirit wall. "Shall have their 9 kindred exterminated." The garrison troops, fierce as wolves and tigers, at once poured in, a clattering din of blades leaving sheaths. The quiet, peaceful night burst open in an instant. The torchlight punched countless bright holes into the darkness, lighting the whole courtyard with wild flashing blades. Long sabers hacked open the carved doors of the side rooms. Barbed whips coiled up bed curtains and dragged the womenfolk straight from their quilts. A maidservant in an apricot-red undergarment had cried out only half a sound when a spear shaft was rammed into her mouth, a mouthful of teeth spraying across the ground with the blood. For a moment, the sounds of kicked-in doors, roared curses, and screams blended into one. Many, before they could even dress, were hauled by their hair from the rooms into the courtyard. Some, bold and still not knowing what was happening, cursed as they struggled. "What are you doing? Do you know whose place this is? Dare to storm the Wang household and run wild. We've got backing above. Go report to the authorities. The garrison has broken into a private home and is slaughtering people at will." From the west wing came a sudden, furious roar. "You pack of soldier thugs, I'll fight you to the death." The words cut off abruptly, followed by the muffled thud of a blade plunging into flesh. All saw a jet of blood spray onto the paper window, and that headless corpse still held its punching stance, blood bubbling up in gurgles from the severed neck. The courtyard fell into instant dead silence, everyone standing frozen as if struck by lightning, not daring even to breathe. In the deathly stillness, only the sound of Lin Jian's oxhide boots grinding across the flagstones remained. Expressionless, he glanced at the head rolled to his feet, spat, and murmured to those still open eyes. "Cheapbone thing. Had to take a blade before you'd quit." The firelight wavered, casting light and shadow across his face. Wang Luan rose tremblingly, slamming his cane hard against the floor, and cried in a hoarse voice, "Stop! All of you stop!" Lin Jian strode over, and 2 garrison troops seized him from either side, forcing him down to his knees. This old man had been a figure in the marketplace in his day. Now, hair disheveled, he glared at Lin Jian with bloodshot eyes. "Lin Jian, you shameless wretch. Framing and harming the innocent, bullying with your power, all because you remember that petty grudge from years ago." The corner of Lin Jian's mouth twitched, his smile fierce. "Your Wang household colludes with bandits. The evidence is right there. I'm handling things by the rules. Where's the framing?" "Bullshit." Wang Luan panted heavily, his gray beard flecked all over with spittle. "You just hate that I didn't let you buy into the silk shop back then. You're nothing but a robber in official garb. This general doesn't understand what you're saying." Lin Jian shook his head, blatant mockery on his face. Wang Luan's chest heaved along while before he ground out through his teeth. "Fine, I admit it. I'll give you half the Wang family fortune. Only spare my whole family, old and young." Lin Jian suddenly laughed aloud. "Bribing an official, that's an added crime." Wang Luan's eyes went wide enough to split, and he howled like a cornered beast. "Lin Jian, you animal. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Take him away." Lin Jian waved a hand, his gaze sweeping over this grand, imposing residence, the corner of his mouth slowly lifting. Chunlu Village. I sat cross-legged on the heated bed, gazing at the pitch-black night sky, quietly waiting for dawn. All night, I hadn't closed my eyes at all. Just now I'd only shut them and rested a while. At the third crow of the rooster, the sky was dim with first light, the sun crawling up from the east, and what little chill of the night had dispersed. Suddenly, a clatter of hoofs. My eyes snapped open. A big horse had stopped outside the door. I pushed the door open and went out. The rider was one of the garrison soldiers I'd seen the night before. The Wang household colluded with bandits, and General Lin threw them all into the great jail last night. We're only waiting for the order from the regional commander's headquarters to come down, then off to be beheaded. He fished a letter from his bosom and tossed it over offhandedly. When we searched the Wang household last night, we ran into an old woman and found this grain payment receipt on her. Your name's written on it, so we've brought it to you. The grain payment receipt? I reached out and caught it steadily, opened it, and looked. The corner of my mouth lifted at once. It was exactly the one stolen away earlier by Anima. I'd only meant to use this affair to bring down my foe, the Wang household. I never expected to recover the document too. Now I could save another dozen-odd taels of silver. Thank you for your trouble, soldier. General Lin told me to pass along a word. That this succeeded owes a share of the credit to you. A trace of a smile appeared on the soldier's usually cold face, and it was clear the fortune confiscated from the Wang household last night had left people quite satisfied. You may name a request. As long as it's not excessive, the garrison guard will do its best to handle it for you. Hearing this, my heart leapt, but I didn't let the excitement go to my head, forcing myself to calm down. Assistant Commander Lin telling me to name a request plainly had limits. It had to fall within what he could handle, and it couldn't make me seem too greedy and stir up his distaste. Ask for money outright? Having swallowed the Wang household, he was surely rolling in wealth now, and even if I asked for 100 taels, he probably wouldn't refuse. But over these days, I'd already seen through to the root of this world. Only those with strength in hand, with power in their grip, can hold their own fate. Money alone, sooner or later, makes you a piece of meat at another's lips. In reply to the soldier, I'd like a few permits exempting me from the ban on bows and crossbows. My mind raced, and I lowered my voice. Bows and crossbows? The soldier frowned. I smiled. I won't hide it from you. I make my living by hunting. These days the beasts in the mountains are fierce and cunning, and relying on traps and a kindling knife alone, it's truly hard to deal with them. If I could have a few bows to keep at my side, then going into the mountains to hunt from now on would be far easier. In Great Sway, bows and crossbows were regulated weapons. Only officials and those holding exemption permits could touch them. Though quite a few hunters secretly made bows on the sly, no one dared bring them out in the open, only daring to use them tucked away deep in the mountains. So that's how it is. If it's just wooden bows and hunting bows for hunting, that shouldn't be a problem. The soldier nodded and asked softly, "How many do you want?" 10. I thought it over. The heavy rains these past few days flooded a lot of fields in the village, and quite a few households can't pay their grain tax. They'll all have to risk going into the mountains to hunt. I want to put together a hunting team. With more men, everyone can look out for one another. He heard me out without saying much, only replying gravely, "As long as you can vouch for them, that's fine." With that, he tightened the reins, wheeled his horse around, and rode off. Watching him disappear into the distance, only then did I let the excitement show on my face. Bringing down the Wong household this time may have seemed to net me no real benefit on the surface, but tallying it up carefully, I'd gained no small amount. First, I'd connected with Assistant Commander Lin. Though the friendship wasn't deep, at least I could borrow his name to bolster my standing down the road. Second, I'd recovered the grain tax document. And most important of all, these permits lifting the ban on bows and crossbows. These were extraordinarily useful. They didn't just mean I could use bows openly from now on. They meant I could raise an armed force of my own. Lifting the ban on bows and crossbows was far more than just a matter of hunting in the mountains. If I could recruit a dozen odd men and arm each with a bow, then who would dare go head-to-head with me should trouble arise again? In this Maishan County, apart from within the city, I could pretty much strut wherever I pleased. In a blink it was midday. The soldier who'd come that morning returned, bringing what I'd wanted most, the permits lifting the ban on bows and crossbows. Only it wasn't 10, but 8. These are documents signed in General Lin's own hand, valid anywhere in Great Sway, but only for hunting bows and wooden bows. If you dare privately make iron cord bows or repeating crossbows, not only will the documents be revoked, but your head will part ways with your body. His tone was hard, and he warned me fiercely once more. The documents listed several rules and bore the great seal of the garrison guard, each stamped with my name. This meant that even if someone stole them, they couldn't be used fraudulently, yet I myself could authorize others, temporarily lend them to relatives and friends. Please tell General Lin I understand fully and would never break the rules. Gripping the documents, I suppressed the joy in my heart and cupped my hands to him. I'm rich. The moment the soldier left, I hurriedly set about taking stock of everything I owned. Running into a ravenous wolf like Lin Jian, the Wong household was utterly finished. With the crime of colluding with bandits nailed down, no one dared vouch for them. Not one of the direct line could escape, and not even the children had a way out. Thinking that dozens of lives would be lost on my account, I felt not the slightest twinge of pity. With this kind of feud, it's you or me, and toward an enemy there's no need for a soft heart. I dug out all my money and silver and laid it in one spot, counting carefully. 36 taels and 7 mace of silver, 6 mu of field, a litter of young rabbits, 2 hunting bows, a hand axe, 2 long spears, 24 arrows, a kindling knife, 1.5 old rooms, and on top of that these 8 bow and arrow permits. I stretched. The money in my hands now was several times what I'd had when I first crossed over. With over 30 taels tucked away, even in Maishan County town it was enough to set up a home. And those 8 permits were worth even more. Though I couldn't sell them outright, renting them out was easy, since quite a few armed escort agencies were short of such things. The rent alone could bring 6 taels a year. Having brought down the Wong household, I've got a bit of a foundation now, I said, grinning. Once I'd stowed the silver away, I went to Third Aunt's place to bring my sister back. Before long, Jiang Yu, having caught wind of things, hurried over too. "Brother Yin, has the Wong household really been raided and wiped out?" he panted. "The garrison's men just came by, no mistake." I smiled. Though they haven't been beheaded yet, they won't last long. Standing to the side, Xiaoya listened with her mouth agape. She'd stayed at Third Aunt's all night and, hearing the commotion outside, hadn't dared go out. Only now did she learn that the Wang household, which had hung over our heads all this time, had somehow just toppled. "Brother, how did you pull it off?" Her voice trembled slightly. This was exactly what Jiangyu wanted to ask, having knocked around the county town all these years. He understood better than Xiaoya how deeply entangled those great families' influence ran. Ordinarily, even the county court found it hard to touch them, yet I'd wrecked the Wang household in a single night. Though I'd borrowed the garrison's strength, that too wasn't something just anyone could manage. The past is the past, let's not bring it up. I only smiled and let it pass. Some things lose their meaning when explained in too much detail. It's only when others can't see through you that they hold you in awe. Since I was already planning to raise a hunting team of my own, keeping a bit of mystery did no harm. Jiangyu sighed with feeling. "Brother Yan, I honestly feel like I'm only meeting you for the first time today. I thought your skills were just formidable. I never imagined you could be so ruthless when it comes to scheming against people." Before, he'd feared me because I struck without hesitation and dared to kill. Now he was won over from the bottom of his heart. He even felt that in this chaotic age, perhaps only someone like me could live the best. Enough with the flattery. I waved a hand and turned to look earnestly at the two of them. After this business, I've thought things through. I plan to round up all the capable young men from the villages within 10 li or so and form a hunting team. From now on, we can look out for each other in the mountains, and in everyday life, no one will dare bully us at will. Though I'd used the garrison's hand to deal with the Wang household this time. As the old saying goes, relying on your father or mother is worse than relying on yourself. Lin Jian couldn't help every single time. In the end, relying on myself was the surest thing. That's a good idea. Xiaoya nodded. There were many beasts in the mountains, danger everywhere. Before, whenever I went in alone, she was always on edge, afraid I'd run into some fierce animal and come to harm. If there really were a team to watch each other's backs, that would be best of all. "Jiangyu, you and I are close, so I won't beat around the bush," I said, looking up earnestly. "There's plenty of game in the mountains now. As long as you're willing to put in the effort, you'll surely earn more than you do with the horse caravan. Why not quit the caravan and come work with me?" Over these days spent together, I'd taken to this fellow from the bottom of my heart, rough on the outside, but careful in his thinking. If I really were going to form a team, he was the first man I wanted. "That's right, brother you. All day you're stabbing and slashing with the horse caravan, so dangerous. Better to go hunting with my brother." Xiaoya chimed in, but a troubled look came over Jiang Yu's face. He thought a while before speaking. "Brother Yan, I know you mean well by me, but, sigh, there are things in the caravan that can't be explained in a moment. How about this? Give me some time to think it over, all right?" I understood. A place like the horse caravan had strict rules. Once you were in, getting out wasn't easy. And I knew in my heart that his dealings with me from the start had been aimed at learning martial skills and making a name for himself in the caravan. Now that he'd finally caught the eye of those above him, how could he let go? Though a bit disappointed, I didn't press him. A melon wrenched off the vine isn't sweet. Everyone has their own aspirations. However close the relationship, their future paths won't necessarily be the same. I nodded. I just wanted to mention it. The choice is yours to make. Between grown men, words needn't be spelled out too plainly. With the Wang household down, some spare money saved up, and things looking better by the day, I wasn't stingy. I laid out coin for some ready-made smoked meat, and the three of us ate a good meal together, a little celebration for having pulled through this ordeal. 6 or 7 days passed in a blink. These past days, Jiang Yu had rebuilt the collapsed old room at the Li family place from scratch. Apart from finding a few men to help raise the main beam, he'd done everything else with his own 2 hands. Even the windows and door panels were fitted neat and proper. With the new house completed, I'd meant to set out a table of wine to celebrate and to reward Jiang Yu for his days of hard work. But as luck would have it, that very morning the horse caravan sent word urging him to hurry back, as though some urgent matter had come up. Not daring to delay, he said a quick goodbye and left. Brother Yu's craftsmanship is really something. This room faces south, the walls are thick, it'll definitely be warm in winter." Xiaoyao had already eagerly moved in the bed, table, and chairs. Even after you take a wife and have kids someday, this room's big enough. I smiled, not as excited as she was. Chunlu village was where the two of us siblings had grown up, but I understood clearly that I couldn't stay here my whole life. Even with the new house built, it was only a temporary foothold. Watching my sister tidy up in high spirits, I stretched and walked over to the millstone in the yard and sat down. A pile of wood shavings lay scattered at my feet, and on the millstone rested several lengths of hardwood already taking the shape of bows, needing only to be sanded free of burrs. Ever since getting the bow permits, I'd busied myself making several more hunting bows, and I'd also put out word that I wanted to recruit skilled hands from the nearby villages to form a team. With the permits in hand, I dared buy some better, handier materials. These few in my hands had bodies made of tough, springy boxwood, strings twisted from sun-dried ox tendon mixed with hemp cord, and the arrow rest and grip wrapped in a layer of oxhide. Far more respectable than that crude hunting bow I'd first made. I pressed the string taut, bound it to both ends of the bow body, and gave it a firm test pull. This draw weight must be a good 2 stone, no? I drew the new bow to full, my arms aching. In ancient times, a bow's killing power was reckoned in stone, 1 stone being roughly 60 caddies. An ordinary man without training could do well to draw 1 stone. Being able to loose 5 arrows in a row on his first try was definitely a mark of talent. Those truly used to stone bows were either army crack shots or old hunters who'd spent years in the mountains. Don't be fooled by certain operas into thinking archers are all scrawny. Real bowmen, not one of them was weak. Drawing 200 or 300 caddies of stiff bow day after day, their arms grew thicker than an ordinary man's legs. That build was no different from a burly strongman's. The Army's iron cord bows can draw over 3 stone, and paired with specially made arrows, they can pierce even iron armor within 100 paces. I hefted the new bow in my hand. It had cost me a full 1 tael 2 mace, but both its power and durability were much improved. That first one I'd casually made had only 30 caddies of draw, fine for hunting hares and pheasants, but against a wild boar or a bear or tiger, it wasn't nearly enough. Just as I was about to pull an arrow to test the range, a voice suddenly came from the yard gate. "Excuse me, is this Zhao Yan's home?" A dark-skinned, wiry middle-aged man stood outside, craning his neck, his manner a bit timid. His clothes were old and patched all over, the cuffs worn fuzzy and smudged with mud. Behind him followed 2 men dressed much the same, also peering into the yard. "Yes," I said, setting the bow aside. "I'm Zhao Yan." Hearing this, the man broke into an honest, simple smile. "I'm from Dawang village. Name's Jiayu, and these 2 are my fellow villagers. We heard you're looking for people to form a hunting team, so we came especially to take a look. Come to apply then." Since word had gone out these past days, nearly every day someone had come knocking to say they wanted to join. Unfortunately, few of them had any real ability. Most just wanted to fish in troubled waters and scrounge a meal. So after several days, I hadn't taken on a single one. "What did you do before?" I asked. Jia Yu answered promptly. "I was a garrison conscript in the 24th year of Chongyuan. Fought the barbarians at the border passes. Later the company commander leading us committed an offense, and I got dragged into it, spent a few years in prison, then went back to the village to farm. These 2 are brothers who soldiered with me back then and were locked up with me too." Garrison conscripts? Hearing this, my interest was piqued. Looking them over, I could tell at a glance they weren't like ordinary farmhands. Though the 3 were in ragged clothes with weathered faces, their bodies were sturdy. They stood without stooping or hunching, backs ramrod straight. "Ever used a bow?" Jiayu nodded, then hesitated a bit. "I did before, but it's been so long since I touched one. I don't know if my aim's still good." Thwack! I tossed over the hunting bow I'd just finished, along with 2 arrows. "Try it." Jiayu caught that Quadrania wood bow, his fingers rubbing over the serpentine grain on the body. Suddenly he sank his stance and drew, the string creaking against his rough fingers. As the bow drew slowly to full, the muscles on his arms bulged in bunches, veins standing out, solid and strong. He aimed at an elm tree as thick as a bowl 30 paces off, then abruptly let go. Hit! The arrow flew off with a whoosh. The elm shuddered violently, bark bursting off, but the arrow grazed the trunk and buried itself in the grass, startling several birds that had been pecking about. The first arrow missing, Jiayu looked a bit embarrassed. Seeing me say nothing, he took up the second. This one struck home into the trunk, the head sinking 3 or 4 inches deep, the shaft snapping clean off from the sheer force. What a fine bow! Jiayu clicked his tongue. Good heavens, with this power, paired with iron-headed arrows, it might just pierce armor. 2 arrows planted in wood from 30 paces off. That accuracy was quite good even among discharged veterans. It seemed the bitter years hadn't let the skills he'd learned in the army go to waste. I was rather satisfied. Of all these days, he was the first to meet my requirements. Your archery's decent. What about hand-to-hand? Rest easy on that. Jiayu answered with confidence. Though I've mostly farmed these years, I haven't let the fist and foot work from the army slip. Don't believe me? Xiaowu, Liuzi, run through a set for him to see. The other 2 immediately took up their stances, throwing punches fast and hard, sweeping kicks whistling through the air. The moves looked simple, but every one carried the flavor of real combat, even sending the leaves on the ground spinning up. By the time they finished the set, my heart was completely at ease. I pushed open the yard gate to let them in and got straight to the point. I can take you 3 onto the hunting team, but let me say it up front. Once we're in the mountains, of the game caught and the medicinal herbs dug up, I take 6 parts, and the remaining for you 3 split. The 3 looked at each other. The one called Liuzi flushed red and was about to speak when Jiayu pressed a hand on his shoulder and said with a wry smile, Brother Zhao, for parts. Isn't that a bit little? Going into the mountains was risking your life, your head tied to your belt, and who knows what day it might be gone. The 3 of them risking everything for only 4 parts, while I alone took 6, no matter how you looked at it. It didn't seem quite fair. I counted off on my fingers one by one. The bows and the permits are mine. The mountain trails the beasts travel, where the valuable herbs grow. Only I know these, and the channels to sell the goods are held in my hands too. Of these 3 things, which one can you bring to the table to bargain over price with me? The words were like a basin of cold water, dousing the 3 into silence. Jiayu lowered his head and heaved a heavy sigh. For all the skills they'd trained up in the army, they had nothing else. Not one of the things I'd named could they produce. Fine, for parts it is. The 3 put their heads together and conferred a few words, and in the end they accepted. Dawang village is 7 or 8 li from Chunlu village, and there's no urgent work in the fields right now, so you might as well stay here for the time being. It'll be easier to gather everyone when we go into the mountains. I pointed to the old room at my second uncle's place not far off. Half of it burned down. That's my family's house too. There was a fire a while back that collapsed half of it, but the side room next to it, cleaned up, is still livable. In these times, passing word and traveling on foot were both inconvenient, so hunting teams within 10 li or so were mostly made up of men from the same village. For one, they knew each other well. For another, a single shout when setting out was enough to bring everyone together. Jiayu cupped his hands and fished something out of his bosom, holding it out. Then many thanks, Brother Zhao. In that case, I'll have to trouble you to take us to meet the village head and get our names entered in the register, so we won't run into trouble when the officers come round on patrol later. It was a black iron tablet, the traditional character Sui, carved on the front, several lines of dense small characters on the back. This iron tablet was the identity credential issued by the Great Sui authorities. Without it, one counted as a vagrant. I took it, understanding in my heart that he was voluntarily making his identity clear. These times were too chaotic, on a first meeting, to take someone on carelessly without checking their background. If he turned out to be a wanted criminal or a bandit, that could spell disaster. The Wang household's fate I still remembered clearly. Even if he hadn't produced it, I'd have had to ask for it. After a while, I took them to the village head's place to register, and once their identities were confirmed to be in order, they settled in Chunlu village for the time being. As the sun was near setting, Zhang Yu came striding into the yard in a rush. First he told me about the past few days' business, and I seized the chance to urge him again to join up. Zhang Yu, you and I are the closest, so I won't beat around the bush. There's plenty of game in the mountains now. As long as you're willing to put in the effort, you'll surely earn more than with the horse caravan. Why not quit the caravan and work with me? With Jia Yu and the other 2, The hunting team had a foundation now, and if he'd come, I'd feel all the more at ease. That's right, brother you. All day stabbing and slashing with the horse caravan. So dangerous. Better to be a hunter with my brother. Xiaoya urged with a smile as she fed the rabbits. But Jiang Yu's face grew conflicted. He thought a while, then said, Brother Yan, I know you mean well by me, but this I really can't agree to. This morning, I already drank the blood wine and formally entered the horse caravan's hall of incense. If I were still just a nominal disciple like before, I'd surely follow you without a second word, but now. He didn't finish. A gang like the horse caravan had extremely strict rules, once you'd formally joined, wanting to leave meant shedding a layer of skin. And I understood in my heart that his dealings with me from the start had been for the sake of learning martial arts and rising above the pack within the caravan. Now that he'd finally been taken notice of by those above, how could he let go? Though a bit disappointed, I didn't press him. A melon wrenched off the vine isn't sweet. Everyone has their own aspirations. However dear the relationship, one's future plans may differ. The yard fell quiet, only the aroma of stewed meat drifting. Just at this time, beneath the old scholar tree at the east end of the village, a dozen-odd men in short work clothes were making a noisy racket. What did you say? Zhao Yan's setting up a hunting team, and out of the 100-odd strong men in our own village he wants not a single one, but takes on 3 outsiders instead. Isn't that turning your back on your own kin? With something good going, he doesn't think of his fellow villagers, just does favors for outsiders. This boy's really got some nerve. Come on, let's go demand an explanation from him. The more the gang talked, the angrier they got. They rolled up their sleeves and came charging toward my home in a menacing crowd. The 3 of us, me, Jiang Yu, and Xiaoya, were bent over the earthenware pot, heads down, eating meat, when a burst of shouting suddenly rose outside the gate. Zhao Yan, get out here. You surnamed Zhao, don't cower inside. The pot was still steaming. My brow furrowed, and I slapped my chopsticks down and pushed the door open to go out. Outside the fence gathered 30 or 40 villagers, every one of them with eyes wide, some with hoes and sickles in hand, as if come to make trouble. The man leading them had a sweat rag tied around his head, the veins on his neck taut. I swept my eyes over the crowd and let out a roar that made several of the women shrink back. What's all this shouting? If you've got something to say it one at a time. What's with the chaotic yelling? That man stiffened his neck and stepped forward. He was called Zhao Si, a farmer in the village who a few days back had come begging to join the team, and whom I'd refused for failing to meet the requirements. Zhao Yan, why won't you take villagers for your hunting team? What good did those 3 outsiders do you? He swallowed, the smell of meat wafting from the yard setting his stomach growling. Now you're eating and drinking well, while how many families in the village are about to run out of rice for the pot? I gave a cold laugh. These past days, thanks to hunting, life at the Zhao household had clearly improved, naturally drawing plenty of envious eyes, and some who wanted to tag along for a meal too. But from the start, in building the team, I'd wanted a group that could fight. Only the capable, none who'd coast along. Chunlu village had no shortage of strong laborers, but most only knew how to farm and knew nothing of hunting. Take them into the mountains and run into a beast, and far from helping, they'd likely just cause trouble. I unhurriedly patted my sleeve. Brother Zhao Si, didn't I already tell you a couple of days ago? There are plenty of tigers and wolves in the mountains. Go in without some real skill, and it's just throwing your life away. What's so dangerous? We've got numbers, swarm them all at once, and even tigers and leopards would run. Zhao Si retorted, arms folded. I explained, holding down my temper. Numbers mean you're not afraid of beasts, sure, but the game will have long since been scared off. This is hunting, not a brawl, understand? Zhao Si was left choking, unable to answer. A few sighs came from the crowd. Just then, white-bearded third granduncle came out leaning on his cane, thumping it against the ground with a thud-thud. In a disaster year like this, fellow villagers ought to look out for one another. Yin boy, we're all neighbors. The folk here don't know how. So can't you take some time to teach them? That's right. Third granduncle speaks sense. Once the old man opened his mouth, everyone joined in the clamor, and the crowd stirred up again, a few half-grown lads reaching out to shove the fence. My face held no expression. Looking at this pack, I suddenly gave a small smile and lowered my voice. The craft of hunting. Since when could it be learned in a few days? Besides, I've got capable people ready at hand. So why would I go looking for trouble and spend the effort teaching you lot? The moment these words were out, the villagers flared up. The aroma of stewing meat from inside set their mouths watering and made them all the more sore at heart. Xiaoyan, what do you mean by that? We've lived in the same village so long. There's got to be some bond, right? You won't even do this little favor. You've eaten your fill, and you'll just watch us go hungry? Your heart's too cold. A man can't be so selfish. One after another they piped up, and my face stayed cold, though a trace of mockery hung at the corner of my mouth. Back when my father died of illness and there was no money to bury him, my sister and I begged half the village, who lent a hand. The weather was freezing then, the earth frozen hard as iron, and the two of us nearly clawed our hands to shreds. Who helped even a little? Later, when we had no food to eat, no clothes to wear, not one of you gave us so much as a bowl of rice or a scrap of clothing. Now that you see I've got a bit of ability, you've got the gall to come running for a share of the good, wanting me to help, wanting me to put in the effort. I paused, spread my hands, and smiled more coldly still. Fellow villagers, do you really take me for a fool to be strung along? The words were like a basin of cold water poured down. Some lowered their heads, more couldn't keep their composure, faces flushing red with anger. Back then the Zhao household was dirt poor, and when my father died, even my own blood-second uncle wouldn't let us siblings through his door, while the rest of the village just looked on. Who cared whether we lived or died? And who would have imagined that this Zhao Yan, once an idle good-for-nothing, could reach where he is today? Zhao Si stamped his feet and cursed. What's the use of dragging up the old ledger? Today I'll just ask you one thing. The hunting team, are you letting us in or not? If you won't agree, then today we're not leaving. That's right, and those three outsiders can forget about staying in Chunlu village. We'll drive them out in a moment. And from now on, you can forget about any peace either. Seeing I wouldn't budge, everyone simply tore off the mask of civility and, relying on their numbers, pressed forward. With their 30 or 40 men, if it really came to blows, however capable I was, I'd come out the worse. Some had already begun shoving forward, meaning to storm into the yard. At that moment, Jiang Yu came rushing out from the house with an axe in hand, planting his iron tower of a body in the middle of the yard, and let out a roar that startled a whole flock of sparrows fluttering up from the trees. Tired of living, are you? Let's see who dares move. The few villagers at the very front were so frightened they stepped back a couple of paces, but from the rear, someone shouted, "There's only 3 of them," and the crowd churned up again. Third granduncle's cane slammed against the fence with a clang. This old man doesn't believe it. 2 juniors, and you dare raise a hand against me? Whoosh. An arrow grazed past the old man's ear and buried itself straight into the earth right before his feet, the shaft still buzzing and quivering. The old man let out a yelp and collapsed onto the ground, his crotch instantly soaked through, the reek of urine spreading out. I stood right in the doorway, the bow raised and not yet lowered. The old man's eyes went wide, and he pounded his cane hard. You dared loose an arrow. Heavens turned upside down. By seniority, I'm still your granduncle. Even the village head shows me courtesy. You rotten wretch, do you want to be driven out of Chunlu village? I didn't loosen the bow. The second arrow was already knocked to the string. Third granduncle, spout any more nonsense. And where the next arrow lands, I really can't say. All around fell instantly silent. My voice wasn't loud, as if speaking normally, yet my gaze was chillingly cold. I swept it over them and said slowly, I'd like to see just who can drive me out of Chunlu village today. The arrowhead flashed cold, and the encircling villagers all shrank back with a rustle. Though there were 30 or 40 of them, none dared be the first to move now. The air seemed to freeze, only the sound of ragged breathing to be heard. Get lost. My face held no expression, my voice icy cold. The bowstring drew back with a creak that sent a chill down people's necks. Zhao Si squeezed out a smile, his forehead all sweat, tugging at the sleeve of the man beside him while stumbling backward. Brother Yin, don't be angry. Forget it if it won't do. No need for the bow and arrow. We're going right now. With one taking the lead, the rest deflated all at once, that earlier momentum gone entirely. Some glanced back unwillingly, But the moment they met my eyes, they hurriedly turned away and quickened their steps outward. Only when the last figure had vanished at the far end of the village road did I ease off a little. A gust of wind blew, and only then did I realize my back had long been soaked through with sweat, my clothes clinging cold against my skin. Jiang Yu panted beside me. This fellow, ordinarily so bold, still had hands trembling faintly by now. That was too close. If we hadn't scared off that pack of famine-crazed men just now, I'm afraid we'd have lost our lives right here. I understood in my heart. Now that we siblings were living well, plenty of people were green with envy. Today they'd come to get a share and been refused. And if it had truly come to blows, there was no guarantee someone wouldn't have struck a treacherous blow in the confusion. Once a heart goes bad, there's nothing it won't do. People who can't stand to see others do well feel most satisfied when they've ruined you. Today's situation was different from that time I cut down the grain-robbing beggars. The folk of Chunlu village all had identity credentials, and if I really killed any of them today, there'd be no escaping the executioner's blade. But if this crowd had swarmed in all at once and beaten me and Jiang Yu to death, then covered for each other and gave false testimony, the crime split among each of them would be very light indeed.